Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Carving It Up Live NBA Draft Reaction Show. As always, I'm Bryson Carver. Great to have y'all here. Going to have two great guests joining the show in about 5 minutes. Barry Grant Jr. from the All Even Podcast. Mike Guido from Guido's Gridiron Blitz joining the show. Looking forward to having them on throughout the nights to react to NBA draft picks, some trades, which we had a big one about an hour and a half ago. Got some more trades involving the Cavs. And other teams involved. So a lot to get into, but let's go and start by talking about the top four prospects. Obviously, the news broke by Woj about 2 hours after noon that the first overall pick is going to be Cade Cunningham, which is not a surprise to anybody, to the Detroit Pistons. He is the best overall player in the draft. We kind of knew coming out of Oklahoma, the way he played all season long, he was unbelievable in the Big 12 tournament for the Cowboys. Didn't get as far in the tournament as I thought they could possibly go. But, that happens sometimes when you're with the school that's not, exactly known for producing unbelievable NBA talent like a Duke or Kentucky. But he is going to be taken number one overall by the Detroit Pistons. I do think he is a franchise-changing player. So look forward to seeing what he does in the NBA. Now going to the other three guys. Now, we kind of know how 2, 3, and 4, how those picks are going to be made, but we're not 100% certain, right? It's not a given. There's a lot of stuff that can happen in the draft. Second overall is the Houston Rockets. Okay, so they'll have the choices between Jalen Green, Evan Mobley, Jalen Suggs. I believe Jalen Green is the best scorer in this year's draft. You look at his tape from the G League, it's unbelievable. He is a walking bucket. You look at Evan Mobley, okay? He could go third overall to the Cleveland Cavaliers. You're talking about a rim running big, fits perfectly in today's game when you look at some of the best big men around the league like Joel Embiid, Nikola Jokic, and Anthony Davis. Unbelievably talented player out of USC. Loved watching him. He was amazing in the tournament. And so now you look at Jalen Suggs, a kid who I love, out of Gonzaga. You're talking about a guy who's about as athletic as anybody in this year's draft. He was recruited to play at the University of Minnesota as a quarterback. So he's got that athletic ability. He's got the toughness. He's a very smart point guard. He'll go down in history. If he never does anything in the NBA, which is highly unlikely, he's unbelievably talented. He will go down in history for hitting one of the greatest shots in college basketball history, that overtime half-court bank shot buzzer beater against UCLA in what was one of the greatest college basketball games ever played, as far as I'm concerned. So coming from a school like Gonzaga, coming from, getting to learn under a coach like Mark Few, sky's the limit for this kid. I think he's obviously the best pure point guard in this year's draft. So those are kind of the three after Cade Cunningham. Again, he is going number one overall, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, to the Detroit Pistons. No surprise there. And so when you look at the other three, you got a great scorer, the best scorer in the draft in Jalen Green. You're looking at the best big and rim runner in Evan Mobley. You're looking at a guy at Jalen Suggs, who is the best point guard, pure point guard in this year's draft. I will go by the words of Jay Billis from ESPN. He said it himself. He said it during the pre-draft show on ESPN. This is the deepest draft in his view, and he's about as plugged in as anybody in regards to college basketball, in regards to the draft and evaluating talent. He said this is the deepest draft he has seen since 2003. Pretty notable names were taken in 2003. How about this guy, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh? So, if this class is anywhere near that, then we're going to have some Hall of Famers this draft, but I don't want to go too far. I do, though, want to bring on Mike Guido to go and start from Guido's Gridiron Blitz. Mike, how you doing, my man?
It's good to be here, Bryson. I'm really excited for tonight. I agree with Jay Billis. I think this is going to be a really deep draft. We're going to look back 5-10 years from now, and we're going to be amazed by how many guys come out of this.
Totally agree with you. I wanted to get you on this show because I know you love drafts. NFL draft, I had you on, I think, the day after. There you go. There's his notes right there. Prepped.
It's 21 pages of scouting reports right there.
So this is your 5th consecutive draft scouting. Am I correct?
Correct. Yeah, I've been covering the NBA draft intensely for about 5 years. And I don't think I've ever gone as deep in scouting as I have for this year, just because I understand the scope of players that we're talking about. But yeah, this is a big year for me. This is a big year for me, I think.
I totally agree with you. You know, you look at last year, and obviously you had the big 3. You had Anthony Edwards, James Wiseman, LaMelo Ball.
Yeah.
After that, you had some good players. I like Tyrese Halliburton a lot in Sacramento. You got other guys like that stepped up. But in regards to depth, you compare 2020 to 2021. It's not even the same galaxy.
Not close.
Not even close. And so
I think the top 4 in this year's draft would have gone number 1 last year.
I completely agree with you. You look at all 4 in their respective upside and talent. It's amazing. I'm going to take you off for just a second to bring on my good buddy from the All Even podcast, Mr. Barry Grant Jr. to this live. Barry, how you doing, my man?
Miserable.
I know why, and we'll get into it later in the show. But what's your thoughts quickly on the draft?
I think the draft is we're gonna see a lot of moves tonight. I can tell you that much. There's gonna be a lot of moves. But I think the top 4 picks are pretty much etched in stone. Like, we know who those guys are gonna be. I think it's gonna be Cade. I think it's gonna be Jalen Green. I think it's gonna be Evan Mobley, and I think it's gonna be Suggs. I know that that Scotty Barnes has been moving up the list a lot, but I just think that Toronto needs a point guard. They're losing Kyle Lowry, so it's only right that they just replace him with Jalen Suggs. So I think the draft starts after 4, honestly.
I agree with you. And we see this a lot during drafts. The draft, as far as, I guess, uncertainty started last year after pick 3 with LaMelo Ball to Charlotte. So a lot of uncertainty. I agree with you. I think Scotty Barnes out of Florida State is top notch. So I'll go ahead and bring Mike back in because the NBA draft, the Detroit Pistons are about to be on the clock. So yeah, here we go. This is the start of. Let me go and get. John said deep draft. I appreciate.
Food ready, okay? I got food ready because it's gonna be a long night, baby.
Very
100%.
long night, and we are prepared, to say the least. I'll say that.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. I appreciate you both coming on this live again on Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitter. While we have time, let's just go and get into the Russell Westbrook thing. You know, we know the Pistons are going to take. They're not even on the clock yet. Let's just dive right into it.
Can we not?
No, it's my show. I host it. We're going into it. You're going to have to talk about it. You're the Lakers fan. I'm going to go to you first. But according to Adrian Wojnarowski, the Lakers are near a deal to acquire Russell Westbrook for Kyle Kuzma. So there's a mini celebration for you. Montrezl Harrell, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and this year's first-round pick. Barry, again, you are the Lakers fan. Your thoughts?
All right, let me be objective for a minute. I think Russell Westbrook he's a Hall of Famer. He's a dynamic player. Brings a lot to the table in regards to energy, effort, defense. You don't really have his teammates say anything bad about him. You know, guys respect Russell Westbrook. The problem that I've always had with Russell Westbrook is his lack of awareness in regards to the first 2 minutes of the game and the last 2 minutes of the game. They're the same to him. There's no difference. And that tells me that basketball IQ is not the highest. I'm not saying that he's a stupid person or a stupid basketball player, but basketball IQ means that you make certain decisions in certain situations, and he tends to make the wrong decisions in those situations. This is why he's never been on a championship contending team. Yes, Oklahoma City got to the finals with the big 3, young 3. But if you really break down that NBA final, they all didn't play well. They were young, and he's never gotten any closer than that. Why is that? A great dynamic player of his caliber, a triple-double threat. What was it? 4 out of the last 5 seasons, he's averaged a triple-double.
Yep.
people are going to be talking about Russell Westbrook 30 years from now, like how they used to talk about Oscar Robertson. The problem is that Oscar Robertson has titles. Why? Because he realized that he needed the big fella to be able to kind of run the show.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, yes.
Can Russ say to himself, AD is going to run the show? Can Russ say, this is LeBron, I got to find a different way to play? Or is Russ going to do what Russ always does and says, I'm going to play my game and see what happens? That's my problem. I've said this, and I'll let you guys go after this. LeBron James has always been the point guard whisperer in his career. You can go ahead and look in the days of Cleveland. He's taken every single point guard in his career, and he's elevated them. LeBron James is LeBron James, but he's not God. I don't think that he can be able to change Russell Westbrook. That's my issue.
I agree with you. I think there's a lot of reasons. I think it's a bad move. Detroit's got less than a minute on the clock, so Mike, I'll go ahead and let you share your thoughts on the Westbrook to Lakers trade.
I really don't think it's that bad. I know you hate it, Barry, but to be honest with you, I don't really think it's that bad. If I were the Lakers, I think if you really wanted to maximize what you were getting out of Russell Westbrook, and I know that they would never do this, but the best thing that the Lakers could do is they could bring Russell Westbrook off the bench, meaning when LeBron James is not on the floor, have Russell Westbrook lead a unit so that unit doesn't lose very much. I think that's the best.
Happen, right, Mike?
What's that?
That will never happen.
I understand. That's why I said it would never happen. But I don't think it's as bad as you think. I really don't. The only thing that kills about Russell Westbrook is that he doesn't shoot well enough to fit well with LeBron. But as far as everything else goes, he can get players the ball. He's an incredibly explosive athlete. I don't think there's. I really don't. To be honest with you, your team wasn't good enough last year, so you might as well give this a shot and see. And again, Westbrook, LeBron, and Anthony Davis. I mean, right now, I think they're the final favorite.
Well, here's my rebuttal to that, and I'll let you go after Bryson. I appreciate it. That you say that the team wasn't good enough last year, but I would beg to differ. That team was good enough to beat Phoenix, and Phoenix got to the finals. This team was void of shooting last season. You have a point guard that has never hit 35% in his career shooting the three ball. It's a shooter's league. You need shooting. The Lakers were one team in one year, one situation that won a championship devoid of shooting. They don't have they need shooting. You know, Milwaukee showed you that getting to the finals, you need shooting. Obviously, they didn't shoot that well in the finals, but you need shooting to get you there. This team is good enough to get you to the playoffs. The Lakers don't play for playoffs. They play for rings and championships. This is not a championship move, in my opinion. Now, if they can be able to get some veterans to go there, some 3-and-D guys that can be able to take less money and get some good shooters, then maybe the move looks better. But on the surface, those three players, this is not a Miami Heat situation where they looked at it like, okay, the fit, they don't really fit, but the talent alone is going to allow them to be dominant. This is not that type of situation. Russell Westbrook is 33 years old. LeBron James is 37 years old. Anthony Davis is injury prone and has not proved that he can be able to be a consistent, healthy player in his career. Who's going to be the third wheel here? Because Russ has never played third wheel to anybody.
That's fair, and I see this comment here from our man John Rivera from Fan Podcast. He says he's not coming off the bench. Guys making $44 million is not coming off the bench. You're
certainly right about that. He's not coming off the bench.
No, and he also says this sets up a sign and trade with Dennis. Maybe that's something we can get into later in the show, and maybe something the Lakers will at least consider. It is official. Kate Cunningham has been selected number 1 overall by the Detroit Pistons. So the NBA draft is officially, truly kicked off. Mike, your thoughts on his fit with Detroit? And his potential to possibly turn that struggling franchise around?
Well, he's the bona fide number 1 pick. Cade Cunningham's the best player in this draft, and there really aren't any holes to his game. The only thing I could really say is he gets streaky shooting the ball at certain points, but he's a rookie. I mean, every rookie gets streaky shooting the ball at certain points, but he's a 6'8" point guard. He's a master of getting his teammates involved, creating offense for himself and others. He's a solid defender. He can guard most positions. I compared him to Magic Johnson. I don't think he's going to have the Hall of Fame iconic career that Magic Johnson did, but the way that they play the game is very similar. They're very similar athletically. They are very similar passing the ball. I think Cade is a little bit of a better shooter than Magic was, but very similar in the fact that with the size and the moving the basketball and the versatility, Cade Cunningham's the best player in a draft. And again, if you're worried about the fit with Killian Hayes going forward, I wouldn't worry about that. You can play Cade Cunningham as a swingman. You can play him as a two guard in a backcourt. They can play alongside each other. Cade Cunningham is the total package. He's a great fit here for Detroit. He would have been a great fit for anybody for the most part.
100% agree with you. He's the bona fide number one pick. You plug him in anywhere, and he's going to be great. He reminds me of a kid that really puts the time in. Again, he is 19 years old. There's a lot of dudes that have come in with the inability to shoot the basketball, and they come out and they're just fine. The thing with being a star or even a superstar in today's game is unless you're Giannis and you're the most dominant player within 5 feet of the basket since Shaq, you pretty much have to be able to shoot and knock down a perimeter jumper. And he's shown the ability to be able to do that, and he'll improve as time goes on. Barry, your thoughts?
I agree with Mike. I don't necessarily. I think he's the total package. Do I think that he's the best player in this draft? That's to be debated. I think. I think that he is the overall consensus number one. I just think that there's other players that potentially will be better than him that are coming after him. I think that Jalen Green has the chance to be the superstar in this draft. I believe that Evan Mobley has a chance to be the superstar in this draft. So, best player, most ready player, I would definitely use that particular notion for him. Most ready NBA player in this draft, definitely right now.
Both of you, favorite for Rookie of the Year?
I would say right now it's Cade. I think he's the most NBA ready. I think he's going to be asked to do a lot in Detroit. So it wouldn't surprise me if he led them in scoring. It wouldn't be surprise me if he led them in assists. I mean, I would not surprise me if we saw a season that looked a lot like, 21 points a game and 6 or 7 assists a game for Cade in his rookie year. He's going to look real good really early.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's going to have a good year, but just call me crazy. I think Jalen Green is just going to fill it up. It may be one of those situations we see from last season in regards to having Anthony Edwards and LaMelo Ball kind of trade off and both have good seasons, and you kind of just close your eyes and pick one. You know what I mean? So I think that's what it's going to be at the end of the day.
Speaking of Jalen Green, the Houston Rockets have the second overall pick in the draft, and the pick is in. It pretty much feels like this is a given, just like the number one pick. It is Jalen Green, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, I believe it'll be Jalen Green.
Listen, they can throw a monkey wrench and pick Evan Mobley, but I don't see it. I don't see it.
I think when they have Christian Wood, they've already got their big man. I don't think they're going to go ahead and draft another big man. That wouldn't really make much sense. Right. But Houston, listen, they've been a team over the last 20 years or so that's had some really, really good scores, particularly Tracy McGrady, James Harden. So if this guy can reach that level, then maybe in the next 5 years or so, Houston can get back to being relevant again. Right now, they're
draft picks.
What's that?
They have the draft picks to get there.
100% they do. And I like their coach, Paul Silas. Here's the pick from Adam Silver. It is Jalen Green out of the G League. He is going to Houston. He is a good fit there. Like I said, Paul Silas is one of the better developmental coaches in all basketball. Get it last year, having a rough season. The pandemic, the James Harden situation. Right. I think at one point they lost like 20-something straight games. So it was not smooth sailing by any means of any stretch of the imagination. You pair him with Christian Wood. You've got the other guy who played in Cleveland. I'm trying to remember his name.
Kevin Porter Jr.
Who I think scored 50 in a game this year. So you've got the offense. He's very talented. Your thoughts on the fit in Houston, starting with you, Barry?
I think it's a seamless fit. I think the fact that what he brings instant credibility to that position. He's a guy that can be able to score right away. Like I said, I talked to Mike on the show yesterday. This guy can score 20 points in his sleep. So, you know, having that dynamic of a pairing between Christian Wood, Jalen Green, you got Kevin Porter Jr. And hey, listen, maybe John Wall stays. Maybe they don't trade him. Maybe they figure out a way to kind of incorporate him into that young bunch and kind of mentor those young guys. It could be. I'm not saying that they're going to be a playoff team, but they're going to be very fun to watch in the open court. Absolutely.
I agree with you. As far as John Wall, I did not think about, that situation. Does he come back to Houston? Does he, at this stage in his career, he's not as athletic as he used to be, obviously, with the injuries to the Achilles. Do you think, Mike, it is a situation where you bring back John Wall? Do you think he is, a good veteran to have in there to help develop Jalen Green?
I'm not sure having John Wall there matters, just because they play two very different styles of basketball and they play two different positions. So as far as a leadership standpoint, maybe, but from a skill set standpoint, I don't really think so. Jalen Green is a volume scorer, and he's going to walk into the NBA day one, and he is going to score the basketball. This is exactly what he's going to do. He has elite athleticism. I think he's the best scoring prospect that I've seen in the 5 years that I've been doing this. I think he's that talented. He's a crazy shooter. I think he's the best overall shot creator in the entire draft. He finishes. He's very crafty at the rim. He finishes with explosiveness, plays above the rim. He isn't very good defensively, but I will say this, he does show some promise. He has great anticipation for passing lanes and everything like that. He's got great length, athleticism, lateral quickness. Barry is not completely out of left field saying that he's the best player in the draft, because there are going to be a lot of people that think that, and he very well could be. The big thing with Jalen Green is, will he be able to improve defensively? If he becomes more of a two-way player, then I mean the superstardom that he could achieve, I think, is through the roof.
I agree. He's got coming to the league. How many guys have we seen that are this great, this talented at scoring the basketball? That it's a very short list. A little bit of, I wouldn't even say breaking news, just more like official news. According to Woj, the Lakers and Wizards trade has been completed. Westbrook is a Laker. Good for you, Barry. Kuzma is gone, but as the old as the old meme goes, think of the Avengers meme, at what cost? At what cost? So shifting now. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Before you go off, I was gonna throw a bye-bye Kuzma party.
You were.
Can I even do that now? Does it even make sense to? You know what? I'm still going to do it. Still going to do it because I'm a Laker fan. I always bleed purple and gold. I'm going to be optimistic. Welcome to the team, Russell Westbrook.
There you go. I mean, listen. If I would have told you 2 months ago, Kuzma's going to be gone, but you're going to get Russell Westbrook, would you have taken that?
No.
Okay, I understand. So Jazz says LOL. Yeah, this is going to be a fun show. I can already tell. Shifting now to the Cleveland Cavaliers, Mike's Cleveland Cavaliers. They are now on the clock. Matter of fact, according to ESPN, the pick is in. Is it Evan Mobley?
Evan Mobley,
Mike?
Baby.
Yeah, I think everything that I've heard is that they're really leaning towards Evan Mobley. Even if they do decide to re-sign Jared Allen, I think they believe that they can play next to each other. I've heard Cleveland is enamored with Evan Mobley, so I expect that to be the pick here.
Barry, your thoughts?
No, he's the guy to get. He's the guy to get. I don't care if they have another big, 5 bigs, 7 bigs. You get that kid, because at the end of the day, all those other bigs are going to flush out. You still have Evan Mobley there, and he's going to be on this team for the next 7 years. Just pencil it in. I can guarantee at least 7. I don't know anything over that, but I can guarantee 7.
All right, it is official. He is a Cleveland Cavalier. Adam Silver has just made the pick. The interesting thing is, his upside is just through the roof. He's got the potential. Absolutely, to be one of the best big men in all of basketball. You see what he did in the tournament with USC. He was just a dominant force on both ends of the basketball.
It's a Swiss Army knife, Bryson. He just does everything well. And the one thing too is that when you have a young player, big men always have a slow learning curve in the NBA. They have to learn how to move their feet. They have to learn how to block shots without fouling. This kid has a natural ability to be able to get off his feet quickly. Second jump is always important for big guys.
Yes.
He can second jump with the best of them.
Yep.
So that's something that he already has an innate ability to do, is to block shots without fouling because of his IQ and his athleticism. He's already ahead of the curve. So I'm very excited about Evan Mobley. I remember a couple of weeks ago, me and Mike were going back and forth. I said, listen, I wouldn't be mad if the Rockets took him at 2 because that's how talented he is. But, we all know that sometimes it's about fit, it's about scheme. And Evan Mobley going to the Cavs kind of fits better, in my opinion, than Jalen Green would have, because they still have to figure out what they're doing with Colin Sexton and things like that. So I think Evan Mobley, you don't have to worry about him. You know exactly what his role is. You don't have to trade or move guys around to get him in there to, give him that spot.
I agree with you. I think it segues pretty well into what I was thinking for this next kind of shift with Cleveland. Is I see a comment here. Mobley now trade Colin Sexton to the Knicks. What does Cleveland do at this point? We saw they just traded for Ricky Rubio. Do they move Rubio? They probably do. I think they want to probably go young.
I think he gets bought out.
I agree with that. He goes back on the market as a free agent.
Lakers?
I would want him. You don't want Westbrook, but you want Rubio?
He's a smart basketball player. I'll take him.
So here's the thing with Evan Mobley, and I want people to understand this because, first of all, his suit tonight is fantastic. He's flipping like crazy. But I will say this: Evan Mobley has the highest upside in the entire draft. Okay, with every ounce of his talent, he has the highest upside in the entire draft. He is the best pure defender in the entire draft. As far as playing on the inside and switching onto the perimeter, he can do both at an incredibly high level. He puts the ball on the deck. He can attack the basket. He's a very good post player with great post moves. He's an interior scorer. He shoots the 3 ball at about 30%, but expect that to improve once his body fills out and he gains a little bit more experience. The only thing about Evan Mobley right now, again, is his offensive game is not 100% developed yet, but I think what you're seeing from Cleveland now, Isaac Okoro took a big step last year on the offensive side of the basketball. You see the kind of growth that Colin Sexton had. You see all of those different things. Darius Garland, the strides that he's made. I think that Evan Mobley has to go nowhere but up. This is a great pick by Cleveland. I am 100% in on this. I'm a very happy fan right now. Evan Mobley, he was the 3rd player overall on my board. Evan Mobley is a great pick by the Cavs.
Totally agree with you. What do they think? What do you anticipate they will go with the big starting lineup? They keep Jared Allen and have the 2 shot blockers?
From what I've heard, they're interested in bringing Jared Allen back. So I think that that's probably what they'll end up doing. They'll bring Jared Allen back and they'll roll. If they don't trade Colin Sexton and you're rolling with a starting lineup of Darius Garland, Colin Sexton, Okoro, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen, I mean, that's a really good group of young players that you can move forward with. So if you're a Cavs fan today, you should be pretty excited. This is a pretty good direction that they're going in right now.
I'd agree with that. And, you're talking about a team in Cleveland that, I mean, listen, it's not a huge market. There's not a ton of free agents that can go there or that want to go there. But, they've had a lot of high draft picks in the last few years. They've got young talent. I do like Colin Sexton a lot, Darius Garland as well. We got a few comments here. John Rivera says, yeah, Sexton might get traded for the Knicks pick. I don't – it's in the 20s, I think. So, maybe is that enough? The Knicks do need a point guard. Rivera says Ricky to LA. I don't know why. I don't even know.
Anybody to LA at this point, Bryson. Anybody to LA. We need help.
But you need help, but you don't have money. That's the problem. You're paying 3 guys.
Vet men. Everybody's taking vet mins.
You're going the same direction as Brooklyn. Anyways, you ripped the Nets all year.
And I'll rip my team as well.
Okay, the Toronto Raptors pick is in. Adam Silver is about to announce. We assume it will be Jalen Suggs.
If it's anybody else, they'll be silly.
Scotty Barnes.
Wow. Scotty Barnes. That's interesting.
That shakes up the draft quite a bit.
Very interesting. So Scotty Barnes, huh?
Man, okay. Mike, I've been telling you for the past week, he's been flying up everybody's boards.
Yeah, I did not.
A lot of people in workouts and stuff like that, man. So I'm shocked because where do you put him? Where does he fit?
Yeah, I'm interested to see where they want to put him. I'm imagining by making this move, they have an interest in maybe trading Pascal Siakam.
Yep, or not. Maybe not Pascal. Maybe OG Anunoby gets traded.
It could be. It absolutely could be. But this is really interesting. So, they decide to pass on Jalen Suggs. I did not, because I knew Scotty Barnes was going to fly up, but I did not expect him to jump Jalen Suggs. I thought the 1, 2, 3, 4 in this draft was pretty much solidified. This puts in a big monkey wrench. So I will say this, though. What you're getting with Scotty Barnes, I compared him to Draymond Green. He's a little bit more athletic than Draymond Green. I shouldn't say a little. He's a lot more athletic than Draymond Green. But he's an unbelievable defender. In every aspect. He's a good rim protector. I think you can make the case he's the best perimeter defender in the entire draft. He was playing point guard a lot of the time at Florida State. He's a great ball handler, has a knack for finding passes before they happen. He's a great passer. The only issue with Scotty Barnes is that his offensive game is not there yet. He's not a good shooter. He's athletic, so he can finish above the rim occasionally. But as an offensive player, he isn't 100% developed yet. So I wonder where they're going to go with this. But what they're getting right now is a great defensive player, a great playmaker. Maybe they view Scotty Barnes as a point guard and they try to run a bigger lineup. But this is a really interesting pick. I did not expect that. I'll tell you that much.
You know what's interesting is they're actually showing on ESPN, they are comparing him to Draymond Green. His playmaking ability. We see a lot of point forwards now in today's game. And so I think he is a perfect fit in 2021 NBA basketball. And so this comment by John, he says, I feel like they're going to sign Lowry back. Barry, do you think that is a possibility, or do they want to go ahead and let him go and make Van Vliet the primary ball handler and the decision maker?
I think if you're picking a guy like Scotty Barnes here, you are pretty much signaling to your organization that you're kind of wanting to go in a future direction. Like, this is not a pick that you are trying to compete for a championship next season. Kyle Lowry is 35 years old. He loves the Toronto organization. They won him a title there. He won a title for them. But this is not a situation that if he wants to win a championship, he goes back to. Obviously, they can be able to re-sign him and give him the money that he wants. But I don't think at this stage, of Kyle Lowry's career, it's really about the money. I think it's more about fit. It's about who can be able to get him close to that championship. And Toronto does not do that. So to answer your question, I do think that they put Van Vliet at the point guard, or maybe they go get somebody else at a discount to be able to play that point guard position so he can still play that small ball backcourt. Maybe they get Rubio on a buyout. Who knows? But, there's a lot of options out there for them. There's Spencer Dinwiddie. There's Dennis Schroeder. There's a lot of point guards out there that they can turn to if they want to fill that void and still be able to focus on the future and developing guys like Pascal, because as good as he is, he still needs work to get to that level. Scotty Barnes, OG Anunoby, and the rest of the bunch. I
agree with you. And, maybe the possibilities out there that they go with the big lineup. Do they start all three? Do they go with Siakam, Anunoby, and Scotty Barnes? That's certainly in the cards, I think. And I agree with you. I think Lowry is probably gone. He'll want to join a contender, maybe see if he can get one more ring to close out his career. That'll be interesting to watch as free agency approaches pretty soon. So now Orlando's at 5. This is really interesting because they're saying that Jalen Suggs is at the top.
There's no way they can go.
Well, see, that's what I'm really interested in, because they got Cole Anthony, who's more of a scoring guy. He's a scorer first, and so when you add Jalen Suggs, if that is the direction they decide to go, then that's really interesting. Do they want to go ahead and move off Cole Anthony? Because that's two small guards. Mike, do you think that's the direction they go here? Do they go with Jalen Suggs?
I don't think it's a bad thing if they went Jalen Suggs, because I think you can play Jalen Suggs as your primary ball handler and allow guys like Cole Anthony and Markelle Fultz to play off the ball and have them be scorers. Again, Cole Anthony and Markelle Fultz are not facilitating point guards. They're not. These are score first guys. Jalen Suggs is a facilitator. So, and I wouldn't necessarily call Jalen Suggs small. He's a 6'4" kind of combo guard. I think you could play him in a lot of different ways. So if they did decide to go Jalen Suggs here, I actually think it could work out very well for them. I think it just changes the direction of what they want to do with their later picks in the draft, because I think they were expecting Jalen Suggs to go to number 4, just like everybody else was, and they were going to be the ones to take Scotty Barnes, and then they look to take another facilitating guard later. Now maybe they get their facilitating guard now, and they get again Jalen Suggs, the number 4 player on my board. Scotty Barnes with number 6. So to me, if they take Jalen Suggs, they're getting a better player.
I would agree with that. Do you think it's a good fit in Orlando to have 3 guards, albeit you do have 2 primary scorers in Cole Anthony and in Markelle Fultz? Do you think that does fit well, Barry?
My bad. It's a little clunky
in
regards to fit, in my opinion. You know, you have to have the right coach. You have to have the right system to be able to have those 3 guards be able to be effective. If you want to bring Cole Anthony off the bench, I look at Cole Anthony more as a 6-man anyway. So maybe that's what works. If you bring him off the bench and he can just be that scorer for you, put Markelle Fultz at the 2, put Jalen Suggs at the 1. You know, you can definitely interchange those 3 guys. So it's clunky, but it's doable. It's manageable. If you have a coach that has a good system that understands how to use these guys effectively in regards to their skill sets and, you know, plays to their strengths and not their weaknesses, I think it can work. You know, you can definitely make it work.
Jalen Suggs has been drafted by the Orlando Magic, so it will be interesting to see if that fit does come to fruition. I agree. I think go ahead, Mike.
I think they lucked out. I really think it's a blessing, because
so too.
The Raptors took Scotty Barnes, who I think was their guy, because they were expecting the top 4 guys to be gone. Okay, Jalen Suggs, I think, was clearly the 4th best player in this draft, and they're getting the 4th best guy at the 5th pick. A lot of people were saying Orlando got screwed in the lottery, and they did. They had 2 first-round picks, and none of them made it into the top, and neither one of them made it into the top 4. Now they get a top 4 guy with this pick. They get a baller. Jalen Suggs. Listen, Barry and I were talking about this yesterday. I think Jalen Suggs is one of the better perimeter defenders in the entire draft. He's made a lot of really clutch defensive plays at Gonzaga. He can definitely shoot the 3 ball, but his primary thing is being a leader, being a facilitator, making his teammates better. I mean, Jalen Suggs is the reason Gonzaga was the way they were last year. So I'm big into this. I never really thought of the fit between Orlando and Jalen Suggs, just because I never thought it could happen. Right. But now that it has, I love it. Orlando, I think, is lucking out so much here with Jalen Suggs. He's their new starting point guard. Tomorrow, he is their new lead ball handler, and they need to be thrilled about that.
I completely agree. I think it's a perfect fit. Do you think he is? Because I think he is. Do you think he's the guy that they can build around as that franchise player as time goes on? Obviously, they're probably not playoff contenders right now. We assume, but you know, having a few more draft lotteries to go in the next few years, do you think he can be the primary franchise building block?
Yes, he is he is such a great building block, because you know what you're getting. Okay, the one thing about Jalen Suggs that I've studied is that I haven't seen anybody in the entire draft with a higher floor. I can't imagine Jalen Suggs failing in the NBA. So if anything, even if he isn't an all-star player, you are getting a 10, 15-year starter at the point guard position. He's going to be in the NBA for a long time. So this is one of the safer picks in the draft. But don't pretend like Jalen Suggs doesn't have upside, because he does have all-star upside, a crazy good skill set. and the leadership qualities and the franchise changing qualities that he brings, I think are incredibly valuable. Orlando has so far won the draft. We're 5 picks in. Orlando has won the draft. It is incredible how Jalen Suggs fell into their lap.
Yeah, it caught me off guard too. I think when you look at this, we thought the draft would start at 5 because we thought the first 4 picks we're
done.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously you left out the possibility. Maybe maybe something crazy happens, and here you go. By the way, we're talking about suits. Jalen Suggs, man, got the drip, got the bow tie. Man,
I like that. The sparkly suit. Man, oh man, what a great fit. I'm really excited about this. And again, I thought that if the Magic got Jonathan Kuminga, they should be thrilled. Okay. Yeah. I thought that if they got Scotty Barnes, they should be happy. This is better than the best case scenario that we all thought. Jalen Suggs is perfect for the Magic. Perfect.
I agree with you. And now Oklahoma City, with the first of their 50 draft picks over the next 10 years, have the 6th overall pick in the draft. They got about 2.5 minutes or so to make their selection. Do you think Kuminga goes number 6 to Oklahoma City, Barry?
Who did I have on my board last night, Mike?
Well, I picked Kuminga.
I had Barnes going. I had Barnes going. Yeah, I think. I mean, they're already in a rebuilding situation. They're already in a development situation. Why not take Kuminga and just have him join that bunch and develop the guy? His athleticism, all of his metrics are off the charts. The guy can be like he's a Swiss Army knife. He's a master of none, but he definitely needs to develop an offensive game. Like, once that comes around, I think they're going to have a special player on their hands, but they're going to have to be patient with him. That's the whole thing. You have to be patient with a guy like this. You can't expect him to be great out the gate. It's not going to happen. They have to be patient. But if there's any organization that is very patient with their young guys, it's Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. I've heard, based on what I've heard through the rumors and the inside information and everything like that, I've heard that Oklahoma City is favoring James Bouknight here. But again, we don't know exactly what's going on. So wait, Bryson, you look like you've got a look on your face.
I do, because I got Woj on speed dial right now.
Oh my goodness.
He says OKC likes Josh Giddey right now. So,
oh wow!
Do you think they go ahead and make the pick, Josh Giddey out of Australia?
Josh Giddey.
Listen, if Woj spoils it right there, let's try to keep the Woj bombs out of here. He spoils the picks way before they happen. But Josh Giddey would be. So
really interesting on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna wait for the pick to happen. But I think if Josh Giddey goes here, it's a reach. If Josh Giddey goes here, it's a reach.
I can agree with that.
It depends. If they think Josh Giddey is a top 5, top 6 player on their board, then fine, take him. But I don't see it. Josh Giddey is the 18th ranked player on my board.
Wow.
Where did I have him going last night, Mike?
You had him going 8 last night.
I had him going 8. So, okay, that's not that far off.
It's not that far off, but listen, this hurts the Grizzlies. I've heard the Grizzlies at number 10 were really zeroing in on Josh Giddey.
Yeah.
If OKC takes Josh Giddey right now, that would be pretty insane.
I think they're looking at it as that, as good as Shai is, they need more playmakers. They need guys that can be able to facilitate and do a lot of things. And Josh Giddey does that. He can average 8.5 assists a season. That's the type of talent that kid has.
He's in Oklahoma City now.
Yeah, Josh Giddey going to OKC. That's amazing.
Wow. So we have some interesting that they've already put a monkey wrench in this draft, Bryson. 2 picks.
Now listen, I don't think anybody has flown up draft boards more than Josh Giddey.
Yeah.
Okay. Josh Giddey, when I was first making mock drafts, I had Josh Giddey going anywhere between like 15, 19. I think the highest I ever put him was 10. My final mock draft had him at 10. Josh Giddey now going up all the way to 6 to OKC. Their first of their first round picks. Here's the problem with Josh Giddey again. the plus side with him is that he's an outstanding passer, right? He's a great ball handler, outstanding passer. But defensively, he's still developing. Offensively, he doesn't have much of a shooting stroke. He's not a great finisher. He's going to make his living at being a big point guard. I compared him to a bigger Ricky Rubio. That's my
thinking Ricky Rubio as well.
He's a very big Ricky Rubio because, again, he's 6'8". He's got great size. You'd think he'd be able to defend and finish and all of that stuff, but he's okay in those departments. He's not bad, but he's okay. So, again, I had Josh Giddey as the 18th player on my board. I think this is a reach for OKC. But again, if they feel like they need a playmaker and they want to move Shai Gilgeous-Alexander off ball a little bit, then I guess it makes sense. But again, we'll see where they go from here. It's going to be interesting what they do with the next couple of picks. But this is a reach for me. I don't know how you guys feel about this.
I think
it's a reach.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm looking at is the fit, like you mentioned there at the end, Mike, with Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, is he good off the ball? I know he played a little bit off the ball with the Clippers the one year he was there. And it was effective to a degree. So we'll see. Kieran Glenn says, I put Woj on mute on to spoil every pick. LOL. Yeah, I guess I'll have to do that.
Yeah.
unless obviously we have like a blockbuster trade or something else. But now my Golden State Warriors are on the clock, and unless something wild happens in the next 3 minutes, it does not look like Bradley Beal is going to be a Warrior. So I guess I got to throw that dream out the window.
He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's
he gets traded. I really don't.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. Do you think there is any possibility that Golden State is able to, at the last second, move the 2 lottery picks to maybe go get a starter level player, not Ben Simmons?
I think they can, but do they really want to? I think it might be time for them to get some young talent on that team and really start developing guys. You know, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green are not going to play forever. So, you know, it's time to get some young blood in there to kind of incorporate with those veterans, because when you have a balance of good young players as well as, you know, veteran guys, that's the nucleus that you want. You know, obviously the Lakers have, you know, they went their route. The Nets have went their route. Milwaukee has gone their route in regards to the veteran guys, but that blend of young and old is a very good blend. That's how I would naturally like to assemble my team. So I don't think the Golden State Warriors need to make a trade. If they're going to trade anybody, I would say shop Wiggins and see what you can be able to get. But if you can't do that, leave the team alone, see how it gels next season, and develop these young guys and build for the future as well.
Yeah.
Because I like Book Knight here for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, if I were Golden State here, I would take Book Knight. Book Knight is the 3rd best available player. I think Jonathan Kuminga and Davion Mitchell are higher on my board.
Yeah,
but James Book Knight is the 8th overall player, not a reach here at all. I think
if they take Davion Mitchell here,
that's what I was thinking. I love Davion Mitchell.
See, I don't think Davion Mitchell is best playing off ball. I think if you bring in Davion Mitchell, you want him to be a lead guard.
Yeah.
If you bring in James Bouknight, he's a combo guard who can play point if you need him to. He reminds me a lot of Jamal Murray. He's a gifted scorer. So you need insurance for Klay Thompson. You can't trust Klay Thompson's health. James Bouknight is among the best pure scorers in this draft. If I were Golden State, that's where I would go here. And again, to the trade conversation, you know, you asked, could they move 7 and 14 for an overall for a veteran player? Yeah, they still can do that. But I'm with Barry. I'm not sure I would. You got 2 picks in the lottery. There are teams begging to be in your position right now. You can get 2 really great impact players that are ready to contribute right now with those 2 picks.
Don't be surprised if they take Kuminga.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be. That's what surprised me.
That's what John says. Golden State going to draft Jonathan. I'm not real sure. They said that there was a report just now that they were still discussing trading those picks, but according to ESPN, the pick is in. So it looks like they're going to probably use both of these picks, go ahead and bring some young talent into the building. You make a good point, Mike, about having some insurance for Klay Thompson, because look, you know, by the time he takes the floor, it'll have been almost 2.5 years since he's played an NBA basketball game. So,
crazy.
You know, to be able to to get a guy, I know they had Kelly Oubre. Do they sign and trade him? Maybe that's obviously a slim possibility, but that's what I'm looking for right now. But as a Warriors fan, I've always thought, what can you get in regards to a backup to Steph? Because I don't think they've done a very good job the last 2 years with Klay Thompson out at, getting a guy off the bench that can come on the floor for Steph, give him a breather, where he's not having to just, drag the team every time he's on the floor. But should be interesting to see where Golden State does go with this. But do you think it is possible that Wiggins and Wiseman are still shopped as the commissioner comes to the stage?
Yeah, I do. I think that they're going to continue to see if they can be able to see what the market is for them. But I don't think there's going to be a fruitful market enough for them to actually pull the trigger.
It's Kuminga. Wow. It's Kuminga.
Kuminga.
All righty. Welcome to Dub Nation.
So here's my thinking with that, right? It's just like when they drafted Wiseman. When you have a team like this that's pretty much, they're built with veterans. They know exactly how to win. They know what to do. They know their roles. They understand how they can be able to be effective and get to the playoffs. You can wait on these young guys. You can have them develop at their own pace. There's no pressure going to Golden State. Jonathan Kuminga can be able to develop, and there's no, I'm talking about, there's zero pressure on this kid. This is the perfect situation for him, as well as James Wiseman, because once they develop and they're ready, you'll know because they'll be playing.
So this is so interesting because I was going to say, if Golden State were to go with Davion Mitchell or James Bouknight and they allowed Orlando to get Jonathan Kuminga and Jalen Suggs,
wow,
I would have had them, like, it wouldn't have mattered what else happened. They win.
Right.
But here's the thing. Golden State, I think they should have taken Bouknight just for fit purposes. But to be honest with you, Jonathan Kuminga is the number 5 player on my board. He was the best overall player available. So what you're getting from him, supreme athleticism. This kid can fly through the building. His pro comparison for me is Pascal Siakam, but I think he's a little bit more athletic than Siakam is.
Yes.
That sort of path to offensive, offensive, what's the word I'm looking for? To his offensive capabilities is going to be similar to what Siakam went through. Okay. He's going to be able to finish at the rim. He easily plays above the rim. He's going to be a very good defender, I think, for a very long time. He didn't shoot well from 3 last year. That's still going to be developed. But what you're getting with Kuminga is you're going to be getting depth right now, and I think you're going to be getting a star later. Jonathan Kuminga is a really good player. Golden State, they have a great development staff. They are going to do wonders with Jonathan Kuminga if they really focus on him. 6'8", 220. He's an athletic freak. The possibilities are endless for him.
No, I agree with you. I love the kid. I think it's a good selection if you're not going to trade it. And look, Golden State does have a lot of young players in their team. You obviously mentioned Wiseman, Kuminga. You've got guys like Jordan Poole, Juan Toscano-Anderson. So, this is a team that, when they, assuming they do use the 14th overall pick, listen, once Steph, Klay, Draymond are out of their primes and, eventually moved on from or they retire, you could possibly have a core to, once they've continued the dynasty, I'm not going to put, that kind of expectation on them, but to continue to stay relevant, to stay in the NBA playoff picture. I agree with you. I like the pick. Now, Orlando is back on the board, the 8th overall pick in the draft. They got about 2.5 minutes to make their selection. Do you think it is James Bouknight here, Barry?
No. I don't like Bouknight for the Magic. I think they're going a little too guard heavy, in my opinion. But maybe that's what they want to do. Maybe they want to have an abundance of guards. So I don't personally like the fit, but if he goes there, I think that they'll be able to make it work. Like I said before, if you're going to draft these young guys, you're going to have to come up with a plan to make sure that they're getting enough adequate minutes, and you're going to see who's who and who's not, and who goes to the G League and who gets traded. So, it's about finding out who's the natural fit, who's going to be able to ascend on that starting lineup, who's going to be your guy, who's going to be a role guy, who's going to be your second option, and so forth and so forth. So, you know, if he goes there, he's going to have to prove himself, but there's a lot of competition at that position.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I agree. Listen, I don't think James Bouknight would be too terrible, because having another score is not the end of the world. I think he can live with a lot of scoring, and James Bouknight certainly does that very, very well. Do not be surprised if I'm making a prediction right here. Zaire Williams.
Yo,
Franz Wagner.
You are such
Wagner.
a fan of that kid, man. Such a fan of that kid.
No, hey, Barry, that was what I've heard. I've heard the Magic love Zaire Williams, and they were thinking about him at 8. But okay, Franz Wagner at number 8.
Obviously, Mo Wagner's brother out of Michigan. You get a forward, you get a good fit there in my view. Barry, your thoughts on this selection, on them getting Suggs at 5 and Wagner at 8?
I think Franz Wagner is a really good pickup. You know, the kid can play defense. He can hit 3. He's tougher than a lot of people think he is. Like, you know, they kind of look at him and say that, okay, he's just a shooter. He's more than just a shooter. He can be able to put it on the floor. He can put pressure on your defense. He can shoot. He can defend a little bit. That guy is a perfect fit. And just like I was saying, didn't want them to go guard. They go forward. I like that better. I like that fit better. I like this guy because he can be able, if he develops in a way that they want to, hell, you can play him at 3 positions. So, you know, we'll see exactly what happens, but I love the fit, love Franz Wagner. So I definitely like it. Definitely like it.
Yeah, you get a guy who's obviously a very good defensive player, a guy who can knock down the. Orlando is a very young team. You know, you look at Suggs, Wagner. You've also got obviously what's his name? Mo Bamba. So, you know, you got a crazy young team.
If it's one thing I was telling Mike yesterday, Bryson, they're nothing but arms and legs over there. It's just arms and legs and defense. They're gonna be good in the next few years, and not, you know, you gotta give them time, 3 years or so, but they have some talent here that if they put things together the right way, man, you know, they can really have something special in Orlando.
100%. Now, Sacramento, now the 9th overall pick, they are on the clock.
Siberia, who do they take?
Well, we're talking about the same team that in a pretty loaded 2018 draft took Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic and Trae
that experiment failed mightily, didn't it?
Miserably. So, where do you think they go here? Obviously, you know, you do have the backcourt. How much longer is Buddy Hield going to be there? De'Aaron Fox is as talented a young guard as there is in the league. Mike, where do you think they go?
This is really interesting. I think they were looking at Franz Wagner. I think they valued the all-around skill set, the 6'9" size, great defense, good shooter. I think they valued that, and they needed a small forward. My guess would be James Bouknight. My guess would be Bouknight here. Just again, and I feel like we're gonna keep guessing until he gets picked.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you, Mike. If Bouknight doesn't get drafted here, does he drop?
It's tough to say. It depends what you mean by drop. Could he mean
like, does he drop towards like the mid-round drop?
I think it's possible, but I don't really think it's plausible. I really don't. Okay. I mean, James Bouknight's a top 8 player on my board. I think he's a legit player.
No, I agree. It's just that sometimes it's more about fit for a lot of teams, because we're going into the situation now where you're going to see teams go with fit. Like, if the talent is there, if there's the most talented guy on the board, obviously they'll possibly go that direction. But now we're starting to go with fit. Is this person going to fit on this particular roster, talent or not? You know what I mean? It's about fit.
It is. It's interesting. It's interesting. I think if the Lakers traded for Buddy Hield, then I think definitely James Bouknight here.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Now that they still have Buddy Hield, I'm not sure.
I still believe that Buddy Hield will be traded. So they should go shooting guard anyway, because he wants out of Sacramento.
Well, if they're going to go shooting guard, then go Bouknight. Go Bouknight. He's the guy to go with.
We got a good young trio with obviously De'Aaron Fox, if they were to go with Bouknight, and Tyrese Halliburton, who I thought had an excellent season last year before his unfortunate injury towards the end of the season. I'm thinking of a guy like Corey Kispert. You know, do they go with a forward? Do they plug him into the lineup?
Wouldn't be a bad pick.
It would not be a bad pick at all. John Rivera says they're going to draft the guy from Turkey, the center. What do you think? Do you think, obviously, that they have Whiteside, who I believe is a free agent, as well as they got another guy off the bench,
Rashawn Holmes, whose
Rashawn Holmes
contract is coming up. But
yeah, he's a free agent, I believe.
Okay.
Alperen Sengun. So here's the thing. Alperen Sengun, the center from Turkey, I have him as the number 23 player on my board. It wouldn't surprise me if he went lottery. I'm not sure if Sacramento expected both Josh Giddey and Franz Wagner to both be off the board. I think they were expecting at least one of those guys to still be there. So I think they might be scrambling a little bit. Book Knight would be my pick. If I were the Kings, I would take Book Knight, take the solidified score.
100% agree with you. I think you go with the best player on the board, I believe, who is James Book Knight. I'm kind of surprised he slipped this far into the draft. Yeah, I agree with you. I think when you look at fit, when you look at a young team of Sacramento, NBA Siberia, they are looking to try and move Buddy Hield. I don't think he'll be a Laker because they don't have the assets to go get him.
Must you say that? Must you say that?
Well, they don't. I mean, they just
must you say that?
I mean, I thought they'd be the only team dumb enough to take Kyle Kuzma. But so we'll see. Adam Silver is making his way to the podium.
With the 9th pick in the 2021 NBA draft, the Sacramento Kings select
Davion Mitchell is going to Sacramento. Okay.
They go with the Bulldog. I like it.
Where do they play him? That's the interesting thing, right? Because they just gave De'Aaron Fox a ridiculously large contract, and Davion Mitchell is, as much as I love him, he's best player available for me, but he's a 6'2" pure point guard. I don't see him as a combo guard. I don't know if he could play off ball as well. I don't know. Great shooter, great defense, great two-way player. Reminds me a lot of Kemba Walker, but the size, if they want to play him at two guard, the size bothers me a little bit.
Well, here's the thing, Mike, is that it's Sacramento. Do you think that they actually have a plan? They're NBA Siberia for a reason. They don't. None of their particular players fit together. If they're gonna if they trade Buddy Hield, right, and they just offload him just to clear up salary, they still have Tyrese Halliburton there that they're gonna play at the two guard. So where does Davion Mitchell play?
That's why I thought they could possibly go with Kispert, because they already have the two guards there.
But then again, you still have Harrison Barnes there.
Yeah,
you still have Marvin Bagley. The pieces just don't fit together. So
doesn't make any sense.
We'll see what happens. I don't know what Luke Walton is going to do. I'm sure Luke Walton is pulling his hair out right now because he's like, what are you giving me? What are you giving me for me to work with here? Davion Mitchell is a great young player, bulldog, great defender, but I'm trying to find out how he gets minutes here.
Yeah, I'm curious.
I don't see that.
Fox and Halliburton, and now you add Mitchell to the mix. I just don't know. You're right. I don't know where the minutes come from. But again, if what you're looking at here is BPA, we'll figure it out later.
Right.
And because again, Davion Mitchell to me he's the 7th overall player on my board. He was the best player available for me.
Absolutely.
And as far as perimeter defense is concerned, he's outstanding. As far as 3-point shooting is concerned, he shot 44% from 3 this year. So he is without a doubt a top flight player in this draft. I wonder about the fit. They have a logjam at point guard because again, I didn't agree with playing Tyrese Halliburton off ball either.
I agree,
but he's more of an on ball guard. But he excelled last year. He played great. Listen, maybe we're wrong about this. Maybe they have a plan for Davion Mitchell here, and he'll thrive in it also. I have no idea. Great player.
Kings and plan, they don't fit in the same sense.
But hey, Barry, listen, I'm just saying it worked out last year.
I agree with you. I hear you, man. I definitely hear you.
You know, like you said, I think when you look at Davion Mitchell's perimeter defense, he's as good as they come in the draft. I mean, he's got active hands.
The last guard that I saw with those active hands and that aggressiveness in regards to knowing how to cut people off and really stay in front of their man, Avery Bradley. He's just a better offensive player than what Avery Bradley was coming out of Texas.
Yeah.
Right. No, I agree. It's you know, they're obviously they're different players that I'm going to compare this team to, but it's very similar to what the Charlotte Hornets have with 3 guards there with LaMelo. You've got obviously Terry Rozier and the other kid. I'm trying to remember
Devontae Graham and
Devontae Graham
here and
So,
and
you
LaMelo
know,
Ball.
Now, listen, this pick, I think, is going to look better once we kind of get to what Sacramento's offseason plans are going to be.
Yeah.
Like, if they start offloading guys, if Harrison Barnes gets traded, if Buddy Hield gets traded, if they end up moving on from Marvin Bagley, now you get a clearer picture in regards to what that team looks like. So right now they do have a log jam, but I think that they're going to be able to clear that out come free agent time.
We'll see. They are a team without a plan, so you know it's just really interesting. Now the team on the clock, no longer on the clock. The pick is in. The Memphis Grizzlies, a team I really like going into the future. Adam Silver's announcing the pick.
Do they go book night here, Mike?
Zaire Williams.
Zaire Williams. He's going to Memphis. So I am.
Wow.
I am shocked. I really am. I am shocked that he went this high. But here's the best part about this. As soon as I write this down, I'm keeping track here. Zaire Williams was the number 11 player on my board. This is not a reach.
No,
it's not a reach. I am in love with this kid's talent, guys. I really am. I think he's a legitimate potential star player. Extremely high upside. He had a down season at Stanford last year, but I think what you're seeing from NBA scouts now is they're looking past that. Memphis is a really well-run organization.
They are.
They've gotten a lot of things right. John Morant, Dylan Brooks, Jaren Jackson, they've gotten a lot of picks right. And really what they're going for here is great size at 6'8". He's got a high arcing jump shot that I think is going to become really, really efficient. Strong body. I understand he's thin framed, but I think he's going to fill out incredibly nicely. He's a great rebounder. You could play him, I think, at 3 different positions. He is not, I don't think he's super ready to play yet, but what you're getting here, and again, if you're watching the feed right now, you see the athleticism and the shot creation ability that you're getting from Zaire Williams. This is a really, really good pick for me. Reminds me a lot of Chris Middleton. I think he's going to be that sort of a player. So this is, again, you lose out on Josh Giddey. He was going to be your guy. Zaire Williams, I think, is not a bad consolation prize. He's putting on the Pelicans hat now, but this is going to be going to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Right. I think we may have just lost Barry. We'll see if hopefully we can get it back in pretty soon. I'm not real sure. I think he's gone to more in the Lakers.
NBA Siberia.
The NBA Siberia, exactly. No, I agree with you. When you look at Memphis right now, they're a team. I've went out on a limb after this season. I think they're my sleeper pick to be a 4 seed in the Western Conference playoffs next year. Because because when you look at how John Morant has developed, look at this season. Jaren Jackson was almost out the entire season. And so, last year probably should have been the 8 seed in the playoffs. Obviously, Portland caught up to them in the bubble because Jaren Jackson got hurt. When you look at how John Morant has developed, you got just a dog in Dylan Brooks and how great of a perimeter defender he is. So now you add Zaire Williams to the mix. Great, great young player. Pretty athletic guy, like you said, to Chris Middleton. I think it's a perfect fit in Memphis. I think Taylor Jenkins is an excellent coach. You look at how they develop the young players there. Really like this pick.
Yeah, I'm big into it. Like I said, I think Zaire Williams, as far as upside, has one of the best in the entire draft. And I think the skill set, you'll see it rather early. You're just not going to see the development, right? It's going to take him a year or two to really come into his body. It's going to take him a year or two to really develop his skill set. But I can just imagine, Ja Morant, Zaire Williams. I mean, make no mistake about it, okay? There were a lot of mock drafts that had him going in the 20s. I'm telling you, this is a top 15 player in the draft. This is not a reach. Like I said, I had him as the number 11 player on my board. Super, super upside. I am big time in to Zaire Williams.
He's a guy I thought could possibly go to the next team that's on the board, the Charlotte Hornets. I thought he'd have been a perfect fit there, and the young core that they've got there as well. But with Memphis, it's beautiful fit, as you said. So Charlotte now, obviously they don't need a guard. Where do you think they go? Because when I look at the best available, Book Knight's still out there, but they don't really need him. He doesn't really fit what they're trying to build. Do you think they go possibly with Kispert?
I don't think Kispert would be the move here. If I were the GM of the Charlotte Hornets, I would take Kai Jones. I would take a big man here, go super upside with the big. I wouldn't go for the wing because, again, if you're going for wing, you're going for depth, right? I agree with you. Getting Book Knight, if you're choosing between Book Knight and Kispert, you might as well take Book Knight, right? Book Knight's a better scorer. He's just a better player than Corey Kispert is at this point. And they're very similar. They're both score first kind of basketball players that have a bevy of other things that they can do. Kai Jones is a rim protector, incredibly high upside, block shots like crazy, can rim run, can handle the ball, can shoot the ball on the outside. You're getting a lot with Kai Jones here. If I were Charlotte, that's the direction I would go. He's the number 9 player on my board. So again, if I were Charlotte, that's the way that I would go. But I'm clueless. This is, again, one of those picks. Charlotte has one of those picks at 11 where I didn't hear anything through the grapevine. I have no idea what they're thinking. I have no idea where they would want to go here.
They've done a good job keeping it behind closed doors. And, I think they've been looking for a good young big man for quite a long time now, dating back to the days of the failed
Cody
experiment.
Zeller and
Cody Zeller, Kwame Brown, if we're going way back. I'm really interested to see where Charlotte goes. I think Barry is back. What the heck happened there?
I don't know, man. This Wi-Fi stuff, man. So
I understand. Yeah, I've had my issues on this end as well. Do you think who do you think Charlotte goes with? They've got about 10 seconds to make their selection.
I think that they should go with Kispert.
I agree with you.
Really?
Yeah.
I think he's a good fit because when you look at obviously LaMelo, you've got Bridges there as well. Do they go ahead and get the forward? I think they do. I think he's a good fit there. According to ESPN,
they have enough playmakers on that team. I think they need guys that can just be able to stretch the floor and hit threes.
I agree. 100%. Charlotte again. They've in Michael Jordan era, they have not been a good drafting team, at least until last year, and obviously years back. So, the greatest of all time player has not exactly been the greatest of all time at evaluating talent. So we'll see. Charlotte in the past decade has made some questionable picks, and so I'm really interested to see where they go here for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, like I said, man, I think it's all about fit for a lot of these teams. But Mike, what are we seeing here? I think Jalen Johnson may slip, man.
I don't think it's a question that Jalen Johnson slips. I think there's no question that happens. But I am curious to see where they go here. Like I was telling Bryson before, I have no idea where Charlotte is even thinking of going. I've heard nothing about them.
Right.
So I have no idea what Charlotte's thinking.
It's one thing about Mitch Kupchak is that he doesn't leak and he doesn't tamper at all. So you're not going to really hear a lot of stuff when he's operating the ship.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna kind of wait and see. But like I said, I think it's all about fit here. Book Knight, obviously, yes, you can definitely go there. Keon Johnson, he's an athletic freak, but I don't think that's a good fit on that team. I like Corey Kispert here. I really do. I think he's a character guy.
They went with Book Knight.
Okay.
They did. Okay. That's an interesting pick considering who they drafted last year and the guard heavy team that they have.
Well, that kind of tells me that they have plans in regards to, because I've heard talks that Rozier may be on the move. So,
right.
if they move Rozier, then you can go ahead and plug in Book Knight. So, not a bad trade. Not a bad draft.
John makes a good point. They got a great trade bait with Scary Terry, as you mentioned. So that's a good, definitely a good trade asset to have. How he can score the basketball at his size. Mike, your thoughts on this pick? Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised too. But to be honest with you, James Bouknight was the best player left on my board, so I'm not going to knock it too hard. Listen, it's scoring, right? James Bouknight's a scorer. Like I said, reminds me a lot of Jamal Murray. He's an elite scorer for his position. He finds crafty ways to finish at the rim. He's a very good shooter, great rebounder for his size. James Bouknight's got a lot of has a lot of pluses here. He just finds ways to score the basketball. Listen, he plays hard defensively. He is not elite in that category. I'm not sure he's I'm not sure he's going to be a two-way player, but as a spark scorer, he could absolutely do that. He's got starter level talent. I think he might, he maybe an all-star game or two or something like that. But James Bouknight, look, you're going BPA. The Hornets like to do that. They like to take the best player on the board and figure out the fit later. And by doing that, they've done a pretty decent job at acquiring talent. Miles Bridges, PJ Washington, guys like that. So I'm not going to knock it here. They're getting a really good scorer. Not a bad pick here for Charlotte.
I'd agree with that. I think the reason it surprised me so much is because they've got a pretty good level of scores, good amount of scores on their team. I don't know if they necessarily needed another, but if they feel if they want to go offense heavy, then that this is definitely your guy to pick. So on clock now is one of the most interesting teams over the last 25 years. That'd be the San Antonio Spurs. Yeah. They've got the 12th pick. They have missed the playoffs 2 straight years, which is insane considering they made it, I think, 20 years in a row, dating back all the way to 1998, if I'm not mistaken. So where do you think they go here? They got some talented guards. We think DeMar DeRozan is pretty much gone and he's on the move. So Barry, where do you think San Antonio goes with this pick?
Oh man, they can go in so many different directions. Honestly, you really have to look at what they're looking at. I mean, they got DeJounte Murray. They don't have to go point guard.
No,
they have some decent wing guys, but are they great? No.
Lonnie Walker.
Yeah, it's just right. Honestly, give me Kai Jones here.
Okay,
give me Kai Jones.
That.
I think Kai Jones would be a very good fit here in San Antonio. Honestly, in my opinion,
I agree with you. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't disagree. Kai Jones, I think, would be a great fit. San Antonio has one of the more in-depth international scouting departments in the NBA.
Yes.
So it would not be surprising if they took the Turkish center Alperen Sengun here. Depends on how highly they think of him. So wouldn't surprise me if they went international, but Kai Jones, if we're talking about local guys, Kai Jones would not be a bad fit. I would really try to avoid going with a wing player. It would either be Kai Jones, Alperen Sengun. Maybe they'd go with somebody like Usman Garuba, go ultra defense. Right. But to me, it is either going to be Alperen Sengun, who I'm predicting the pick will be. It'll be the Turkish center, or it'll be Kai Jones out of Texas. Kai Jones was the number 9 player on my board. Alperen Sengun is 23rd. So, it depends on where they want to go here. So it's interesting. We'll see.
No, you're right. And you make a good point. San Antonio's international scouting department is far and away anybody's in the NBA. Look at the guys that they've taken over the past 2 decades. It's top notch. You look at, obviously the notable Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili. You look at Andy Mills, for example. So there is a lot of different directions they go. They haven't been able to find that big man since Tim Duncan retired. So I'm really interested to see what they do with this pick. They have about a minute. Do you think it is possible that they go with the Jalen Johnson out there? I don't know if he fell with Pop, but I don't know. It's a possibility. I'm the Duke fan.
It's about trust, and Greg Popovich is a hard coach to play for. He has to trust you. You have to be responsible. You have to answer the call when he wants you to, when he calls your name. I don't know if Jalen Johnson is ready for this type of discipline, but maybe that's what he needs. Maybe that's what he needs to kind of wake him up. So, is it a natural fit? No. But is it a fit that maybe he needs in regards to maturity? Possibly.
That's what I'm really, looking at with him, because I mean, the guy had freaking Coach K at Duke, and it doesn't get much better than that. And he didn't want to play there because he wasn't getting enough playing time. If you're not getting playing time at Duke, that's on you. That's on nobody else. No excuses. Apparently, the pick is in. I'm really looking. When I'm looking at this right here, I think they go Joshua Primo out of Alabama. That's where I think right now. What do you?
A little bit of
that'd be a little steep. Josh Primo is the 32nd.
Yeah, a little bit of a reach. Definitely a bit of a reach.
I don't know. I just got a feeling. I think it's going to happen.
Listen, Josh Primo got a first-round promise. Maybe it's here.
He was really good last year at Alabama. No question about it. He's got the talent. I believe. Looks like the commissioner's coming out pretty soon. The pick is in. It's run out. I'm just holding on for dear life with the Golden State pick 2 picks from now. But let's see. He is coming right now, it looks like. Okay, so I think some quick predictions from you two. What do you think?
I'm going to go Alperen Sengun.
Okay, I think it's possible.
I'm going Kai Jones.
Okay, so you both think big man.
Yeah.
All right.
With the 12th pick in the 2021 NBA draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Joshua Primo.
Called it.
Wow.
Called it.
Did you see a Woj leak?
Called it. I called it. I think he's a good fit at Alabama. I liked him a lot last year. He did. Could shoot the 3. He's a fairly solid defensive player. I think he fits well in San Antonio. They obviously have DeJounte Murray there. So do they possibly move him? Both guys have pretty different games. But your thoughts on the pick? I'll start with you, Mike.
Yeah, Josh Primo. Here's the thing with him. He is incredibly raw as a player. So he's the youngest player in the entire draft. His numbers do not jump off the page from what he did at Alabama last year, but he has a very well-rounded game, really good scorer. Again, even though his numbers really didn't show it, shoots well from beyond the three-point line. He slips past defenders, good athlete, finds creative ways to move the ball while in the air. I mean, he's a really good player. He reminds me a lot of Wesley Matthews when Wesley Matthews was younger. Listen, the only thing is that I'm interested with the fit because he isn't much of a playmaker. Josh Primo is not really a ball mover. He's not really a primary, secondary ball handler. So he spends most of his time on the court playing off ball. So if the Spurs just feel like, listen, we're feeding him the ball and we're going to let him score, then that's going to end up being their plan. But he will not be your future point guard. He's not going to be a ball handler. He is going to be a scoring guard with some defensive upside, I think. He's a good player. I'm surprised by the pick because I didn't expect him to go this early. But Josh Primo, like I said, 32nd player on my board is a bit of a reach for me. But it depends on how they value him. And Josh Primo did get a first-round promise. So this is where he lands.
Do you think it's well in Popovich's system, Barry?
I think he can definitely fit in the system. I just don't understand what's going to happen with the other guys. Like you got Devin White, you got I just need to see how they're going to be able to put that together. I mean, I know that Popovich loves his guards. He loves he loves guys that can be able to do different things. He loves defensive guards. He loves guys that can be lead guards. So he likes to stash those guys and likes to stack them up. So, is it going to work? I don't know. Is he going to be a good player in the NBA? Yes, definitely. 100%.
I agree with you. I think he's a good fit there. The things with San Antonio is I feel like they're in a rebuild, but they just don't know. I feel like they're a little bit of, maybe a little bit of denial in that organization considering the heights that they've reached for so long. But the glory days of Tony, they need to focus on a rebuild. They've obviously got a great front office. I don't know how much longer Pop's going to be there, so that's the year. In the future, hopefully Becky finally gets the job that he very much has earned and deserves. She's very well respected players. Right. The Indiana Pacers are on the clock with the 13th pick, as I have a comment here from Karen Glenn. Chris Duarte for Indiana. Do you think? Here's the thing: Indiana doesn't have a lot of good guard play. I mean, obviously you got Miles Turner, so they've got a good three. So what do you think? For this pick, Mike?
They certainly could go guard. It wouldn't surprise me if Chris Duarte ended up here. He's been flying up boards. And I think if he doesn't go here, he likely goes to your Warriors with the next pick. So I'm interested to see what they do here. I had Corey Kispert here in my mock. Just another shooter. You can play him at the 2 or the 3 if you really wanted to. So I'm interested to see where they go here, but I would go shooting. That's what I would do.
They're in desperate need. What are your thoughts on the Pacers' next upcoming pick?
I would agree. I think they need shooting. The fact that they have guys like Karis LeVert, he's not really a great shooter on the outside. He can create. You need shooting. You definitely need shooting. So, I like Chris Duarte here. He's an older player, but you know exactly what you're getting out of him. He's a shooter. He's going to light it up. And if you have playmakers around him, he's the perfect guy to be able to spot up and hit that 3 ball. So I
agree. No, I agree. Look at the Pacers. They're not a good 3-point shooting team at all. I think he's a perfect fit there. So, we'll see. This is the pick is in right here. I'm really interested to see what Indiana does because I think, and this isn't hindsight. I said it a year ago when it happened. I thought firing Nate McMillan was a colossal mistake. That they obviously tried. I try to remember the guy's name. Borgen. How do you say?
Nate
Bjorgen. Yeah, tell you, man, these names
say his name, and now he's out of town, so nobody cares.
No, nobody cares. No, nobody's. I don't think he's getting a head coach job anytime soon, considering how a lot of things played out with the Pacers this past season. I'm interested to see what happens with Malcolm Brogdon. Does he? I believe he's a free agent, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so I doubt he stays there. It looks like the commissioner is coming to the podium to announce the pick for the Indiana Pacers. So let's see. Duarte, I'll keep this comment up. Duarte here for Indiana. There you go. This comment was correct. Chris Duarte to Indiana. All right. So there you go. You get a shooter. You get a guy that can space the floor. I'll start with you, Barry. Your thoughts on this pick?
So it's a prime pick. I mean, is that like I said, at this stage of the draft, it's about need. Pacers need shooting. They need a guy that could be able to stretch the defense. They need a guy that can spot up and hit threes. They have guys that can be able to create. They have guys that can break down their man, but they need guys to be able to finish those passes off. Chris Duarte is that guy. You know what I'm saying? When the defense breaks down, when the defense gets sucked in, you can be able to kick it out to the corner, kick it out to the far wing. Chris Duarte is your guy. So it makes sense in regards to spacing. It makes sense in regards to how you want to play in this modern style of NBA. You need a lot of guys that can be able to stretch the floor. Is he a great defender? No. That's not what you're putting him in for. You're putting him in to hit threes and shoot threes, and that's it.
That's it. I mean, he plays a role. Do you think he's a good fit in Indiana, Mike?
Yeah, I think it's great. Look, Chris Duarte I had him as the 20th overall player on my board, but to be honest with you, he's been flying up boards like crazy. And I was almost certain that he was going to go lottery. People love his leadership. I think the only thing that people don't like about him is that they don't really love his upside because he's 24 years old and he's the oldest player in the draft. But he's an outstanding shooter. He's an immediate impact guy, great in catch and shoot situations, can put the ball on the deck a little bit and shoot. I actually think he's a pretty plus defender. I think he's got two-way potential there. He's known as one of the better two-way players in the entire draft. The only thing about him is that he isn't much of a playmaker. He's not a great passer. He's not a great ball mover. But listen, what you're getting him for is you're getting him for shooting. You're getting him for two-way ability. And you want to get him the ball and you want to get him to shoot. And that's really what you want here. They love his leadership. They love all those things. It's a good fit here for Indiana. Like I said, they needed shooters. And this is exactly what they're getting.
And the one thing also too that we don't really talk about much that we should talk about is that he's a high character guy as well.
Yes, he is.
That's very important.
Yeah, good rebounder, solid player. Really solid player.
We lost Bryson.
Yeah, but we're still in here. I wonder why that is.
I'm
surprised
I'm right here with everybody. Hold on.
Goes on without the host.
Here he is.
So I'm here. Let's...
Your internet was cutting out a little bit towards the
end.
Here.
That was bad.
Now,
Here we go.
Now you're back fully. Welcome back because I haven't. You weren't there for a while.
Yeah, wait, he's not moving. Hang on.
Hold on.
Yeah,
hold
he's
on.
Skippy right now.
I'm Skippy. Here's the Wi-Fi again. Oh boy! Right when the Warriors are there, 14th overall. That's just timing, right? Where do you think Golden State goes? Because obviously, I don't think they're trading the pick. Insurance for Thompson, as you suggested earlier. Like Guido, do they go with Keon, my man out of Tennessee?
No, I don't. I think that if they were going to go in a depth, I think if they were going to go in a depth direction, I think somebody like Trey Murphy makes a little bit more sense. I've heard his name thrown around quite a bit. Somebody like Moses Moody, I think, would fit perfectly here. Listen, the best player available on my board still is Kai Jones, but from a depth perspective, and to be honest with you, I actually don't even think that Cam Thomas would be a terrible fit here either, because you need scoring. You need guys that can back up Klay Thompson. You need depth at the guard position. So guys like Cam Thomas, you might even be able to see Corey Kispert here. Shooting good basketball players. That's really what you're looking for here with Golden State. Moses Moody, Trey Murphy. It's going to be of those
scoring guards
collection of guys. Right. The thing about Keon Johnson is Keon Johnson's a great defender and a great athlete, but he can't shoot.
Right.
So
he's not.
I'm not sure that's the direction they go in. I'm expecting Moses Moody of that, like I've said before, Trey Murphy, Moses Moody among that group.
I agree with you. What do you think, Barry?
Yeah, I'm with Mike on that, man. I think if you're gonna go with my number one choice for Golden State, obviously would be it's between Kispert and it's between Trey Murphy. I think Trey Murphy for the Golden State Warriors would be a home run here. I love the kid. I love the kid's talent. I love his upside. So I think either Corey Kispert or Trey Murphy here would be good.
It is Moses Moody to the Golden State Warriors out of Arkansas. Like this pick a lot.
Nice.
I do too.
Like this pick a lot. Get depth off the bench. Good scoring guard. They've got their young core now. There's no question about it. You've got your center, you've got your forward, you've got your guard. I like the direction Golden State went in the lottery in this draft a lot. Your thoughts on Moses Moody to Golden State, Mike?
It's big time. As I'm trying to pull the page up here, but Moses Moody is a prototypical 3-and-D guard. So he is going to play hard defense. He has elite catch and shoot ability. Okay. I want people to understand this. He is one of the top catch and shoot shooters in the entire, in college basketball. He's great at shooting off of screens. Pretty much what you'd have to, right? If you were going to put a 2K build on him, right? He's a two-way sharpshooter. That's the way that I would describe him. Really solid rebounder for his size, moves his feet incredibly well on defense, gives you some versatility. I like the defensive versatility that he gives you. Again, not much of a ball handler. He is a pure 3-and-D guard that fits, I think, perfectly with what Golden State wants to do. He is a dream for the modern NBA. Doesn't surprise me here that he went lottery. Moses Moody was my number 12 overall player. So home run draft so far for Golden State. They get my number 5 player and they get my number 12 player. Very, very impressive. And again, this is why they're a well-run organization that does these things well. Moses Moody just adds to a group of talent. I think he goes in day one and he starts playing. He's NBA ready, this kid.
As corny as it sounds, I think he's Like you said, he's NBA ready. He just plays the game the right way that will work at the pro level. Your thoughts on this pick, Mr. Grant?
7'1" wingspan.
Mm.
Enough said.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
when
got
you
length.
got a 7'1" wingspan as a defender, you are going to cause havoc. You're going to be able to do a lot of things on the defensive end. The Golden State has always been a defensive team over the years. He's going to fit seamlessly on this team. Like I said, I like Corey Kispert or Trey Murphy for Golden State, but this is great insurance for Klay Thompson. Like Mike was saying, you need a guy that you can be able to rely on, and this is a kid that you can be able to rely on from day one. So this is somebody that they could be able to plug into their starting line, or not even the starting line, but the rotation.
Yeah,
he's going to be a good rotational player, and when you need him to step up, he does have the ability to do so because he's not scared of the bright lights.
I'm really interested to see, too, what Golden State does in regards to their bench because, look, we all know what the starting lineup is going to be at this point. But when you look at guys like I mentioned earlier, Pascal, Toscano Anderson, Poole, Looney, do they move those guys or do they want to just go ahead and have a deep bench right off the bat here?
Nah, you go with the deep bench and let those kids figure it out, man. You competition breeds greatness. So let them compete. Let them see who can be able to earn those minutes and earn the coach's trust and go from there.
I agree. So there you go. There's two dudes who are going to be fitted for a ring in about 13 months or so. I'm calling it right now, man.
They've done. Listen, I'll tell you what. You're a Warrior fan. They've done very well tonight so far. Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody are really solid.
Listen, if you were worried about the future, you don't have to be worried about the future anymore.
Agreed. They're actually on ESPN right now doing a in memoriam for Terrence Clark, who we all knew passed away in a car accident a few months back. I believe they're going to make him horrible.
He was definitely going to be a bona fide
Terrence Clark. Guy. Terrence Clark would have been a lock for a top 10 pick in this draft if he were with us.
He was talented, man.
Agreed.
Very talented kid.
Now, I respect the NBA for this move. I heard what Coach Calipari said today about just thoughts with his family, and this is obviously got to be really tough for them. So again, respect to the NBA for doing this. I think they did something not for a player that passed away, but I believe they did this for a player a few years back who he might have had some kind of disability that heart condition.
Yeah, they did it with Isaiah Austin.
Yes,
a number of years ago. Who again would have been another player who was a bona fide top 10 pick if his health wasn't an issue. But they've done this before. This is really nice. I'm glad that they're making him a part of the NBA family tonight. He would have been Barry. You and I agree. You and I both loved Terrence Clark's game. Yeah. We were big fans of his.
Yeah, man. I was crushed, heartbroken that night when I saw the news come down because, just a utter talented guy. You know what I mean? Like he had the world ahead of him. You know what I mean? Like he had NBA talent. He was ready for the NBA, and we don't know how long we're gonna be here. You know what I mean? And you just gotta try to live life as best you can, man. And that kid lived his life. His life was taken abruptly, but he left his mark on a lot of people. And obviously, you're looking at it right now. His
mother
is being felt by millions of people watching this around the world right now. So, his mother. Thoughts and prayers go out to her and the Clark family. But
what kind of hats are those that they're
NBA
regular
NBA hats?
Yes, that's very cool.
No doubt about it.
They've improved their snapbacks.
Yeah, for sure. But he was definitely going to be a heck of a player coming out of Kentucky. He is actually signed with LeBron's agency, Clutch Sports, days before his passing. So again, thoughts and prayers go out to Kevin Clark's family, but they're Terrence Clark's family, excuse me. So now to the Washington Wizards. We have now completed the draft lottery. The pick is in. Who do you think they go with? Russell Westbrook is gone. Apparently they want to try and build around Bradley Beal. I don't know how on earth they do that, but if it's through the draft, it doesn't make a ton of sense to me because listen, he is a, what is he, 31 years old? So, his prime isn't gonna be lasting that much longer. And by the time, some of the guys they've got do develop, he's not the same 30-point per game scorer anymore. Where do you think the Wizards go with this pick, Mike?
If I was making a prediction, I'd say Trey Murphy. I've heard a lot of Trey Murphy around this spot. So I'm going to say, I'm going to guess Trey Murphy, but if they wanted to go with somebody like Corey Kispert or something like that, get yourself a wing scorer, get yourself a wing shooter, because you have the playmaker in Denny Avdia, right, who you drafted last year. I would take a shooter, a scorer that can play next to Bradley Beal, somebody of the Corey Kispert, Trey Murphy, that sort of ilk.
I agree with you. You add a forward, you got a scorer. Where do you think they go with this pick for a team that is pretty much, we assume, out of the playoff picture out east, Barry?
I would go with, obviously we're going to keep saying these names until they get picked. Kispert, Trey Murphy. But honestly, I would not be surprised if Sharif Cooper moves up the list.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised if Sharif Cooper gets picked right here because they need a point guard. They need a real lead guard.
Yeah.
That kid is a lead guard. He's
Certainly
not a great shooter, but man, is he a great passer. And
yeah, but I think the shooting's coming.
Basketball.
And like you said, Sharif Cooper can play.
Yeah, he can be able to develop that shot later, but he knows how to score. He knows how to find his teammates. He understands basketball. He's a very, very high IQ guy on the court.
Yes.
The floor type of guy. I would not be surprised if they go Sharif Cooper here.
Wouldn't surprise me either.
No. Actually, we have Washington's pick is in. We actually have a trade right now. Oklahoma City is trading their 16th pick. We do not know to whom that is going to, but Oklahoma City looks like they're going to acquire even more draft picks. Eventually to, I don't know, 10, 15 years from now, draft Deuce Tatum to their team. add some good youth. Obviously, his dad is a heck of a player in the league, so we'll see. But Oklahoma City is trading the 16th pick. Get you the latest on that, and what happens beyond that point. But I agree. I think Kispert's a good fit in Washington. I'm a little bit surprised he wasn't a lottery pick considering his ability to score the basketball.
Me too.
But what does Washington need? And they've needed this for a long time. They need defensive stoppers because defensively they are atrocious. And so, does Kispert fit that? Maybe, but I'm just really interested to see where they go here. But we'll see. I like Bradley Beal a lot. I'd like to see him play with the winner at some point. I just don't know how Washington.
He don't want to go anywhere. He's content. He wants to.
I guess
he wants to wither away in Washington. I suppose.
A lot of stars have done that. No question about it. You look at John Wall. You look at Gilbert Arenas years ago. I don't know. We'll see. But this is the part in the draft where it's pretty much guessing time. Years ago, 2013, the Finals MVP was drafted with the 15th overall pick. So this is where the draft gets to the point of guessing just a little bit. But this is where it gets fun. No question about it. But pick has been in for a while for Washington, and we'll see where they go here.
Yeah, it should be interesting. It should be interesting. I'd imagine they'd go with a wing player. As you can see, Corey Kispert right there. You're going to see, I think shooting is going to go off the board early tonight. That's the trend that we're seeing. Yep. Shooters.
Corey Kispert is going to Washington.
Good pick. That's a good pick.
A lot.
Solid pick.
I agree with that. He fits there. He's good, wing scorer. He had an excellent year last year at Gonzaga. Obviously, with his teammate Jalen Suggs, kind of a 1-2 punch there. But he definitely fits a rebuilding team in Washington. I like the pick a lot. What's your thoughts on this, Mike?
Yeah, listen, he's an exceptional shooter. He is one of the best, if not the best, pure shooter in the entire draft.
44%.
44%, and I think he could have even shot higher. He shot a lot of contested shots because he can hit those. Surprisingly enough, and a lot of people associate Corey Kispert with, okay, he's a shooter, and that's it. He's not just a shooter. This is a good basketball player. He's actually a very good athlete. He gets up. He can finish above the rim. He does a really nice job. He can easily slip away from defenders. He finds space for himself. He's a really good basketball player, smart player. You can easily see the coaching that he's received. He isn't a particularly great defender. He'll need time to adjust to that level of athleticism, but the shooting plays right away, and I think in time he'll become closer to a two-way player. He reminds me a lot of Joe Harris. I think he's a little bit more athletic than Joe Harris is, but that's the kind of player that you're getting at least right away. But even, again, you can see even the defensive prowess that this guy has, the amount of effort that Corey Kispert plays with, that is what's getting him drafted. He's a very draftable guy. There's a lot of things that coaches like. So I'm big into Corey Kispert. He was the 16th overall player on my board. So this is about right where he deserved to get picked, right here, mid-first round.
100%, I agree with you. I think, when you look, he's not a horrible rebounder either, about 5 rebounds a game. So
he's a good basketball player. All around, really good basketball player.
Smart basketball player for sure. You add that to a team that definitely needs it. We now know where the 16th overall pick is going. It is going to the Houston Rockets. According to Woj, Houston is sending OKC 2 future first-round picks for the 16th. So, like I said, they are getting even more first-round picks. Don't know when they're going to use them, but they obviously have, I think, the 21st pick in the draft. I got to check. Is it 21 that they have?
OKC is trying to shave down the amount of picks they have this year. They had 6 picks coming into this draft. So even if they end up with 4 next year, they don't got to take on 6 rookies this year.
Right.
So, and they still have the 18th pick. So it's not like they're dropping very much. So it's a smart move by OKC, but now we're looking at a team in Houston who now has 2 picks later as well. They have 23 and 24, so they're going to end up with 4 first-round draft picks unless they decide to do something else also. So we'll see where this goes.
I anticipate they will. I mean, they've obviously got, they've got their 2 scorers. You've got their big man. They've got their big man. I don't know. When I look right now, I think looking at this list, I think it's a possibility. Maybe they do go and try and get their point guard in Sharife Cooper. I think they don't have a point guard right now. They don't have a pure point guard. You got a smart basketball player. Do you think they go and try add Cooper, Barry?
Yeah, I mean it's a good fit, but do we know what Houston is thinking? We really don't know. In regards to fit, it makes sense. Absolutely, it definitely does make sense. But the fact that they have so many picks available in the first round, maybe they wait a little bit longer for Sharife to see, because like I said, it's about need. Maybe the Knicks. I think the Knicks are probably the only team right now that the Houston Rockets have to fear to draft Sharife Cooper right now, in my opinion.
True.
So maybe they take him right here, or maybe they wait. Maybe they wait until the what do you have, the 23rd pick, Mike?
23rd, and then they got 24.
Right. So maybe they wait for the 23rd to pick Sharife. I'm not sure, but if I was them, I would definitely go there because you need a lead guard. You need a point guard.
Yeah, I don't think it would be a bad fit either. It wouldn't surprise me also if they decided to go with somebody like Jalen Johnson and go pure upside here. Right. Again, you have 4 first-round picks. Jalen Johnson's a top 10 talent in the entire draft. So if they wanted to go pure upside and say, hey, listen, we got into this. We got Jalen Green and Jalen Johnson. I mean, you got 2 potential stars right there. So it wouldn't surprise me here if they went with that. Point guard certainly would be priority here. Sharife Cooper's a nice player. So it's anybody's guess. I'm very interested to see what they do here.
Yeah.
I agree. This says apparently the Rockets gave up future first-round picks owed by the Wizards and Pistons to get number 16. I agree with you. I think when you add a point guard to the mix, John Rivera says Houston's going to trade one of those, 20th picks, 23rd
Very
or
well
24th. I think they will too. I don't think they want to go too young and have all that talent to have to evaluate. But the pick is in for Oklahoma City, and we will see who they. It's in for Oklahoma City, but Houston's getting it. We'll see who the Rockets select. Alperen Sengun. There you go. Your guy.
So the Rockets are getting Alperen Sengun. That's interesting.
I like that. They need a lot of things, but they need, you add a big man. You've got Christian Wood there. Do you go ahead and have this guy come off the bench? Maybe, but this is another guy who I think has lottery pick talent. What are your thoughts on this, Barry?
Yeah, lottery pick talent. I mean, tough nose guy. Is this a turkey guy, Mike?
Yes.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, this is, Mike said that this kid's been playing professional since he was 12 years old.
Yeah, he's been playing professional for a long time.
He is ready-made. He this is not going to be a stage that is going to be too much for him. If a 12-year-old is playing professional basketball, this kid is ready to play in the NBA. So, Houston is not going to be a problem for him. I think that, it depends on if he's going to come over right away or he's going to stay over there a little bit, be a draft and stash for a few years and come over. So we'll see what his decision is. But this is a good pick for them. You need rotational guys. Just because you have a Christian Wood doesn't mean that you can't have another very talented young big man as well. The more the merrier. So, good pick for the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick. And to be honest with you, like I said, I had Alperen Sengun going to the Spurs in the lottery. So he's my 23rd overall player, and it's just for the international unknown that drops his stock a little bit.
Absolutely.
He is very much like Domantas Sabonis. That's his comparison for me.
Yes.
He's a great rebounder. I mean, listen, he's 18 years old, and he just won the Turkish League MVP. That does not happen. Okay, this is a very, very good player. He seems a little undersized for a center, right? Because he's 6'9", but he doesn't play like it. He plays way bigger than he is. He understands the post game very, very well. Scores with finesse in the post, very crafty, really good playmaker for a big man. Here's the thing. He isn't a bad athlete, but he isn't really quick. He's a very traditional European center. This is really what you're getting here, but he can shoot it outside a little bit, a very good post scorer. He's very flashy European, plays the right way. This is a really good pick. And listen, he's at the draft tonight, so that tells me that he might be ready to play next year, which would be excellent for them. And again, if you're the Rockets and you want to pair somebody with Christian Wood, it should be somebody like Alperen Sengun who can stretch the floor, play make. It isn't necessarily a traditional center. So great pick. I think they're gambling on upside here, but I absolutely love it.
Definitely. I agree. 100%.
Yeah, you use the Domantas Sabonis comparison. Do you think they play him at the center off the bat? Do you think they want to go ahead and put him in the lineup or develop him? Because, like we both mentioned that, he certainly is lottery talent. And so do you want to go ahead and start, two centers? Because listen, it did take Sabonis a few years to develop.
I don't think they start him right away, but I think maybe by the year after he would be. Because, look at what Domantas Sabonis has been able to accomplish after he's moved around a little bit when he was in OKC and then when he moved into Indiana. I mean, Domantas Sabonis is a power forward, but he can play center. So there's a lot of versatility with Alperen Sengun because he has those qualities. So this is a very well-rounded basketball player. He's a decent defender. He isn't a crazy defender. So you're missing that maybe a little bit in his game, but I think you're getting a very high upside player. There's going to be, and this is lofty. I think there are a lot of people that are going to compare him to Jokic because of his playmaking ability and all of that jazz. I think Domantas Sabonis is a much safer comparison for him. That's the kind of player you're getting.
That's fair. I mean, you look at the Memphis Grizzlies now at the 17th overall pick. That's obviously the trade earlier in the week. This is New Orleans pick with the Eric Bledsoe and Steven Adams trade. And Jonas Valanciunas was included in that as well. So where do you think the Pelicans go? Because the Pelicans right now are just one big fat question mark. Because they add Jonas Valanciunas, who I think is obviously an upgrade over Steven Adams, but you don't know if Zion's happy there. you look at the last two NBA champions, both had New Orleans Pelicans there in their first year away from the organization, and both flourished. So, I don't know what the heck David Griffin's doing there. Where do you think they go with this pick, Mike?
I would try to get a wing player. I think there's too much depth at that position to pass up on it right now. I think they could use a little bit of extra scoring. Like we keep saying it, Trey Murphy, I think, would be a good fit here. Maybe somebody like Cam Thomas, if you want to go pure scoring, not much defense, but pure scoring. If you want upside, you go Jalen Johnson. I don't know. I don't really know if could they go point guard? Yes, Sharif Cooper, Trey Mann, Jaden Springer, of those guys, they could definitely go in that direction as well. I would go guard. Any sort of guard, wing player, somebody that you can play at guard is where the Pelicans, I think, need to go here. They need to fill a hole.
Agreed, because Lonzo is going to most likely leave. He is a restricted free agent, but it does not look like they want to retain him. Do you think they go, Barry, in the guard direction?
They need to. They need to. I mean, their guards are not too impressive to me. I mean, you have Nickeil Alexander, you have Kira Lewis, you got I don't know. I think Sharif Cooper. I would love Jaden Springer here. I think Jaden Springer would be a fantastic pick here.
Yeah, Tennessee guy.
It'll be they'll get quality. You'll get a bulldog on defense, a guy that can be able to score, shoot the three. So you need a guy like that. They don't really have that. You know what I mean? They really don't have that. Josh Hart, he's okay, but he's not a playmaker. Jaden Springer, Sharif Cooper, those guys are playmakers. And you need playmakers around this young team. You need leadership. You need some maturity as well. So, that's what I'm hoping that they get out of this pick.
I agree. It looks like the commissioner is coming to the podium right now. I would love to see Jaden Springer come off the board and go to New Orleans. We will see where they will go. It is Trey Murphy.
Good pick.
I agree.
Good pick.
Good scoring guard. Add him to a team that needs it. A dude that could shoot the three. Very good defensive player. What are your thoughts on this selection right here, Mike?
It's a good one. Listen, he can shoot the lights out of the building. This is what Trey Murphy does. A great 3-and-D wing. He has great size. He's 6'9", guys. Okay. Trey Murphy is a tall, big guy, shot 40% from 3-point. Okay. You could see it right here. Is the only player in Virginia history that shot 50% from the field, 40% from three, and 90% from the free throw line.
40-90.
He is a great, great, great shooter. He's a great defender, fights through screens. He's a very physical player. The only problem with Trey Murphy that I have personally is that for 6'9", he isn't a very good rebounder. I'd want him to be a little bit more intimidating inside. But listen, if they want to play him at the 2 guard, or they want to play him as a 3 or somebody like that and have him play 3-and-D, he's going to fit great in New Orleans. Very aggressive player, great shooter, great defender, great length. I'm not sure the amount of shot creating ability he has, but again, this is a draft that is loaded with contributing NBA talent, and Trey Murphy is one of those guys. He's a great fit in New Orleans.
I agree. So as well, you had a shooter, which the Pelicans desperately need after trading JJ Redick at the trade deadline. Do you think he fits well, Barry? With obviously you got Zion there, you got some other good young players there. Do you think he fits?
Definitely fits. Long kid, 6'9". Like you said, you can play guard at 6'9". How many players at 6'9" are playing the guard position? So he has a unique skill set. The kid plays like a guard at 6'9". That's just weird to say. But yeah, I like the fit, man. He can shoot. He play defense. He's a high character kid. I like the fit. They need guys like this. They don't have guys like this. Like, as good as Brandon Ingram is, Brandon Ingram is not the defender that Trey Murphy is.
No.
So, he's going to help them a great deal in every facet of the game. Like, not really a big playmaker, but can be able to score, can be able to hit the three. So I like I like the pick for him. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. Here's the pro comparison for you. And I think Barry, I think you're gonna like this. He's very much like Richard Jefferson. That's the kind of player that I give with him. Very good defender. I think he's going to age well. The style of play that Trey Murphy has will age incredibly well.
Yes.
He's got good release point, great three-point shooter, efficient player. You're never going to have to worry about him. That's the kind of player that Trey Murphy is.
Absolutely. I like that.
25th overall player on my board.
Yeah. I like that.
There you go.
He's a little earlier on my board, but I like that.
Definitely. But again, Trey Murphy is like Chris Duarte. Trey Murphy has been because before the latest mock that I did, I've heard Trey Murphy was going like 28 to the Sixers. Like that was his spot.
Right.
But I've heard now, and obviously now he went here. We've been hearing more about late lottery, mid first round in the teens where he's going to end up. And there you go. He's right here.
There you go. And he's definitely a guy that can fit anywhere. You're talking about his size. You're talking about his 3-and-D ability. I do like this pick a lot for the New Orleans Pelicans. Apologize if I sound like a broken record. OKC is on the clock again. They've got about a minute and a half for their selection. Man, I don't know where they go at this point. They've got Gilgeous-Alexander. Obviously, they drafted Moody earlier in this round.
So Josh Giddey was OKC.
Yes.
And
Kai Jones?
Garuba?
Okay.
Usman Garuba, Barry? What do you think?
Man, if you're good, listen, for them, listen, they're already, we discussed this. They're in rebuild mode.
Yes.
So why not go with Usman Garuba? Like that, you talk about upside, you talk about high energy, you talk about, he's not ready yet, but man, can this kid play defense? And man, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for high energy, a rim runner. This is what the NBA is. This is, he's a little undersized, but not that much. So I would take Usman Garuba, definitely.
I think Kai Jones is a possibility there. Get some size
Kai Jones as well. I forgot that poor Kai Jones is still on the board. So yeah.
I have 2 top 10 players on my board still left. Kai Jones and Jalen Johnson are both still on the board. So this is interesting. What a snack that Barrington Grant.
Is that pizza? I assume that's pizza. I'll take that as a yes.
I want pizza.
That is pizza.
That sounds good. I got to know where it is. Yeah, up in Long Island. Where'd you get it from?
This is Domino's. This is Domino's.
Okay.
Domino's pizza.
This is Domino's.
Yeah, Domino's pizza.
You can't admit that out loud. We live in New York. New Yorkers are going to kill you.
Come on, man.
They say you got all this New York pizza. And you go with Domino's.
That's what I was saying, man.
What you want me to do? I'm gonna lie.
What, you're telling me that in Tennessee they don't have great pizza?
Darn right, they got great pizza. I didn't think in New York you'd get Domino's. Come on, man. I had Domino's in like 8 years. I mean, come on.
Gives you the runs.
That's what. Yeah, it does, man. Come on.
Not me.
No, you got the strongest stomach in the world.
Clearly, man.
Iron belly, man.
As far as chains, man, nobody out Pizza's the Hut, and no, I'm not sponsored by Pizza Hut. But, that place is great. Yeah, I mean, OKC's a big question mark because, like you said, they're in rebuild mode. We'll see where they go with this pick. The pick is in. I think Trey Mann is a possibility out of Florida. I think that is possibly a direction they could go, but I like Kai Jones a lot, and I feel like he's been slept on right now.
Yeah, I agree. Kai Jones. Kai Jones is the best player left on my board. He reminds me a lot of Karl Anthony Towns. That's the kind of player that you're going to be getting with him. So, listen, you like big men? You should like Kai Jones because he has the skill set.
No doubt. Let's see. No, I don't think he's coming up quite yet. No, well, where the camera's panning.
I am shocked right now that they went with Josh Giddey.
Yeah,
at number 6. That was a surprise for me.
Hey, listen, I guess I guess my mom is watching right now. She just texted me, "Oh, Lord, not Pizza Hut." So she hates Pizza Hut. We'll see We'll see what the commissioner announces here. Let's see.
With the 18th pick, the 2021 NBA draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select
Trey Mann out of
Trey
Florida.
Mann. Okay.
So now they've got
So
three
they're going
guards.
guard heavy.
Yep. This is really interesting. So you got Gilgeous-Alexander, Moody, and Trey Mann. So did they play Shea at the 3? Maybe?
I don't think they start.
I don't think his game translates to a 3. He doesn't shoot enough for me.
Trey Mann isn't really a point guard for me. I mean, I have him listed as a point guard, but he plays a lot like a 2, and he has the size of a 2. He reminds me a lot of Jordan Clarkson. That's the kind of player I think that would be. And I think you're going to see a lot of that comparison. Very good in the pick and roll, very good shot creator. He can really play. He's just not a very good passer. So he's not a true point guard here. This is an interesting fact, though. OKC picked Trey Mann and Josh Giddey. I have Trey Mann higher on my board than Josh Giddey. I have Trey Mann. It's the 17th player on my board. I have Josh Giddey at 18. So they went 2 guards in that mid-teen range. I'll tell you what, I am not loving what OKC is doing right now. I
agree.
But
I agree.
They are the example of when you have too much, you don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. You can have too many assets,
man. You're just kind of throwing darts at a dartboard and seeing what sticks. So they're just trying to say, okay, let's just accumulate as much talent as we possibly can have,
right?
And let's figure it out that way. Because, if these kids don't work out, somebody doesn't work out, we can possibly be able to get some type of value for them down the road. So that's how they're looking at it. They're basically looking at their team right now as like a farm system. That's how it feels to me. It feels very farm system like.
Apparently, we got an update from Kieran Glenn here. The Knicks have traded the 19th pick to Charlotte.
Wow. Okay. So the Knicks are dumping picks here.
Yeah, is it Kai Jones now?
Charlotte, it should be. Let me tell you something. If Charlotte picks Kai Jones, that's a hell of a draft.
Yes.
You get James Bouknight at 11, and then you get back up into the first round, you get Kai Jones. That would be an incredible draft. That would be like draft winners right there.
You think even over Orlando?
Yeah. Yeah, wow. I like that more than what Orlando did. I mean, they lucked out with Jalen Suggs. Yes. Orlando lucked out with Jalen Suggs. And again, Franz Wagner at 8 is not a bad pick. But this is I mean, Charlotte would be getting the number 8 and the number 9 player on my board at 11 and 19.
That's tough.
That would be insane if they were able to do that. Now, again, none of these teams ever do what I want, so we'll see where they go from here.
If you were GM.
I would say Kai Jones is the no-brainer pick here. I would take him.
What this tells me is that the Knicks, they have their guy for the next pick. They felt that they can be able to trade this pick.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Their guy. So, they're getting value. They're getting value for this pick. I'm curious to see what they actually got for it. So, but I think this kind of signals that the Knicks know who they want to.
I think the Knicks want Sharif Cooper.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think the Knicks want
this is a win-win for both teams. No question about it.
Or they go big and they want somebody like Isaiah Jackson or Usman Garuba maybe. Like it wouldn't surprise me if they're like, okay, we can slip a little bit because the big man we know is going to fall. Again, that these teams have somewhat inside information, so maybe the Knicks know who Atlanta is targeting at 20.
Right.
So they could make a very smart play here.
Yeah, and I would fall out of this chair if Atlanta goes with Sharif Cooper at 20. I'd fall out.
It wouldn't make any sense. Wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. Apparently to Kieran, Nick's got future first.
Okay, future first, no details on what year or protection. Okay.
Alrighty.
But hey, listen, it's a future first round pick. So
that's value.
another first round pick for the Knicks. Why the hell not, man?
That's value, man. That's a good trade. That's a good trade, especially if you're going to get the guy that you want anyway. Good trade.
I wonder when these guys are going to trade back into the first. I've heard that they wanted another first round pick. I'm anticipating. I'm waiting for Bryson Carver to break the news to me.
I've got Woj on speed dial, so I'm just saying. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
I'm waiting too with another slice.
With another slice. Jeez, man.
They're getting to that point in the draft, I guess.
Chew with your mouth closed.
So be respectful, man. This is
seriously.
Come on. So now you're sitting back in your chair trying to. Anyways, no, but I think this is a win-win for both teams, for the Knicks and for the Hornets, because like you said, it reminds me a little bit. Let's use an NFL draft analogy. It reminds me a little bit of when the Dallas Cowboys had the 10th pick. They wanted Micah Parsons. They went ahead and traded back. Philly got Devontae Smith. I think the Giants took what's his name, the kid out of Florida.
The Giants traded back.
The Giants ended up trading back. That's true.
Fields, right?
Yeah, and then the Cowboys ended up taking Micah Parsons at 12. So I think this is what we're seeing. The Knicks will most likely, I would assume,
it's possible that this is what happened. That the Knicks maybe were targeting Trey Mann, and their guy got taken in front of them, so they're moving back.
Yeah,
that's also possible.
That happens a lot too. You definitely
that happened with Cowboys. Cowboys were targeting Patrick Surtain, and the Broncos took him right in front of them. So what do we got here?
Kai Jones.
Wow. Bravo, Charlotte Hornets.
Nice.
Bravo.
Nice.
What they've done is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Shouts to Mitch Kupchak for this draft.
Mitch Kupchak, Michael Jordan.
This is a winner.
Wow. That's big time right there.
James Bouknight and Kai Jones.
And Kai Jones.
That's a draft.
The 8th and 9th overall player on my board, fellas.
That's huge.
Man. Okay. Kai Jones. Okay. You're going to think I'm nuts. As far as upside is concerned, just pure upside, Kai Jones is top 5 in the draft. As far as upside is concerned, this kid is endlessly talented. Okay. Yeah. Incredible athlete. He jumps through the building. The guy is 6'11" and 215 pounds, and he runs like a deer. The guy runs up and down the court like an absolute deer. He's very similar to Evan Mobley in the fact that he's really raw and he has a lot of really great talent. He's a great defender on both the interior and the perimeter. He can do all of those things. He shot the ball at 38% from 3, guys. He can look at this kid's highlight tape.
Yes,
he's so incredibly talented. The only reason he's not higher is because he didn't play all that much at Texas. Okay. He was a bench guy. He came off the bench. The offensive versatility and potential with this kid is absolutely unbelievable. So the fact that the Hornets are getting Bouknight, who's a great scorer, and Kai Jones with this amount of upside, this is well done. Well done. Unbelievable.
Dude is crazy long too. Like you said, he's stupid quick. What are your thoughts on this pick, Barry?
I wish the Knicks would have kept the pick.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And probably move off Mitchell Robinson, right?
Because man, like if you put Kai Jones on the Knicks, there's so many different possibilities in regards to how they can be able to shape out their roster. Because like you said, Mitchell Robinson's pending free agency coming up soon. He's going to be a restricted free agent. There's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be vying for his services, and at what particular price. You get a kid like Kai Jones to be able to fill that void, you won't miss a Mitchell Robinson. So, are they going to regret a pick like this? Possibly, but man, we got to talk about on Charlotte's end, they got a great player who, just like Mike said, has top 5 upside. I believe that him and Evan Mobley, you can kind of flip a coin and say, listen, it depends on how these guys develop, who's going to be the better player, but they both have the potential to be, like I call them, Swiss Army knives. They could be able to do pretty much everything on the basketball court. And when you have guys like that, the sky's the limit, honestly.
They better like Sharif Cooper. That's all I got to say.
I'm telling you, man. They
need a point guard. I get it. But
yeah, but he's the real deal, man. He is the real deal. So, You know, the Knicks are not they're not striking out with a Sharif Cooper. They're actually hitting home run.
Right. That's pretty really interesting. In between that is the Atlanta Hawks, who have about 2 minutes to make their selection. Obviously, you're talking about a team that shocked everybody, especially after Nate McMillan took over, getting to within 2 wins away from the NBA Finals. Where do you think they go here? Because obviously they're a crazy young team. John Collins pending free agency is probably the biggest story for them this offseason. Barry, where do you think the Atlanta Hawks go with this pick?
Honestly, I think at 20, you're when you get into the 20s, it's all about either ready-made guys or you're going with just a prospect, right? You're going with a raw prospect or you're just kind of shooting in the dark. I think Atlanta should go for Jalen Johnson. I think he's dropped far enough where they can be able to develop him. If you're going to lose a guy, like I'm hearing that they may trade Cam Reddish, why not pick a Jalen Johnson that he can be able to go there, kind of sit behind a little bit, sit on that bench, because I think he needs to sit for a while to understand how business works. That just because you're talented, just because you think that you're this great player, there's a ton of great players in the NBA. And this is a business. You need to learn how to be a professional, get mature, be an adult. And this would be a great situation for him because Nate McMillan does not play games. And he will be a coach that can be able to mold that young man into what they want him to be.
I feel like you would be going though from, if you trade Cam Reddish, you're going from one underachieving Duke player to another. So that's
you got one Duke player from another, but Jalen Johnson runs circles around Cam Reddish in regards to talent.
True. I agree with you, Mike.
Atlanta for me needs to go point guard. I think they could use another point guard behind Trae Young. A guy that can facilitate and then play off ball if they want to play him at the same time. I'm looking at Jaden Springer, Jared Butler here for the Hawks. I think that would be a real good fit. Not Sharif Cooper because his shooting isn't there yet, he needs to be more of a lead guard. I think that if you went with somebody like Jared Butler, Jaden Springer, I think that's really what Atlanta should end up doing right now. Jalen Johnson is the best player on the board right now in my eyes. He's the number 10 player on my board, but I agree with you. I don't think you should go for an underachiever right now. I think you should just go for the fit, the point guard. This is what I think they need to do.
They're showing his career timeline right now on ESPN. He, like you say, he just bounced all over the place. So that's I know Nick Saban had a quote about that years ago about he didn't want guys that transferred a lot in high school. So
it's a concern.
That'll be it's very much a concern. Talent, like you said, it's not even a question. Adam Silver's about to make the selection right now.
With the 20th pick in the 2021 NBA draft, the Atlanta Hawks select
Jalen Johnson.
Wow. So here you go.
Going with the talent.
Jalen Johnson.
They are trusting their organization to right the ship. Honestly.
No doubt.
They're trusting their organization. They're trusting the brain trust there to be able to shape this kid because he needs it. He is, I don't like to label kids with, I don't like to put labels on kids. But what I saw out of this kid's career, I don't like. I don't like the quitting. I don't like the running away from challenges. Life is about challenges. The NBA is about challenges. And he's in for a rude awakening if he thinks that he's going to walk into Atlanta with just the job available for him. He's going to have to earn his keep. And this is what the NBA is about. So this is why I said that he's in the perfect place to be able to shape his ass up, because that's the thing. It's about maturing. It's about being an adult. It's about showing that you can be able to play at the next level.
Yeah,
I agree.
I listen, as far as talent's concerned, I am big into Jalen Johnson. Great ball handler, great playmaker. He's a really good athlete. Jalen Johnson does a little bit of everything, right? Just uber talented. He's worth taking a flyer, right? That's really the big thing, is he can shoot the ball relatively well. He's a good defender. Like, he does a lot of things well. But people don't know if they can trust him. He bounced around forever. You You have no idea what you're getting with him, but he can score in multiple ways. He can play defense. He can rebound. He can play make. He can handle the ball. He does a lot of things well. He had a bad year last year, but he does a lot of things well. And Atlanta's a good situation for him. It's just, I wonder where he's going to be finding those minutes to show off that talent. So it's interesting. But Jalen Johnson, he was BPA. He's the last top 10 guy left on my board. So this is a good pick for them for going for talent. BPA. I like that.
And he's not going to a desperate team that's, hanging the future of their franchise, on his shoulders, and say, carry us to new heights. He's going to a team that, hey, if he works there, great. You're getting A+ talent.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, okay, it's not the end of the world. We still got a good young core to build around and a great coach. Right. So I think this is a good selection by Atlanta. Now now the Knicks make their pick. As I going to go ahead and put the comment up here now. Who do you guys think is a better fit for the Knicks at 21? Cooper or Cam Thomas?
Cooper.
Okay.
Cooper.
Okay.
Cam Thomas, a big scorer, wouldn't hurt.
Can't stop a nosebleed.
Yeah, he's not a good defender. Cooper is a very good fit. You need the playmaking.
I'd agree with that. They probably go with Cooper with this pick. I wouldn't be, because listen, they need a point guard, like you said. They went ahead and let Kai Jones go, 19th to Charlotte. Clearly, they want this guy. Go and get some extra assets while you're at it. I don't know why they would have even made that trade if it's not Sharif Cooper. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me. So we'll see. I think they've showed Spike Lee a couple times during the broadcast. He is ever present.
Certainly is
for anything involving the New York Knicks. But we'll see where they go. Do you think they maybe make a move to go get another star in the offseason? Because obviously they look somewhat competent now. Do you think they go and make a move for another star player? Do they have to give up Julius Randle? Probably, but what do you think?
I don't think that they should press the issue right now. I think that they're in a good spot where, they shocked a lot of people last season. I think they just need to continue to develop guys. If you can't get a Kyle Lowry, if you can't get a Chris Paul, if you can't get a guy like that can be able to change the culture of your team, then there's no sense to try to grasp for straws and try to just pick any star to put on your team. Stay with the guys that you have. Stay with the process. Continue to develop the guys. Then when the right guy comes available, you strike. But, right. Back in 2010, they made the mistake. LeBron James said no. A whole bunch of other guys said no. They turned their attention to Amari Stoudemire. They turned their attention to Carmelo Anthony. Were those the right fits? I don't think so. But they felt the need to still have to go star searching. This is a different regime. Worldwide West, you have Leon Rose. They're doing things the right way. So I would say no, just stay the course. Keep developing these young guys because they've done a great job.
Actually, we got a trade now. New York is trading this pick to Detroit. So, wow, that is interesting. I thought they would.
They trade. So they traded out of this draft.
Yes,
they traded out of the first round.
Out of the first round, yeah. I'm surprised they did not go with Cooper. I don't think the Pistons do. So where do you think? Do you think they go Keon Johnson here?
Pistons went with Cade. They could. Defense never hurt anybody, so they could easily go Keon Johnson. I have Cam Thomas as the best scorer left on the board. They wanted to go big. They can go Garuba. They have a bunch of different directions they can go in. I wouldn't go point guard, but wing player, big man. They could afford to do anything at this point. This is interesting. This pick is being sent to Detroit.
Yes, that's what the trade report says.
Do we go Usman Garuba here?
Get a big man? Sure. Why not? You don't need a point guard. Obviously, you don't need a shooting guard. I guess. I mean, let's see. Jeremy Grant is still under contract. Am I?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, so you got Jeremy Grant. You guys obviously got Cunningham. I would go I would go Garuba. I'm still surprised that New York traded this pick.
Yeah.
Like, they must be confident they're going to get a veteran point guard or something. Let's see. Keon Johnson is going to
Keon
Detroit.
Johnson,
There you
he's
go.
Detroit.
My man out of Tennessee.
I like
All
it.
right. Yeah, that's just heard them say right here he could jump over Rocky Top. That's a fact. His vertical is ridiculous.
Get a 48-inch vert at the NBA draft combine. So you want to talk about super athleticism? He is an incredible defender.
He is
incredible on-ball defender. I think he's the best, or at least one of the best perimeter defenders in the draft. He moves the ball well. The ball never sticks to his hands. Gives you great offensive and defensive versatility. He's a great kid. He's very coachable. You never have to worry about him. He's got great upside, and a lot of scouts view his upside as higher than some may expect just because he's coachable and he's a great kid and he's a guy you want on your team. The only issue is that he doesn't shoot the ball well. He's not a great offensive player yet. But if he can learn how to shoot the ball with that athleticism and that defense, that's special. Keon Johnson has great upside.
no question. Real quick, the Knicks are not trading to the Pistons. There is a clarification tweet. They're actually trading it to your favorite team, Barry, the Los Angeles Clippers. So,
oh wow,
that's really interesting.
So Keon, so they're getting a defender,
another defensive guard to go along with obviously with Patrick Beverley. So, and obviously he's a much better athlete. That's interesting.
So this is going to the Clippers.
This is going to the Clippers.
So the Knicks trade back to 25 then.
Yes, so they are still in the first round.
They swap picks.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So they're still in the hunt for their guy.
They're still in the market for Sharif Cooper.
You have to wait a few picks. It says the Lakers on the clock. It's actually the Wizards for the Westbrook trade. But yeah, I like Keon to the Clippers. We know that they had a good defensive identity. They've been a good defensive team the last 3-4 years. I like this pick a lot. Get a guy who can come off the bench and one could say
smart. He's a Marcus Smart type of player. He is going to be a pest right out of the gate. He is going to be a pest defensively.
And Marcus
off-ball defense, it is ridiculous how good this kid is.
And Marcus Smart, when he came in the league, was not a good shooter, and so he's developed that. So Keon Johnson is going to develop that.
Keon Johnson doesn't need to become a lights out shooter. You just need to get him to a point where you have to guard him out there. Yeah. If you can do that, then he's got a long career in the NBA.
Kind of like Patrick Beverley, who's his new teammate.
Correct.
You respect him from shooting the three. I like that pick. So the pick is in by the Washington Wizards here. Who do they go with? Let's see. Keon's off the board. They've already got two big men. I don't know if they go with Garuba.
So they already took Corey Kispert.
Do you think they go with Sharif now that the Westbrook's gone?
They could. They absolutely could.
They could definitely go Sharif, bro. Honestly,
I think that's a possibility, or possibly another Tennessee guy, Jaden Springer or Cam Thomas. That's interesting. Wow. Okay. I think that's what my gut tells me. They go with Sharif Cooper.
Sharif Cooper would be a great pick. I also wouldn't mind Usman Garuba. I also wouldn't mind Jaden Springer.
Mike loves Usman Garuba.
Yes.
Well, listen, Usman Garuba does one thing very well. He is an incredibly good defender, and he plays with a ton of energy.
And they need that.
He is one of my favorite players, and he's the number 21 player on my board. So it's not like he's super, super high. It's just I love watching his tape just because he flies everywhere. Have you ever watched him?
I'm with you.
Block shots. He runs like a deer.
They went with Isaiah Jackson out of Kentucky.
Hey,
okay.
I like that.
All right.
Kid. I like that kid.
Okay. There you go.
Isaiah Jackson to Washington. So this is the Lakers making the pick for the Wizards.
Yes.
Okay.
From the Westbrook trade.
Yes.
Who's next? Trying to check here.
This is going to be Houston.
It's going to be Houston.
Houston's got the next pick.
The next 2 picks.
Yes, correct. They have back to back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
listen, Isaiah Jackson, great defender, pogo stick type of player. A lot of people call him a unicorn. I'm not sure he is that, but he really gets up and contest shots. He makes it difficult for finishers to get above the rim. Fantastic athlete, great ability, great agility, beats his man off the dribble. He's a very thin frame and not a very polished offensive game yet. But if you're drafting Isaiah Jackson, you're getting defense first and then hoping the offensive game develops. He'll catch a lot of lobs. He's a very athletic kid.
They're saying that Isaiah Jackson's on his way to Indiana.
Oh, so they're trading him again. So he's going to the Pacers.
That's
all right.
Interesting.
There you go.
Right. So that would put, if he's going to the Pacers, that puts Washington out of the first round. In that case, so much for building around Bradley Beal. So I guess
they did draft Kispert earlier. So
true.
They do have a draft pick under their belt already. So Isaiah Jackson going to Indiana. So that might mean Indiana's pushing to move Miles Turner, because Isaiah Jackson and Miles Turner are very similar players. Isaiah Jackson is a very like Nerlens Noel type of player.
I like that comparison. I like that comparison. No, I think it's a good selection for Indiana. Where do you think Houston goes here? Do you think they trade one of the picks? I'd be surprised if they didn't. What do you think?
Tough to tell. I think they will if they get the right offer. I think they will if they get the right offer. Because again, you're bringing in Jalen Green and you're bringing in Alperen Sengun already. So do you really want 2 more rookies? They might want 1, but 2 more, I'm not sure. So it also depends on who's left and who they want.
I think they move one of them. Yeah, I don't think it's wise to draft both of these, both kids. I think that they need to either move one or get a drafting stash.
Yeah, maybe.
That always works as well too, especially late in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, Garuba is another overseas guy that they could go for. Houston could go with Sharif Cooper. Again, we keep saying it. They could go with Sharif Cooper. If they wanted to add another pure scorer like Jalen Green, they could go with Cameron Thomas. So Houston is in such a state of rebuild that they can pretty much do whatever they want. They're not filling needs or anything like that. They can do whatever they want with these picks. So it'll be interesting to see if they keep both of them or if they trade one or something like that. I've heard that they've wanted to trade at least one. So we'll see if they do that.
I would assume that that'd be the case, but like you said, they're in a completely rebuild. There's a lot of holes in this roster. So, and again, they do have a very good developmental staff led by their head coach. So, I feel like these kids are going to a pretty good situation. Do they go with the shooting guard here? Do they possibly go with who we got here? Cam Thomas, I think, would possibly be a good fit in Houston, although he is a bad defensive player. But I think at this stage in the draft, I think he fits pretty well. What do you think?
I agree. Listen, you can always have as much scoring as you want. You don't need every player to be great defensively. You don't need every player to be great offensively. Okay, it's okay to have specialists. And Cam Thomas, one of the best scorers in this year's draft, he averaged 23 points a game at LSU. Right. So he can score the basketball.
Yeah, there's a thing called team defense. A guy that's not that great defensively, man to man, can still be able to fit into a team defensive concept. Yes. So they can be able to hide him and mask him a lot in that team defensive concept and scheme. So, if you're a team that lacks bench scoring, Cam Thomas is your guy.
Totally agree. Totally agree. I think it's a good fit. Let's see. They got about a minute left before they make the pick. So thus far, it's been a heck of a first round. There's been some surprises, some trades that are still even going on right now. With the Knicks and the Clippers and the Pistons. Obviously, the top 3 picks were pretty predictable. Cunningham, Green, and Mobley went to the Pistons, Rockets, and Cavs. Scotty Barnes was the first surprise pick in this year's draft, going to Toronto. And then, as we've all mentioned, Jalen Suggs, an absolute steal to the Orlando Magic at 5. Josh Giddey a little bit, maybe overdrafted a bit, going to the Oklahoma City Thunder. So yeah, it's been one heck of a first round. The pick is in for the Houston Rockets. Yeah, again, a lot of holes to fill, but I feel like Cam Thomas is a good selection here. That's what my gut tells me.
Yeah, Cam Thomas, Sharif Cooper, among those guys. Again, if they decided to go point guard and they wanted to go Jared Butler instead or Jaden Springer, that wouldn't be a bad idea either. They have a lot of different directions they can go in. So anything they do wouldn't necessarily be stupid unless they reach. Don't reach.
Fair. No, not this stage in the draft. Not this stage. Not at all. Let's see. They're showing the war room right now. Yeah. Oh, I totally forgot about Eric Gordon. Do you think Eric Gordon will get moved at some point?
He should
to go a little younger.
His contract is an albatross. So I guess they would try to move him, but I think in order to move him, you have to package him off.
They went Usman Garuba here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Usman Garuba.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
So they got. So is that 2 big men?
2 international bigs.
Wow.
I like it.
Urge you, if you haven't seen it before, I urge you to watch Usman Garuba's tape. Watch the highlight film.
They're showing on ESPN right now.
The motor on this guy is insane. The explosiveness that he plays with, the defensive attack that he plays with. Okay. This guy is the re-personification of the manimal. He is very much like Kenneth Farid in that sort of sense. Very explosive. He's never going to be a great offensive player, but defensively, he provides such a spark. Such a spark. He can change a game on the defensive side of the basketball.
No doubt about it. I like the pick. I am surprised they went with two international bigs. Considering again, as I've brought up before, they do have Christian Wood. Maybe to develop them. I don't know. Let's see that. So they got the next pick now. I would be surprised if they did not trade. I'd be surprised if they didn't trade this pick to somebody. Maybe like you said, Cleveland. You want Cleveland to trade back in the first round? Maybe.
Yeah, hell yeah, baby.
Maybe they make it happen right here. Maybe they make it happen right here. I don't know.
I just need action, man. I don't like having one pick at the beginning of the draft and then I'm done. That's it for me. I want to have more. I want to have fun. I want to have more action.
Well, listen, I mean, I guess in here I've had the best night. I've had 2 lottery picks and I like both. Listen, at least, Mike, you got Evan Mobley.
I'm very happy that I have Evan Mobley.
You got Evan Mobley.
Yeah, that's great.
And Barry is sitting here without a first-round pick with no cap space.
You have LeBron James. Shut up.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Nice, huh, guys? Must be nice, huh? You guys could be able to share draft stories and compare young talent and dream for the future. You know what I have?
You have LeBron James and Anthony Davis. I would quit complaining.
How come you don't mention the other
And now
guy?
you have Russell Westbrook.
Yeah,
so that's 3
you
superstars.
You don't even mention the other guys.
Whoa. Wait. Before, hey. Russell Westbrook is not a superstar. He is not a superstar. He's a star.
No, he's a superstar.
The dude has not, he's been out of the first round once since KD left him.
The guy averages a triple-double every year.
How many times I got to go through this? How many times I got to go through this?
Well, listen, I have my questions about Westbrook too, but to say he's not a superstar is crazy.
A few years ago he was. With OKC.
You guys are nuts.
Listen,
crazy.
I thought I'm telling you, I was starting to fear the Lakers a little bit because I thought they were going to go get Lonzo Ball possibly, or obviously they're moving on from Schroeder. Trick the Kings into taking Kuzma and Harrell, and they go with an overpaid point guard who's inefficient and his stats don't contribute to winning. He's not good off the ball. Neither is LeBron, as great as he is. I hate this trade for the Lakers.
You guys are nuts.
I know you have a special place in your heart because you're a Cavs fan. I understand that, and he brought you joy that you've never felt before. But
till now, Evan Mobley.
Come on, don't expect Evan Mobley to bring a championship to Cleveland.
Normally, draft night for me, fellas, is a nice night. I enjoy it, and I've enjoyed this draft with you too. I really have. But man, it's hard to smile.
I understand.
We listening to blow a little bit. That's what friends are for. We're trying to help you get through this right now
No, you guys are making
man,
it
oh
worse. So
man.
thank you.
in front of everybody watching.
How has this pick not been traded?
I'm surprised. They
Yeah.
got about a minute left. I don't.
Maybe
see
they're
it.
trying. They must be trying right
I
now.
think they're trying. I think they're trying. Yeah.
Surely the Knicks, because the Knicks at the last second traded theirs to. I think that was one they traded to Charlotte, maybe.
Because see, the thing is, the problem is that this late in the draft, you're not gonna pick up another first. You're gonna pick up a collection of seconds. So does Houston want to do that? You know what I'm saying? So
Maybe.
Yeah. And again, it depends. It depends on if there's somebody on the board that they really like. But given the fact that they're taking this long on the clock and they've had 2 minutes they've had 2 picks in a row to really run down clock here.
right.
I can't imagine that there's somebody that they're in love with at this spot. So I'd imagine they are trying like hell to try to make a trade to get somebody in this spot for them. But you never know.
I don't know. We sound like broken records. Do they go Sharif Cooper here, or do they go with? I mean, it feels like these dudes have been available a lot longer than they should be. Cooper or Thomas or Butler or Springer. I mean,
I am surprised
they drafted 2 bigs.
That Butler's still on the board, man. That kid's good, man. That kid's good.
Yeah, he really is.
Very smart player.
Maybe the Knicks go Butler. What do you think, Mike? What do you think about that one?
I mean, I wouldn't hate it. Look, Jared Butler's a really solid point guard. Any of these guys, Jaden Springer, Jared Butler, Sharif Cooper. I mean, you got a real good collection of point guards here that you can go with. I wouldn't be mad at any of those guys.
I am just
like
waiting for my
for
Lakers.
Houston.
I'm waiting for my Lakers to buy into the second round. I really am.
With
They
what?
better do that.
I mean, what do you? Who do
They
you get in the
traded
second
it all.
round? What do you-
Money out of Genie's pocket. We have
Yeah. What do you get in the second round, though, Barry? I mean, what are you going to get?
Oh, there's plenty of
There's
talent in the
plenty.
second round.
There's
I
plenty.
know, but right now,
When we get into the second
Hey,
round,
when-
trust
when-
me, there's a lot.
When you have a top heavy team like that, young players and vet mins are going to be your money. So that's where the Lakers are going to go. So expect the Lakers. I can guarantee, not I won't guarantee, but I have a strong feeling that you can see the Lakers get very active in this draft and try to purchase a couple of second round picks in this draft.
I don't know if a couple. I would go at least one. I don't see them going with 2, but I can see them getting a second. That's possible.
Well,
Pick is in
you
for
could be right
Houston.
there. You could be right. I can see one. One may be the cap.
Apparently, we have a trade is being flashed on the board at the
All right.
draft. Let's see.
Who is it?
Have a planned trade to announce. As part of a trade to be finalized later, the Los Angeles
Lakers.
Lakers trade the draft rights to Isaiah Jackson, the 22nd pick, to the Indiana Pacers.
That's what I was telling you guys.
They're announcing the Pacer.
They're announcing the Pacers.
Okay.
pick. Yeah. That pick is being moved to Indiana.
In the 2021 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets select Josh Christopher.
Josh Christopher.
Wow.
He's been
One of
moving
my
up a
sleepers.
lot of people's boards, man. That's
I
a
like
good
this.
pick. That's a good pick, man. That's a good pick.
I like me some Josh Christopher.
I like that one.
That's good.
Yeah,
He's
this is actually
quick,
higher
shifty.
than I expected him to go. He's the number 26 player on my board. But I like him a lot. He's a great finisher, this kid. This kid loves to get dirty at the rim. Really solid scorer, great athlete, plays above the rim. He works hard as a defender. He's a great at anticipating passes. I think he's got a lot of two-way potential. He isn't a great shooter. I think he'll eventually get there. But listen, he's a good athlete. He improved dramatically shooting the basketball towards the end of the season at Arizona State. So Houston's getting a really nice player with great upside. Again, number 26 player on my board. Josh Christopher's a good pick here.
I like it too. I think you're adding another guard. You obviously drafted 2 big men. I like the pick as well. You know, I thought they would trade one of these 2 picks, but I feel like they got 2 good guys at 23rd and 24th. now the Knicks are on the board. Obviously, it says the Clippers is the Knicks pick. So here we go again. Sharif Cooper. Now, I mean, if not now, when? I mean, I don't know.
I think I'd love for them to get Sharif Cooper, but again, if they've passed up the opportunity to take him on numerous different occasions. Okay, our buddy Kieran Glenn here on the stream says that Quentin Grimes is their target. So if he's getting that from Woj, then they're going to take Quentin Grimes. So it's interesting. I want to know what they're going to end up doing. But if it is Quentin Grimes, then they're going for scoring. Then Quentin Grimes is a scorer. So I'm a little bit lower on him than most people. Again, scoring player, transfer from Kansas to Houston, plays a little bit bigger than he is. Great at making shots with a high degree of difficulty. He's a good player. But again, that tells you what the Knicks are valuing right now. They'd rather have the scoring rather than the playmaking if they're going to go with Quentin Grimes over Sharif Cooper.
Clearly, I mean, that's obviously what they're looking at. And they do need more scorers in their team. Julius Randle can't carry the whole show. Derrick Rose, you can't expect him to be a primary scorer every game, especially coming off the bench.
Right.
Obviously he's developed his shooting game quite significantly, since that terrible injury. But it looks like the pick is in. I think the commissioner's coming out. Let's see.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it.
There he is.
So this pick is headed to the Knicks from the Clippers.
Yes.
With the 25th pick in the 2021 draft, the Los Angeles Clippers select Quentin Grimes.
It's Quentin Grimes.
Yeah, there's Quentin Grimes. Okay. So Quentin Grimes is headed to the Knicks.
All righty. Okay. Once again, we got Barry back in. What are your?
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't know.
I feel like they kind of needed a scorer though.
I mean, listen, you can, like I keep saying, and I feel like I'm on repeat, right? You can never have enough guys that can score the basketball. Okay. Quentin Grimes can certainly do that. He's a good shooter. He can finish at the rim. Okay. He's a very polished player. There isn't much development that needs to be done with Quentin Grimes. He's played a bunch of college basketball. He's received a lot of good coaching. He's a good kid. It doesn't surprise me that he's going in the first round. He had a great combine. It really doesn't surprise me. 6'5". You wouldn't believe that he's 6'5", but here's the thing. He's not an amazing playmaker. It's exactly the opposite. He's more of a scorer, less of a playmaker. I see him as more of a two guard than a point guard. So again, not a bad pick by the Knicks. I don't think I would have loved to see them get Sharif Cooper, but it just shows you, like I said, Bryson, what they value right now, and they're valuing the scoring over the playmaking. And if they think that is the direction they need to go in, then I don't really have an argument given the amount of scoring that is needed in today's NBA.
Sure, I agree with you. I think if they possibly go after Chris Paul in free agency, maybe it's the good 1-2 punch that they could have. Obviously with him coming off the bench, with Grimes coming off the bench, kind of a two different games that they have. Barry, what do you think of this pick?
Yeah, I don't like it for the Knicks. I like Quentin Grimes. I just don't like it for the Knicks because the thing is, you look at the Knicks roster, they have a lot of guys that can be able to put the ball in the basket. They need somebody that can be able to
get them the ball.
Right, to be able to kind of like dictate where guys are going to be, set guys up, slow the game down, get a coach on the floor. You can be able to go get that with a playmaker like Sharif Cooper. You can get him at a lesser value than you have to pay $20 million or $40 million to a guy in free agency. I think that's backwards thinking in regards to going out there and buying playmaking when you can be able to develop a playmaker into a great scorer or a great well-rounded player. That's my point. I don't hate Quentin Grimes. I just don't like it for the Knicks because they have guys like this already. Like Emmanuel Quigley is he's a great scorer. He's not a great playmaker. Same thing with RJ Barrett. Pretty decent playmaker, but he's more of a scorer. Julius Randle, decent playmaker, but he's more of a scorer. So you need somebody that can just be able to just play make and
Yes.
and distribute and be able to set those guys up. This is just, to me, it's overkill. That's how I look at it. I don't hate Quentin Grimes. I love him as a player. Just like Mike said, he has a lot of great qualities. Not a great playmaker, but he can put the ball in the basket.
Yeah, I mean they don't need his skill set possibly as much as considering they do have Quickly, they do have guys like Derrick Rose. The Denver Nuggets are on the clock. They got about a minute and a half to make their selection. Apparently, they are listening to trade offers. I'm
being trolled in the comments.
I was about to say the trolling continues. Kevin C says Barry got Russ. LOL.
Oh my goodness,
That's funny. That's funny.
It's not going to end for you, man.
No, it won't. The nightmare continues.
It's weird to say that about a guy that's made a bunch of all-star games, but here's the thing: his style does not fit what the Lakers are looking for at all.
I understand that. I get it. It's just it's Russell Westbrook. I mean, the amount of things that he can do for your basketball team, I think, are huge.
I get it.
I mean, and again, I think it tells you what they think of LeBron now. LeBron might need a little bit more time, right? Maybe a night off or two every now and then. Maybe he needs to sit a back-to-back every now and again.
It's not even that, Mike.
They still need the playmaking and the attacking the basket.
That's what
Russell Westbrook does.
That's what it is. It's not him taking nights off. It's more that they plan to play LeBron pretty much exclusively this season at the power forward position. They want to get him off the ball. They want to make somebody be able to come in there and make plays for him so he can be able to kind of keep those fresh legs for the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense. Like I said, every time I talk about Russell Westbrook, I don't hate Russell Westbrook. Great player, great talent, one of the best players we've ever seen, or the greatest athletes at that position, period. It's the fit. The problem with Russell Westbrook is that he's what I call an NBA succubus. What I mean is that in order for it to work, you need him to be everything. You can't have anything else. He just needs to be the primary ball handler, the primary scorer, the primary rebounder. He has to do all of that, or else he's not effective. That's the problem.
Right. Well, he's not a good off-ball player at all. And to be fair, neither LeBron has never been great off the ball as well.
No.
And so, I don't know. I mean, I felt like the fit was better with more of a primary scoring guard like Kyrie Irving back in the days of Cleveland. But we'll see. The Nuggets are making their selection.
Who do you like it for right here, Bryson and Mike?
They went Bones Highland.
Okay.
Okay.
I like that.
Solid.
I like Bones Highland.
So Nahshon Highland is another one of those guys who is listed as a point guard, but isn't really a point guard. Okay. He is very much a hybrid guard. Reminds me a lot of Seth Curry. Okay. He's got a great outside shot. Yes. This kid shoots the ball like nobody else's business. Okay. Right. Great range, can shoot it from the logo. Okay. He's a solid rebounder for his size. Again, averaged almost 20 points a game at VCU last year. Really solid handle. Again, not an amazing passer. He is not a crazy defender. He does, again, he needs to work on his defense, and he doesn't have an eye for passing.
He has good anticipation, though.
Yeah, he does. So, spark scoring off the bench. I don't see two-way ability, but again, big range for shooting. You can never have enough range and shooting, and that's what Denver is getting right now. Is it staying with Denver?
That's what they say.
That's okay. Yeah, as far as we know, it is staying with the Nuggets
at this moment in time.
Good pick by them. Good pick by them.
Now the Brooklyn Nets are on the board. They obviously just traded Landry Shamet to the Phoenix Suns. I think they got Carter in return.
Javon Carter, and they got the 29th pick, so they got 2 first-round picks now.
So that's interesting.
How does Landry Shamet get back that much value. I just don't. I don't understand it.
I
don't
liked
understand
him a lot when he was in Philadelphia and with the Clippers, but I don't know. He's kind of fell off a little bit.
Isn't this his 4th team
It is. That's crazy.
in
Is
4
it?
years?
Oh, yeah, it
It
is his
wasn't
14.
bad
Yeah.
for any of them.
Yeah. No, like I said, I liked him a lot in Philadelphia, but he's kind of fallen off a little bit as far as expectations. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we all know the Nets are in a win now mode. They're not looking for the next star player 27th in the first round.
But see, the thing is, Sean Marks is a hell of a drafter.
He
And
is.
he's been a hell of a drafter since he's gotten there. So they're going to get value here. I know that they are. Look for Jared Butler. Look for somebody like that.
Yeah,
because
I like that.
they need some bench help and they need some cheap bench help.
Yeah, I think you're going to be looking at somebody like Jared Butler or Jaden Springer even to replace the void that'll be left by Spencer Dinwiddie. Do not be surprised if you see that again. All the big men are gone, so it's not like they can go in that direction. They're going to go guard. I have a feeling they're going to go guard. Don't be surprised if you see Cameron Thomas, maybe another volume scorer also.
Thomas, Jaden Springer, Jared Butler.
I don't think Sharif Cooper, though. I think some teams are going to hold out for Sharif Cooper. I would love to see somebody like Jared Butler go in this spot. He would fit very well.
I'm going to go a different direction, y'all. How about Duron Sharp? I know Barry likes Duron Sharp. They need rebounding.
Yeah.
They need rebounding. So do you think they go with the big man?
They could go traditional big, but I don't know.
I mean, they're not asking him to score at all, obviously.
Yeah, it's a little high for him, but, the Nets may value him right now with this pick. Maybe they take him at 29. I think 29 is more of a realistic situation for him if they're gonna take a risk on him. Not right now. I think they go I think they go guard, like what Mike was saying.
If it's guard, I think it's Jared Butler for sure.
I would like Jaden Springer on this team, honestly. He would fit.
I like my man Jaden Springer. He could shoot.
He would fit, man. He would fit on this team.
That'll be interesting to see. I'll tell you something I've thought about for the longest time. I think I had you on the show like in January or February, Barry, like very, very early on this season.
Yeah.
Do the Nets consider trading either Kyrie or Harden? I'd trade Harden. I would trade Harden because
I would trade Kyrie.
You would think you would trade Kyrie for health reasons?
No, attitude. I don't like his mental. I don't like.
Yeah.
To be honest, James Harden and Kevin Durant played great together when Kyrie wasn't playing.
They did. That's fair. But I would also say they were rolling the Milwaukee Bucks until Kyrie Irving got hurt. And I get it. James was obviously not healthy the last 3 games of that series. That was, pretty clear. But I don't know. He's shown me too many times. Like, I get the Kyrie attitude thing. I'm totally with you on that. You don't know what's going on with him half the time. But when he is available, and he's got obviously that number one, LeBron in Cleveland, KD in Brooklyn, you're getting an absolute one of the best scorers in the game in the postseason. Whereas Harden, he's not that in the playoffs, healthy or not. You know at this point who he is in the postseason. So I don't know. We'll see. Got a comment here from 6 Canada TV. The Toronto Raptors said Jalen Suggs is an overhyped player, so they drafted Scotty Barnes.
Wow.
They don't think Jalen Suggs is overhyped. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, Scotty Barnes is a good player, but I don't know why.
Yeah. Would the Raptors actually say that? I don't know.
I was gonna say what. Please note your sources because I genuinely would like to hear if they think Suggs is overhyped.
That might be the community. Maybe the fans think that, but I don't personally agree with that.
No,
I think the kid is solid.
I agree. I think he's going to fit very well in Orlando.
Going back to your evaluation, Bryson, about the Nets, I disagree. I think that they've made this bed and they have to lay in it. If you're gonna go ahead and trade off and mortgage your future for a chance to win a title with these guys, you need to see it through. I don't see it. I honestly don't see another team trading for James Harden. I think this is it for him.
They went Cameron Thomas scoring.
Yeah,
Wow, they went scoring.
Good. That's a good pickup.
Alrighty.
The Nets,
So they
the
don't
Nets need that's what they lacked off their bench last season. Is somebody that can put the ball in the basket. And Cam Thomas puts the ball in the basket. They already got 3 guys on that team. Well, the KD can play defense a bit.
Yeah.
But they've already got some guys on that team that really don't care about defense. So you might as well just go get another guy that can fill it up that doesn't care about defense.
Well, I mean, they were relying on, Mike James off the bench,
Right.
In the second round. So this is obviously a much better option to go with. He averaged 23 a game at LSU, so he can.
He's a big time scorer. This guy, big time scorer, one of the best scorers in the country last year. Shoots the ball well. The efficiency numbers were down, but again, played a very big role on a not so very good team. So he was asked to do a lot last year at LSU. High release on his jumper, jumps really high for his jumper. The way they describe it right there is a microwave scorer. That is exactly right. When he gets going, there is no stopping him. He is a great scorer of the basketball, great at coming off screens. He doesn't really do much else. He's not a passer. He's not a defender, but he's a big volume scorer. He reminds me a lot of JJ Redick. That's the kind of player that they're getting right there. He's a big time shooter, big time scorer. He's a little bit more athletic, and I think he's a little bit better of a penetrator, but big time scorer. I mean, seriously, 23 points a game. This guy just knows how to flat out put the ball in the bucket.
Here's how you define him, Mike. He's a very good bad shot maker.
He is
a little bit like J.R. Smith, Jordan Clarkson, a little bit.
Yeah, it is very much like that. I completely agree with that assessment. Cam Thomas, again, he's my 14th overall player, so I was a little bit higher on him than most people. But again, the Nets want guys that can get hot and score. And Cam Thomas does exactly that. He is a guy that they can bring off the bench right away and score points. That's what he is.
Right.
I like the pick. Philadelphia's on the clock. This is a really good segue into Ben Simmons. Lord have mercy. So I'm sure you two saw the trade that the Sixers proposed earlier to my Warriors, and I'd have said fire Bob Myers if they made the trade, because the Sixers offered Ben Simmons in return. They wanted Andrew Wiggins, James Wiseman, the 2 lottery picks, and 2 future first rounders.
Yeah, it's insane.
I want what they're smoking. I want what they're smoking.
There's a lot of times, Bryson, where teams will put out that they're shopping a player, but they're not really shopping.
They're not actually. Yeah.
You think
that is an offer that that they're just shooting their shot. They know that the team is not going to accept it. They are just saying, "Hey, we'll try to trade him. It didn't work, so we have to keep him." That's what it feels like to me, because his value is so down. There's no way you can be able to ask a team for that much back for Ben Simmons. They don't want to trade him. That's the feeling that I'm getting.
I don't know. I just think it's. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's. What drives me the most crazy is obviously his talent's through the roof, but when you're talking about a guy that came into the league with the inability to shoot, and it's exactly the same where it was 5 years later, since he was drafted at LSU, that says a lot about to me about work ethic, time spent or not spent in the gym, working on his jumper. That's really concerning. Something else that is concerning me. How many pieces of pizza have you eaten, Barry?
All of them.
That's not pizza.
What is it?
That was like a cake. That's
cake. Yeah. I could do cake.
That sounds good right now.
I have a box of donuts in the room next to me. I should go get it.
Be eating that. This is draft night. What is wrong with you?
I know. I don't know what's wrong with me.
I don't know.
I filled my stomach on this draft night, so thank you guys. But here's my thing.
Oh, wait. I hear Woj. Is Woj saying something good?
He's talking about Ben Simmons, I
Oh, he's
think.
talking about Ben Simmons. Okay.
Here's my hot take, and I want to know if you guys agree. As much as Ben Simmons has not developed in Philadelphia, I kind of blame Philadelphia. Philadelphia, they have certain dumpster fire characteristics here. They ruined Markelle Fultz.
Yeah.
They really crap the bed in regards to Jahlil Okafor, that entire situation with that draft. This is not an organization that does things the right way historically. I'm just saying that just because you hit a home run with Joel Embiid doesn't mean that they do things the right way. I don't think that they have the development or the infrastructure or the resources that a Ben Simmons needs to get to the next level.
Right.
They need to change their infrastructure. They need to get guys in there that can be able to motivate this kid. You're paying him a ton of money. It's your responsibility to get him on the right track, not trade him off for some other organization that has their stuff together to be able to unlock his potential. That's my thing. It's Philadelphia. They're the issue.
But here's my dispute for that to that. You know, Philadelphia can't make Ben Simmons shoot. And that's the thing that drives me crazy is that, hold on, Philly's making their pick right now. My man, Jaden Springer out of Tennessee.
Nice.
Great pick.
He's going to Philly. I like that.
Pick.
Great pick. Bulldog, defensive bulldog, can shoot it.
Yep.
You know, he's a little. Do you call him athletic? Is he a little underrated in regards to his athleticism?
I think he's not a bad athlete, but he lacks elite athleticism.
Right,
he doesn't have
he's
great
an average
lateral
athlete.
quickness.
Yeah,
He's not a great vertical player.
right.
But he reminds me a lot of Malcolm Brogdon. That's the kind of player I think you're getting with him. Really scrappy, good defender, shoots the ball incredibly efficiently, a really solid playmaker. But you know what? Again, I think he's, he's a starter level player in my mind. That's
I agree.
the kind of player that he is. And he was really highly touted out of high school. Again, really aggressive scorer, attacks the basket. The 76ers, what they needed to not do was they needed to not draft another point guard who can't shoot.
Right.
Jaden Springer can shoot. So
Yes.
they did a good job here. Jaden Springer's a good player.
And Philadelphia's got – go ahead.
Yeah, and the beauty about Jaden Springer is that they don't have to exclusively play him at the point guard. He can play off guard as well. So,
yes, he can.
That's a good thing for him.
And they've got a lot of shooters. Obviously, we all know about Seth Curry. You got Danny Green. You got Tobias Harris, who could knock down the three. Even Joel Embiid. I don't want him out there too much, but he can, for the most part, fairly consistently knock down the 3-point shot. So, just 2-3 years ago, that was really their biggest flaw on their team. I feel like they've addressed that pretty well in the draft and in free agency. So I like this pick a lot for them. Let's see. Kevin C has a few comments. He says, don't get me wrong, it's a great move for the Lakers. It would have been better if it was Lowry. I'm assuming you're talking about the trade.
Yeah.
Bones more of a scorer, not a point guard. Yeah, I agree with that. He says Thomas would be great for the Nets. Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at Brooklyn, I mean, they're a scoring first. That's their identity. And that's in free agency at the trade deadline. Do they go after anybody with any defensive identity? I don't know. Maybe not. But this is kind of who they are. So let's see. Now up with the 29th pick is the Western Conference champion Phoenix Suns, who shocked everybody this season. I thought they'd be a playoff team, maybe like a 5 seed, but nobody saw them having the second best record and holding a 2-0 lead in the NBA Finals before it all came falling down from there.
Right. This pick is moving to Brooklyn.
It's going to Brooklyn. Okay.
So I really wonder why the Nets have like with that trade, the Nets have like 5 draft picks in this whole draft. Like, what are they going to do with all these rookies?
I don't know.
Play him.
I guess they have to.
Got no cap space.
They have no choice but to play him.
I mean, what are you going to get? You're paying 3 guys. And DeAndre Jordan.
Right. And he's
And they
not
wanna
playing.
offload
Might
that
as well
contract.
be
He's getting a bunch of DNPs.
Yeah, he's the master of the DMP right now.
Jeez. That is going to be.
Yeah. DNP stands for DeAndre not playing.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Oh, man.
Dad jokes. What
That's a
you gonna
dad
do?
joke. Wow.
Oh boy.
You're not even the oldest one in here. So that's, I got to give you props for that.
You're right. I'm not.
Bryson, he's actually not the oldest one. Sad to say.
Yeah.
You know,
It's you, sir.
It is me. Red
By a
Sox
lot.
trade for Kyle Schwarber.
There you go. Love it.
Yeah. Try trading for Joey Gallo and Anthony Rizzo.
I'm not scared of y'all. Yeah, I mean, that's good.
That's
I like the
pretty
Gallo
good.
trade.
Did
But
you
you-
see the
but-
Dodger trade?
But exactly,
Yes, I thought
both of you
Scherzer was going to
guys-
San Diego.
Max
both of you
Scherzer
guys are
and
not-
Trey Turner.
Both of you guys are not holding a candle to the Dodgers right now.
No, we're not. I agree with you.
Why would the Nationals trade Trey Turner?
'Cause they don't
They're
wanna
just
pay
going
him.
in full-blown rebuild.
They don't want to pay him.
They just won the World Series.
They don't want to pay him.
That felt like a fluke. I got to be honest with you.
That's a fluke.
And obviously, this is an NBA stream. We're going into baseball, but who cares? This is what we do.
It's a one-off.
It felt like it was a little bit of a fluke year, a little bit. I even said going into albeit a shortened season, going into the 2020 year, they were an old team. Usually old teams don't come back and they're right back in championship, contention. I don't want to poo-poo their championship because look, they won 4 road games at, Houston back when they were still using trash cans and stuff. So, give them credit for that. But I don't know, just kind of felt like a little bit of a fluke, but they're in a rebuild. They got some pretty good prospects. So, we'll see. We'll see. I like Kyle Schwarber though to the Red Sox. I like that a lot. What happened though with the Scherzer? What happened with the Scherzer to San Diego trade? That just fall through?
Just
Guess
fell
so.
through. I think
The Dodgers jump cutted him.
the Dodgers they put up some big prospects and got the deal done.
Wow, so there's
Yeah,
rotation now.
they gave up Keibert Ruiz and they gave up the pitcher. They gave up their 2 top prospects.
Yep.
I mean, their rotation now is scary. You've got Kershaw, Scherzer, 2 Cy Young winners.
Bueller.
Walker Bueller, who I think is going to win a Cy Young. Who else? You got May's out for the year. You got Price. Who else they have?
They're not getting Bauer back.
No. Bauer's gone.
Bauer's career might be done.
I don't know how that's going to
We'll
turn out.
see. All right, so we've got this. The pick looks like it's in.
It's going to Brooklyn.
For Brooklyn. It's Phoenix making the pick for the Nets
Correct.
at number 29.
They go another score.
I don't think so.
29th pick, 2021 NBA draft. The Phoenix Suns select Daron Sharp.
Dayron Sharp. I like this. I thought
Dayron Sharp.
I thought they would go with him at 27. They need a rebounder. I like this a lot. I like this. They need, because that was one of the things that Milwaukee just killed them in, and they killed Phoenix in the finals with this. But they were playing Blake Griffin at the 5. I mean that's not going to work. And so you had a guy who's big, who's physical, who's just a monster down low at attacking the boards. I think this is a great pick for the Nets at this stage in the draft.
Yeah, I'm lower on Dayron Sharp than most people. Dayron Sharp was 43 on my board. He's such a traditional big man. A big, strong NBA body. He's a huge guy, 6'11", 265. He's huge. Really good rebounder, a solid passer. He has a pretty decent hook shot. He's got a pretty decent drop step as well. He's got some post moves that are relatively reliable. He does get a little careless on both ends of the floor. He can be a little turnover prone. He doesn't shoot. There isn't much of an offensive game. So he's a very traditional center. He's going to protect the rim a little bit. He's going to rebound very well. But that's really what he is. He is a rebounding traditional big man. So if that's what they're looking for, then they get it.
I think it's pretty much what they're looking for. Before I go to you, Barry, the Utah Jazz have traded the 30th pick to the Memphis Grizzlies. So Memphis has the final pick here in the first round. Let's see who do they go with. They took early in the draft. I'm trying to check back.
They got Zaire Williams.
Which
So
I thought was a good pick. I don't know. They're not going to go with the 2 guards or the 3 guards.
I know they could do anything. I have no idea. Maybe they go somebody like Ayo Dosunmu or something like that. Maybe, maybe they take somebody like maybe they go Jared Butler. If they want sort of like a secondary playmaker, they could absolutely do that as well. So this is an interesting pick. I wonder what they're going to do.
That's possible. Before we get to that, I'll go to you, Barry. I know you do like Day'Ron Sharpe, despite being a Duke fan. How do you think he fits in Brooklyn? Because I like the fit a lot.
I think he fits well. I think it's a young body that can be able to move and rebound. He's a beast on the boards. So they kind of get a better DeAndre Jordan. So I think DeAndre Jordan at this point, maybe I don't know if they look to buy him out or maybe they look to package him off. But this young guy, he's talented, man. I had him high on my board. Mike had him well in the second round, and that's fine. A lot of people had him as a second round talent, but just the upside. I think there's a lot of defensive upside with this kid, and the fact that the Nets got him with this value is a great pick.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I'm really interested to see what Memphis does here, because obviously, do you want a 2 guard? Maybe. Well, apparently, it's a Woj alert. I think he's talking about the trade. Yeah, he's just discussing the trade.
I think, man, because they still have, don't they still have the Jones kid backing up John Morant?
Tyus Jones, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what are they doing with him? Are they going to just draft another guard, or are they going to let him?
Listen, they wanted Josh Giddey. They wanted to take some pressure off John Morant.
Right, so they're looking for playmakers. So
Sharif Cooper,
yes.
Sharif Cooper would be a hell of a backup. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's.
Woo.
I can't believe it. I can't believe Sharif Cooper is going to be a second rounder unless something happens.
If Lakers, if you're listening, buy a pick and go get Sharif Cooper, please.
Listen, I'll tell you what right now. Okay, the Knicks pick at 32.
They might just get Sharif Cooper. Could you imagine?
Sharif Cooper.
Wow, 2 trades and they still get him.
What value?
Yeah, and on top of that, they get Quentin Grimes, who's
a
bona fide scorer.
Amazing value. Or they can even get if Jared Butler goes to the second round. Obviously, we're going to find out now. If he's not the pick, then he's a second rounder.
Yeah,
but the Knicks may have played this very, very well.
They may have.
They got insight on everybody. Sante Aldama.
Wow.
Okay.
That is really interesting.
Mike, you're the international guy, so give me.
He's not international. He played at Loyola, Maryland.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
He is of international descent, but I'm really surprised by this. Santi Aldama he was my 63rd player on my board.
So undrafted.
Wow.
I had him literally pegged as the last pick in the second round in my mock draft.
Wow.
So this is really interesting. Stretch 4, he's 6'11". He's very slow. He's not a very good athlete. But big, long arms, dominated the Patriot League. Pretty good post scorer. You'll see it right here in the highlights. He can shoot the basketball. That's not really an issue for him. I don't see much upside. Not an incredible defender. He's big and long, but he isn't a great defender. He reminds me a lot of Kelly Olynyk. That's the kind of player that he is. He's going to be a stretch 4. I'm a little underwhelmed by him on the fact that I bet you they could have done a little bit better in this spot. Again, much improved shooter from years past. He averaged a double-double. He's a decent rebounder. Just not a very good athlete. Moves really slowly with the ball. I'm surprised he went this early. This is I think the biggest reach of the draft so far.
But here's my thing, Mike. That's what I was about to ask you. This is first round guaranteed money. I mean, why would they take a flyer here when they could have definitely got this kid in the second round?
I don't know. I mean, listen. I don't want to say that they definitely could have gotten this kid in the second round because maybe maybe Milwaukee is thinking about taking him at 31. I'm very surprised that the value on Santi Aldama is this high. I really didn't believe that he was going to be that high of a pick, but again, he's not a bad player. I don't view him as a very high upside guy. If he finds a role as a stretch four, he finds a role as a stretch four, but that's really all he's ever going to be.
Okay.
That's fair. Milwaukee, the new NBA champions, have the first pick of the second round. At this point, they're obviously going depth. They're the champions. Do they go with there's a lot of guards available. Do they go with
I think they need guard help. They definitely need guard help.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw somebody like Jared Butler here.
Yep.
My mock draft had JT Thor going in this spot, the power forward out of Auburn.
Okay.
So wouldn't surprise me if they went there. But we'll see. I mean, this is a good spot to be in if you're Milwaukee because you're going to get a really solid contributor right here.
Absolutely.
Do they steal Sharif Cooper?
It's possible.
I don't know if Sharif Cooper fits because Sharif Cooper needs the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
So if the ball is going to be in Giannis's hands most of the time as a playmaker, I'm not sure Sharif Cooper's a fit. You need somebody that can play off ball and can shoot and surround Giannis with talent. I'm not sure that Sharif Cooper is that player. So I would say Jared Butler is, as far as players on the board that would best fit them, Jared Butler would be their best available pick in my mind. He would be a great fit.
Pick is in. That's probably where they'll go is Jared Butler. Again, I'm just looking at the board here. There's a lot of guards available.
Sharif Cooper, Jared Butler, Ayo Dosunmu, Miles McBride. There's a lot of guys that you can go with. Aaron Henry, Joel Ayayi. Like there's a lot of players.
I would definitely like Ayo Dosunmu here, just to take a chance on him. I'd like that.
Good player.
He is. He's good at Illinois.
Dosunmu's my 33rd overall player.
Dosunmu's third. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that they wouldn't be reaching. I don't know. I could see them taking a big man, possibly. Brooke Lopez is getting older. Do you want a guy like Charles Bassey out of Western Kentucky? Maybe. That's
What about a guy like Greg Brown? You want to add more length and athleticism and some stretch four ability. I think Greg Brown wouldn't be a terrible fit either.
I like Greg Brown a lot, man. So I would that's great value if they pick him up here. I'm with you.
Because listen, it's all about what your identity is, and you saw what the Nets did with the 27th pick, and so I could see the Milwaukee Bucks doing it at the 31st pick. Their identity is size and bullying you down low,
right?
And so if they pull that off, it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. But we'll see. The pick is in, and we'll see when they make it.
Yeah,
to begin the second round, and this is
when we get to see Mark Tatum, the deputy commissioner. Mark Tatum, Mr. Smiles, love him.
Mr. Draft Lottery.
That's right, Mr. Draft Lottery.
But I was gonna say this is where I really defer to the two of y'all. Right here in the second round.
I got you covered, buddy. I got you covered.
I know you've done your homework. I may though have to kick Kevin C off this stream off topic, but let's go Yankees. This is carving it up with Bryson Carver, and Bryson Carver here says that we do not support the Yankees. Mike Guido is only on here because he is a friend of the show. He's a friend of mine, and
I am a seasoned draft veteran. That's why.
Yes,
Let me toot my own horn a little bit. I'm with you.
Okay, here's the pick.
In the 2021 NBA draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Isaiah Todd.
Isaiah Todd.
Oh,
Isaiah
wow.
Todd.
Very good.
Proposed
Very
trade to the Pacers. He is going to the Pacers.
Okay.
Okay. We are
I
going to
like
see
that.
a lot of movement in the
Yes,
second round. I am
always. There
telling
always
you that
is.
right now.
Isaiah
So
Todd's a very good player.
Isaiah Todd is my 30th ranked player on the board. Super, super high upside, great size for his position, gives you some versatility on where you want to play him. Really good mid-range shooter. I think he gives you some really good shot-making ability. You see those.
He's a finesse guy.
He's a very good finesse guy.
Yeah, finesse guy.
Big into Isaiah Todd. He reminds me a lot of Bobby Portis.
Yeah.
Bobby Portis, Carlos Boozer, that sort of player. Really nice kid. And again, young guy, kind of unknown, played for the G League Ignite last year, is a really good player. He just needs more time to learn the game. Okay, he's not familiar with how to play NBA basketball yet. So I think Isaiah Todd's a really good pick here by the Indiana Pacers because they have time. They have somebody that they can really develop here.
Absolutely.
And they need shooting. So I think it's a good fit.
Right. And listen, Indiana's, I think, done pretty well tonight. Chris Duarte, Isaiah Jackson, and Isaiah Todd is a nice group of guys to walk away with.
You know who,
and they're not done.
You know who Ty reminds me of, guys? He reminds me of a better version of Trey Lyles.
Yeah, I would say so. Trey Lyles
like
is a solid comparison there.
Yeah.
I think his floor is Trey Lyles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! So here we go. The Knicks have traded back again.
Oh my God!
They have.
Can't be serious.
I'm dead serious. They've traded. Oklahoma City has acquired the number 32 pick from the Knicks for numbers 34 and 36.
Oh, so the Knicks just got 2 more picks.
Yes.
Wow.
Great job by them. Great job.
They are wheeling and they are doing.
They are
like
active, man.
And again, there are a lot of guards available. A lot of guards available, so they're playing their cards right.
New regime, man. I'm not used to this. New regime. This is good for the Knicks.
This is
drafting. Thunder. I'm thinking. So what did they get so far? They got Josh Giddey, and they have Trey Mann.
Mike, what do you think of Trendon Watford? Where is he on your board?
Trendon Watford is 65.
Okay.
He's going to be late second. He might go undrafted.
I like the kid. I think if somebody takes
good
a chance
finisher
on him,
here it is.
Yeah.
As part of a trade to be finalized later, the Phoenix Suns will trade the draft rights to Day'Ron Sharpe, the 29th pick, to the Brooklyn Nets. With the 32nd pick in the 2021 NBA draft, the New York Knicks select Jeremiah Robinson Earl.
Robinson
Earl. Another high upside player.
Another
I like him.
long,
I like him a lot.
230-pound, okay. I like that.
It's actually about 240, it says.
240? Okay, so
he's a big guy. So he's going to
OKC.
Oklahoma City.
Yep.
To Thunder.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a long wingspan, this guy. A really good defender on the perimeter and in the paint. That's really what's going to get him drafted is his defensive ability.
And can rebound. He can rebound.
Yeah, he's not stupid either. He's not, foul prone. He's a very polished defender, very good rebounder. He's a fairly decent scorer, plays with some good physicality at the rim. Solid mid-range shooter. He's a physical finisher.
He averaged like 16 points last year.
Yes.
Yeah, he just needs to become a more efficient outside shooter.
Right.
If he can learn how to shoot threes, then this could be a really good player. David West is my comparison for him.
I like that. I like David West.
Bangin' West. I like that. Bangin' West was one of my favorite players, man. Shouts to Bangin' West.
Where did I have him? I had 38. Jeremiah Robinson Earl is 38 on my board.
And Villanova's had some pretty good players drafted in the second round as well when you look back. So
certainly,
they've been second round dynamos in regards to their institution. So they've really produced some good pros, definitely.
Because when you're talking about a team that's that well coached, I mean that they got guys that are ready to come into the league. Kevin C, I see your comment right there. We'll get to that in just a second after this Magic pick, which I think might have been a trade. Okay, this Magic pick is going to the Clippers at 33. They've obviously taken they took Keon Johnson in the first round.
Do you think Jared Butler here?
Could be.
Maybe.
Could be. Listen, Jared Butler had that health issue with the heart, so he might be dropping a little bit, but he's cleared, so he'll play. But there might be teams that are a little afraid of that. That might be why he's falling here.
Possibly, yeah.
Here it is. Jason Preston
Okay.
out of Ohio.
Great.
Listen, this kid is a heck of a story.
Jason Preston.
This kid has a heck of a story, and he was fairly good in the first round against Virginia in the tournament. So, average 7 assists a game. I like this dude a lot. But they go 2 guards, which they needed, especially with Reggie Jackson's going to probably leave in free agency. So I like this.
And they have 2 guards that currently are on that team that can't score. You got Rondo. You have Patrick Beverly, who's the cheerleader. So you need some guys that can be able to put the ball in the basket. So you definitely, I like this for the Clippers.
He's a playmaker. This kid. I would say. My player comparison for him, he's like a light mini version of LaMelo Ball. That's the kind of player that he is. Really good all around offensive player. He does a little bit of everything, shoots the ball pretty efficiently. He's a very good passer. That's where he's going to make his living is passing the basketball. His defense needs work. He is not a great defender. Lack of athleticism. Isn't very laterally quick. He also gets a little bit careless at times, tries to do too much when passing the basketball. So a decent pick here by the Clippers. Again, there were point guards I would have taken over him, but you could clearly see what they're going for with this.
Knicks on the board here, right, Bryson?
Knicks are on the board with the 34th and 36th pick later on. See this. Kevin C says, if Cooper is not a Knick by the end of the night, I am done. I am done. I don't blame him, man. They just keep trading back.
He's a big time Knicks fan, man. So I understand his frustration because Sharif Cooper, it has been the guy that the Knicks fans have been wanting for weeks. You
can't trade.
They got to take him now. No,
surely
they got to take him now. They got to take Sharif Cooper now. I can't understand why they wouldn't
take Sharif Cooper and Jared Butler. Take both of them. Take both.
I don't think they'll do that, but hey, why not?
I think JT Thor may be in play for the Knicks.
Wouldn't surprise me if JT Thor was a guy that they'd be interested in here.
That's possible. We got commercial breaks to the picks.
Guys, what about what's the kid's name? Aaron Wiggins? Where's he on your board?
Aaron Wiggins is 52.
I think he has some pro upside. I like his game.
He does. He's a solid all around player. I gave him Alec Burks as a comparison.
I like Alec Burks. Yeah, nice scoring guard.
Yeah.
That's
Alec Burks is a professional basketball player. He's just
Aaron Wiggins has a very solid all-around game.
Yeah.
I will say this, though. He is a true master of none. There is no thing that he does special, but there's a lot of things he does pretty well.
That's a second-round pick. They went with Rokas Jokubaitis. Jokubaitis from Lithuania.
They went with the Lithuanian point guard. Good. So Rokas Jokubaitis is
thank you.
A little bit of an unknown. He has... I guess you can say pretty decent upside, but for the most part, he's such an unknown. I had him ranked as the 61st player on my board. He's great in pick and roll situations. I'll say that. He's a very good pick and roll point guard, solid passer. He's a lefty. So he can shoot a mid-range jump shot. He can finish a little bit. There's some upside with him. I'm not incredibly in love with his offensive game, and I'm definitely not in love with his defensive game. Just not a lot of production to go off of. A lot of what we say about Rokas Jokubaitis is going to be projections. That's really what it's going to be. Here's a big negative to his game. He is very left-handed dominant. If you watch him attack the basket, he really makes no effort to try to finish with his right hand.
So
Everything is with the left.
So if he doesn't improve on that, the book is going to be out on him very early.
Yeah,
Scouting report.
That's a big knock. That's why I had him so low, is I can live with projections in a low sample size. I need to see the ability to finish with both hands. Right now, he doesn't have that. At least not from what I've seen.
So this may be a drafting stat for the Knicks, huh?
Yeah. Who did I compare him to? I gave him Goran Dragic. That's the kind of the guy that I see. If he becomes a better shooter, that's the kind of player you're looking at.
Okay. I like that. Goran Dragic turned himself into a really good NBA player. So if this kid can be able to get there, obviously it's going to take him a while to get there. But if that's going to be his cap, then that's pretty good.
After, let's see, next two. I promise I'll get to the repeat question and do the Bucks. Can the Bucks repeat in just a second? There's 2 picks. Pelicans are making the 35th pick, and I really want to see what the Knicks do with the 36th pick, and we will definitely get to that. But I'd assume at this point,
just watch Rokas Jokubaitis right here. Watch him get to the rim and then go up with the left. Do you see what I mean right there? He isn't very comfortable with the right hand. He just isn't comfortable with it. So,
I can see.
It's getting the gym. Yep.
Yeah.
So again, not a bad player. He's very nifty. He's a shifty little point guard, but first of all, I think he's draft and stash. And second of all, I think he needs to get in the gym and start getting a little bit more ambidextrous. He's a great passer, though. He is a great passer.
That's what you need. Let's see. So the Pelicans got the pick. They need guards, and there's a lot available.
So the Pelicans took who earlier? Trey Murphy.
They took Trey Murphy and Zaire Williams.
No, Zaire Williams went to Memphis.
Oh, Memphis. That's right. That was the pick. The traded pick. That's right. Okay, here's New Orleans pick right here.
Rokas Jokubaitis.
Pelicans will trade the draft rights to Zaire Williams, the 10th pick, to the Memphis Grizzlies. And the Memphis Grizzlies will trade the draft rights to Trey Murphy III, the 17th pick, to the New Orleans Pelicans. With the 35th pick in the 2021 NBA draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Herbert Jones.
Herbert Jones.
Wow, Herb Jones. They went defense.
Okay. And they need it. They're not a good defensive team at all.
Yeah, this is a good one. Herb Jones is – where did I have Herb Jones? It's a little bit of a reach for me. He was the 48th player on my board, but he is one of the best defenders remaining left. Really good athlete, plays above the rim. He's a solid player. The only thing about him that I don't love is there really isn't an offensive game with Herb Jones. There just isn't. You see him finishing in the highlight tape right there. He is not going to be known as a scorer in the NBA. He's going to be known as a defender and a rebounder. Left-handed stroke, as you can see. I gave him Rondé Hollis-Jefferson as a comparison. He'll go hard-nosed defense, good athleticism. He'll give you 100% on every single play. You just can't expect him to be a scorer. If you want him to be a defender, he'll be great at that. Just don't ever ask him to be a scorer.
That's fair. That's fair. Kevin C says, does the number 27 mean anything to you? Not particularly.
He's talking about
Yankees World Series, I think.
Oh my goodness. Get off here. Get off here. Jeez. You're not getting 27, guys. Give up the dream. Not this year.
We already have 27.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're not getting 28. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Whatever the next number is, you're not
Whatever
getting
the next number. I don't even know at this point. It's like counting Alabama's national championships. It's not this year. Heck, I don't know. I have my doubts at this point for us. At this point, heck, we get to the World Series, man. We run the Dodgers. Wow.
Talking about super teams,
man.
Dodgers have done an incredible job building a team.
I want to give a lot of credit though to the San Francisco Giants for with this old of a roster having the best record in baseball and currently leading the Dodgers in the NL West. I got to give them tons of credit.
Yes, you do.
For sure.
Here's another Nick pick.
Here we go.
All right.
This is the 36th. They're not. I doubt they're going Sharif. Man, he's dropping like crazy right now.
He is dropping. I don't know why. I really don't know why.
That's
He's the
unfortunate.
second best player on the board for me so far. He's my 22nd ranked player.
Who's number one for you, Butler?
No, number one right now is at 15. It's Brandon Boston.
Okay, out of Kentucky. Let's see if they make.
So this pick is going to the Knicks from Oklahoma City. So they right now have Quentin Grimes and Rokas Jokubaitis out of Lithuania. So
say that 3 times fast.
Rokas Jokubaitis, Rokas Jokubaitis, Rokas Jokubaitis.
I'm not doing it. I'll sound like my man Kendrick Perkins. I'm not doing it.
Raybo Greed. Sounds like he's got a stuffy nose all the time.
He's good. I'll say this.
I like
Kendrick,
Bert. He's fun.
I do. I'm kind of surprised at how good of a on TV he is.
He's good on TV.
He is very good on TV.
That's my dude.
And listen, I'm going to watch this back on ESPN, and I'm sure he's doing a great job tonight.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So we're still waiting on this Knicks pick. I would say again, Sharif Cooper is a home run. Sharif Cooper's a home run. I don't understand why they wouldn't go with somebody like that again. And even if they went with Jared Butler, I think that would be really good too. But take one of those guards. Take one of those guards and
exactly take one of those guards. Completely agree, bro. Take one.
Here it is. Miles McBride.
All right, there you go. That's not bad.
Get a guard. Yep.
Deuce McBride's a good player.
He is. That's the third best guard available, point guard available, though, in my view. So that's.
Yes, as a point guard, absolutely.
That's not bad. I mean, if you don't get Sharif or Butler, that's a good pick.
He's a good player. He's the number 34 guy on my board.
Very athletic.
Reminds me a lot of Scary Terry. He's got a lot of defensive upside. It plays really aggressive, pretty good shooter, good passer, does a little bit of everything. This is a good player. Plays with a lot of passion. Good upside as a finisher. This is a good player. Miles McBride can really, really play.
How are Knicks fans feeling right now with this pick?
I think they're happy. Again, the thing is that he can get a little passive. I mean, you want him to be a little bit more aggressive sometimes because he has it in him. He also needs to just refine some decision-making problems. He might not have led the turnovers in college, but again, at the NBA level, a lot of these guys are going to jump passing lanes,
right?
And he's got to be pretty wary of that. But super, super quick, great athlete on both ends, doesn't really turn the ball over. But again, solid ball handler, decent passer. I mean, he can play make. He can definitely do it. So I think this is a good pick by the Knicks. I like Sharif Cooper and Jared Butler a little bit more, but Miles McBride is definitely a really solid player. He's going to have a long NBA career.
That's fair. I think Detroit traded this pick to Charlotte, and they just took JT Thor out of Auburn.
Okay, so the Hornets are getting JT Thor. That's another good pick.
Another good pick for the Hornets.
Wow. Hornets are doing well this draft.
Very, very good.
Good job, Mitch Kupchak.
Very, very good. 37 on my board, and this is exactly where he goes, is 37. So very nice. I like this. Really impressive athleticism, vertically and laterally. Runs the floor extremely well. He's a really solid transition player. Left-handed shooting stroke, can hit threes, is a really good pick. He's not much of a shot creator, but the thing is about JT Thor is that he's not a very fundamentally sound player yet. Again, he's got to get a much better feel for the game. He's not much of a passer. Here's the thing, though, is his biggest flaw is how he plays through contact. He doesn't absorb contact very well. But defensive side, very solid. As a shooter, it's good. He's good. Reminds me a lot of Al-Farouq Aminu. He's that kind of a player. A left Al-Farouq Aminu is what JT Thor is.
I like this pick by the Hornets. Let's see. I got a few comments from Kevin C. He has been very active. I appreciate that. So let's just go and answer this question because he's got more. Who do you guys think is the favorite for next year? Well, you guys know who I think, so I'll go to y'all. Mike,
Favorites
Barry,
next
somebody?
year.
I said it earlier in the show. I think right now it's the Lakers.
I would still slightly pick the Brooklyn Nets as the favorites.
Wow.
I think
Okay.
they're going to be. I think with a a regular off season, they can be able to fill out this roster appropriately. Give Sean Marks a full off season to be able to figure things out. I think they're going to be able to get a lot of value. I believe a lot of vets are going to sign there to contend or to compete for a title. So I think the Lakers and the Nets are going to be the two teams that get the most vet discounts in regards to guys wanting to latch on and win championships. So, look for both of these teams to really get into an arms race once free agency starts. So I say the Nets slightly over my Los Angeles Lakers.
At least you're objective.
Yeah,
At least you're objective.
I always am.
Yeah, if I'm not objective saying the team out in the Bay, then I'm not objective, I guess. I guess I'm not objective. So to answer your question, do you guys think the Bucks will repeat? I guess not.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
I think they can, but I don't.
Yeah, favorites and repeating or something, they're both things can be true. Like you can be a favorite and you won't win. Like the Clippers were favorites 2 years ago all year and they didn't get to the finals. So, can the Bucks repeat? Absolutely. I can see the Bucks getting out of the East again. I
Sure.
can definitely see that happening.
Especially
if the Nets are not healthy and they don't make the right decisions in regards to roster moves, I can see Milwaukee beating them again. So, yeah.
That's it. I agree. So let's see. He also said the Clippers going to stay in the basement, especially with Kawhi out this year.
Damn right.
Yep. There you go. He said, I say Kevin C said something that made me feel good. There's only one good basketball team in California, and that is the Warriors. Well, I wouldn't say we're the only good team, but we're the only team that anybody really trusts when it comes down to it.
He's in a trolling mood. That's what it is.
I guess so. It's getting late. I guess he's like, man, screw it. Let's just go for it. Let's go for it. Yeah, so that's
just want to let you guys know that your boy Barry got taken by the Chicago Bulls. Ayo Dosunmu is going to the Bulls.
I like it. I like that. Kid can play, man.
He can. Certainly can.
So he's
and it gives them another tweener. Like they have a ton of tweeners on their team because I think that Kobe White is a tweener. I assume Dosunmu was another guy that you can be able to kind of just like plug and play, interchangeable. I like it.
Yeah, he's another one of these guys that just does a little bit of everything, right?
Yeah.
He's a great offensive player. The big thing is that he's not a great athlete. You'd expect him to be a little bit more of a better athlete. So he's not going to have blow by speed. He might struggle defensively against quicker guys, but he can score from all over the floor. Shoots really well, can finish. He's really crafty, sees passes before they happen. This was one of the best players in college basketball this year. So this is a good one. Ayo Dosunmu to the Bulls. Listen, Bulls only had one pick because they traded their pick for Vucevic. So if they made it, they made something out of their pick. Ayo Dosunmu is a good pick.
Let me pose one to you because I don't know if our guy fellow Bulls fan, but our guy John is in here who's a Bulls fan. Do you think the Bulls are a playoff team out east this year? Because they do have Vucevic now for the full season with Zach LaVine and Kobe White.
Oh man, that's a great question. You know what it is with these guys, man, is that I still question if these guys have the winning mentality. Like talent is one thing.
Yeah.
But do they have the winning intangibles to get their teams to the playoffs? As much as I love Zach LaVine, his body language a lot of times rubs me the wrong way.
I agree with you.
And
totally agree with
you.
you.
As a leader, you can't do that. Now, did it improve towards the middle of the season? Yes, it did. But I need to see him grow up a little bit more, take on that role, and lead this team to the postseason. I'm still a little leery on that. I think they fall just short, but they do have playoff talent. So I say that they fall short, but I would hopefully soon that they will get it together.
All right, Mike, your thoughts? Obviously, the Kings just made their pick, so I think you're.
I'm tracking, yeah. But I think it's possible that the Bulls make the playoffs next year. It's just it depends on if their young guys come together. If Kobe White takes the next step, if Lauri Markkanen can continue shooting the ball, if Patrick Williams, the guy they drafted last year, can take the next step and become a serviceable wing player, then I think they absolutely well. Listen, they should, right? Vucevic and Levine, it should be good enough to get you into the playoffs next year. It just depends on if the surrounding pieces come together.
Listen, the Magic made it back-to-back years, so obviously with the big guy down low. So, listen, if the Magic can do it, surely the goodness the Bulls can do it. I mean, come on, But something that I feel like don't get talked about enough is about the Bulls is that take away the Michael Jordan years, this is a pretty dysfunctional franchise.
Dumpster fire.
Yeah. It really is. It really is. So I think the Pelicans, I don't know if this pick belongs to anybody other than New Orleans.
This is going to the Grizzlies.
It's going to the Grizzlies.
Yeah, so
from the trade the other day.
The guy the Kings just drafted was Neemias Queta, the center out of Utah State.
Oh, I like him. I like him.
Very traditional center, super athletic, very explosive, big-time rim protector, big-time defender. Reminds me a lot of old school Eric Dampier. Big-time explosion. Can make a game-breaking play, pretty good in transition. Not a shooter. He can't really guard multiple positions, and he can't stretch the floor. But as a rim protector and an explosive player, he can definitely be that guy.
The Grizzlies just got Jared Butler.
Wow. There you go.
That's Jared a nice Butler. One.
So Jared Butler going to Memphis after the trade with New Orleans.
New Orleans from the other day.
That's a great job by them.
Yep.
That's a great job.
That's nice. Wow. I like this pick.
Such a great leader, this guy, man. I'm so into Jared Butler just as a draftable player. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He's a gifted scorer, okay, really good at creating his own shot, great handle, solid passer, smart defender. He's not a great athlete. I understand that. Not a high jumper, not a fast runner, none of that, but he's just a guy that you can rely on. He's such a likable player. I'm big into Jared Butler. He is every bit of Fred VanVleet that you are going to get. That's the kind of player that he is.
Listen, and you know what it is in the NBA and sports, guys. It's about fit. It's about going
100%.
to the right organization. He went to the right organization. He went somewhere where they know exactly what they're doing in regards to developing their guys. So, if there is a concern or there's, if teams had a concern about whatever situation he had medically, I think that they'll be able to deal with that in-house. I don't think that they would draft him if they actually thought it was a problem. So, I'm definitely I'm excited for what he can be able to do with Ja Morant with this team, because he definitely does have some upside, tremendous upside.
Yep. 100%. He, like you said, is a great leader. Obviously played with the national champions this season, and it was just huge in their success and just dominating all season long, dominating the tournament, dominating Gonzaga in the championship game. I love the fit with Memphis. Yeah, absolutely love it.
I love the Jared Butler pick. That's a great pick. It really is. That's an amazing pick.
Apparently, this pick is actually going to the Jazz.
Wow.
Jared Butler going to the Jazz.
Jared Butler is going to the Jazz. So that probably means he's Mike Conley's replacement.
I like it.
Okay.
I like it. You know what?
When
you think about it, he fits both places, but man, does he does feel like a Jazz player.
Yeah, he does.
He does.
He just has
smart.
that maturity about him. You know what I mean?
Jazz draft mature players. I mean, they're
Yes,
obviously
they
a
do.
well-run organization. Really the Jazz, I think since the 90s, they might have the 4th best record in all of basketball. Like, they're a well-run organization. They've got a very good coach.
Yeah.
So if Mike Conley does bounce, hey, they got a pretty good backup plan.
Right.
Actually, a very good backup plan. So the Spurs took Joe Weiskamp from Iowa. Very good shooter.
Big fan of his. Had a great combine. Great shooter. He was made to score in the NBA. This guy, Joe Weiskamp, has got a seriously good skill set. Two-way upside, gives great effort on the defensive side of the ball. Solid rebounder for his position. He's not a great passer or a ball handler. The ball has to get thrown to him. He doesn't really make plays for himself. But as a role player, he's definitely there. And listen, he was the second best player on his team behind Luka Garza at Iowa. So he did a lot of damage. 6'7". This is a good fit. This is a very Spurs-like player. They're going to like him a lot, I think.
That's another thing. Does Luka Garza get drafted, Mike?
I was thinking about that.
I
forgot about Luka.
I have Luka Garza ranked pretty high. He's my 39th overall player. So I would hope that he does. He definitely deserves it.
He was a great player at Iowa.
He does a lot of things right, man. He just does. He's a good player.
Mm-hmm.
I am still shocked that Sharif Cooper is still on the board.
I know. I mean, what is this pick?
And Brandon Boston, right?
And BJ Boston. That's right.
So you got pick 42, and those two guys are still available. I mean, usually Auburn players, especially under Bruce Pearl, here's the selection. Isaiah Livers out of Michigan.
Yeah, he's a good player. Isaiah Livers to Detroit. This is staying with Detroit as of now, I think, right?
As of now, yes.
Okay. Yeah, Isaiah Livers was my 46th overall player. Reminds me a lot of Marvin Williams. That's the kind of player that he's going to end up being. Solid player, I think. A very high floor. I don't think there's much room for failure for Isaiah Livers. Can definitely step outside and shoot. He isn't overly athletic, but he plays with a certain level of energy and explosiveness when he attacks the rim. Smart basketball player on both ends. He's a little undersized for his position. So that's really one of the things that's gonna hinder him. And he often loses isolation battles on defense. He often loses those one-on-one situations. But listen, as a stretch four with a little bit of athleticism and some rebounding ability, not a bad pick for the Pistons in the second round. Not a bad player.
Pistons are having a decent draft.
Yeah,
doing pretty well. So they got Cade Cunningham, they got Isaiah Livers, and they got somebody else in the first round, didn't they? Who else did they take?
They picked up another pick, didn't they?
They did. They took another guy. I just don't remember who.
I'm looking.
I got nothing on my end. Pick is in for the Pelicans. This pick is going to Portland.
Portland's getting involved. Okay.
So let's see what. Let's see. Greg Brown.
Wow, he's going to the Blazers. Greg Brown's a good player.
Guy, Greg
Very
Brown,
good at Texas.
Man,
Yep.
I like it. Green, he's a green guy, but man, he's just an athlete.
He is a
young.
super athlete.
He has a little Hakeem Warwick in him, in my opinion. A little Darius Miles in him. With that being said, he's very green. So, it's going to take a while for him to develop, but he does give you a ton of energy out there. Definitely needs to improve his awareness on the court a little bit. But, I like him. The other thing that I really don't like as well is that he has a very herky-jerky release point. They
he does.
They need to correct that.
Yeah, he's got weird form for shooting, but he's a good defender.
Yeah.
He's one of the best overall athletes in the draft. This guy just jumps out of the building.
Absolutely.
Versatile defender. I think he's an incredible finisher in traffic. He absorbs traffic. He absorbs contact like nobody else. Finish at the rim, but he doesn't really create his own offense yet. So that upside is still there. Gives me a lot of John Collins, that kind of upside for him.
I see that.
I'm not sure he ever gets to a John Collins like level, but the play styles and the athleticism are very similar.
I like the comparison. I could see that on the tape.
Going to Portland.
He is going to Portland. Yes.
Yes, okay. The Blazers wanted to get in. They had no picks.
Listen, Kevin C says something very interesting. Something has to be wrong with Sharife Cooper for him to be sliding this much.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine. I don't know why he would be falling so far.
Off court stuff, man. I don't know. Is he a high character guy? Is there any concerns that you've heard, Mike?
Not that I've heard. I've heard Sharife Cooper's a pretty good kid, and my guess on why Sharife Cooper is falling so far is people are scared that he's not going to be able to shoot in the NBA. But listen, Sharife Cooper's Rondo to me. Like that's the kind of player that you're getting when you get Sharife Cooper is a young Rondo,
and you can win. You can win with a Rondo. See that a lot of times, guys, these GMs and these scouts, they overvalue certain things. But if a guy is just a bona fide winner and a leader, you can't teach that. You can't coach that. Those are things that are just innate to a player. And those are the players that just win championships. They don't jump off the board in regards to anything spectacular, but they just win.
Right.
So, sometimes you just need to just kind of throw that evaluation book away or whatever your metric book is and just use your eyes and say, that kid has it.
Yeah, the eye test. Yeah. I'm surprised he's dropped the sled. Do you think Brooklyn takes him? Here comes the selection.
If Brooklyn takes him, I'll be sick. Sick to my stomach.
They've had Kessler Edwards.
Okay.
Forward.
All right. Solid. He's solid player.
Yeah.
Good scorer all over the floor. Solid at playing underneath the basket. He fights hard for rebounds. He's a tough finisher at the rim. I think some scouts that I've heard believe that his ceiling is really, really low. He won't ever be an all-star, not much of a shot creator, and he doesn't really have game-breaking athleticism, but and he also didn't face great competition at Pepperdine. Yeah. So people are a little bit worried about that, but he does a little bit of everything. A versatile defender, pretty decent shooter. I mean, he's a good player. I had him mocked to the Spurs in the second round. So, this is right around where I had him. He's a good player. Who did I compare him to? Trevor Ariza is my comparison for him.
Okay.
So you say that's a good, that's 3-and-D player. So it's
a very good comparison.
That works. I can see it. That's the thing. I mean, look, you can, again, I've said it on this show, you can never have too many shooters. And you darn sure can't have too many 3-and-D players.
And again, Kessler Edwards is more than just that. I think he's a solid guy. He can really play, this kid.
He can score, man.
No doubt about it.
Mature kid too. He's a mature kid.
Right. Celtics with the 45th pick here. This is their first pick, I believe, in this draft. Got 16 picks to go. Let's see. Well, man, Sharife. I know it's, again, we sound like broken records. I apologize to the audience, but
I know the guy's got to go somewhere, though. It is amazing to me.
I don't think he passes Toronto, guys. They got back-to-back picks.
Toronto.
It's very possible. It's very possible.
47.
Yes, Brooklyn, Toronto. Yep.
Yeah, so we've got the Celtics. So this is their only pick.
Kemba's gone, so you need a point guard somewhere. I don't like Marcus Smart as your primary one.
What about Pritchard?
Yeah, they like.
Yeah, I like him. I just don't. He's more of a shooter than anything to me.
I'd be shocked if they didn't go with a point guard of some degree. I mean, it's sure. I mean, most of them are gone, though. I mean, you really look at it. I've got Sharif Cooper, and then after that, my next best point guard is Dacian Nix. So, it's a big drop from then on. Dacian Nix, David Johnson, like that sort of deal.
Yeah, Dacian Nix is all right. He's definitely a full
playmaker.
grade below, definitely a full grade below Sharif Cooper, but still a definite good player. He's a value there.
No doubt.
I agree with you.
I just don't know where the Celtics go with it. I'm telling you, the Celtics, I'm really interested to see what they do because, I think they're in good hands with Brad Stevens taking over the organization for Danny Ainge. Let's see. Here's the Celtics pick. Juwan Begaron.
Oh, okay. So they took
got a guard.
They took the kid from Guadalupe.
From Paris. Okay.
Yeah. So
6'6".
he's draft and stash, this kid, I think. I mean, good size, really explosive. I'll tell you that much. This kid really jumps off the page. Very athletic finisher, very good with timing with his cuts. He has solid upside as a shooter. He's getting better and better every year as a spot up shooter. But this is an upside pick. This is a gamble. Okay. I'm not sure he comes over right away, but this is one of those like Giannis Antetokounmpo picks where, he's a couple of years away, but he could be really good. Like this is, I think, the kind of direction they're going in.
Right.
It reminds me a lot of Lonnie Walker of the Spurs.
Yeah.
He's a little bit more explosive than that, I think, but he's very raw. He needs to learn how to play. That's the kind of deal that you're looking at with Juwan Begarin. So, solid player though. I had him as my 45th overall player.
Oh, right. There you go. 45th.
45. There you go.
They go right in the money. Well, fellas, I just noticed if you're on the East Coast, we have passed midnight. It is now Friday. This is dedication right here. We did it. This is officially by far the longest broadcast.
What a grind! This has been fun though, man.
I am having a blast. I'm like a kid on Christmas right now.
Yep, that's great. 4 hours and 6 minutes. Wow. There you go.
We're rolling here, man. We're
flowing by.
Impressive.
So we got the Raptors back to back.
They got.
You really think Sharif Cooper?
There's no way he passes Toronto.
Well, here's what I think would be a dream for the Raptors: Sharif Cooper, Luka Garza.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Absolutely.
Sharif Cooper, Luka Garza, I think would be a dream come true for these guys.
That would be at this stage in the draft, man. It's hard to get better than that.
I mean, hey, listen, you got to keep in mind the Raptors earlier in the draft took Scotty Barnes and they passed on Jalen Suggs. I mean, if you could get Sharif Cooper all the way down here, it almost makes it all worth it, man.
100%.
That's pretty insane.
Comes back around for sure.
It does, man. I'm still waiting for my Cavs to jump in here in the second round and pick on some of this talent. I really am, man. I'm waiting.
You know what though? Toronto lacks a lot of size. You think they go? You think they go Charles Bassey here though?
I think so. I think that's a possibility. It's either he or Garza.
Yeah, Charles Bassey is. I think Luka Garza, if I'm not mistaken, is a little bigger. But Charles Bassey is way more traditional as a center. Luka Garza can stretch it out a little bit.
Yeah.
So it depends on what they're looking for in a big man. I mean, do they want, somebody that can open up the floor a little bit, or do they want somebody that can block shots and rebound and all that stuff? It depends on what they value. So
I'll tell you a guy like from your school.
If they want a shot blocker, Charles Bassey is one of the best in the country. He averaged like 3 blocks a game.
I think with the type of talent that they have, I think a shot blocker and a rim protector would be the smart way to go because you can be able to get out and transition better that way. So, I like the fit.
Here's the pick.
The Orlando Magic trade the draft rights to Jason Preston, the 33rd pick, to the LA Clippers for a future second-round pick and financial considerations. With the 46th pick in the 2021 NBA draft, the Toronto Raptors select Delano Banton from
Delano Banton.
Delano Banton.
Okay.
So they went with physicality there.
6'9". Wow.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Okay. So they're saying he's a good distributor.
Yeah, he can pass a little bit. He's a physical guy. He's going to body people up.
Okay. So that's their card. So they're probably not going to get Sharif. Or Sharif. The thing about Toronto, they have a very good developmental staff. Like very good developmental staff. Up there in Canada for sure. Kevin C says the Jazz drafted Jared Butler. What do you think of Mike Conley in a Knick uniform? I like the fit.
That's not bad, man. It all depends on the price. Like, how much are you willing to spend on Mike Conley? He's not healthy. He's really has some durability issues.
Cost the Jazz this year, big time.
Jazz, right? So, that's my concern. If you're gonna spend big money on Mike Conley, you might as well just put the money into Kyle Lowry and get the durability, get the leadership, get the outside shooting, get the bulldog on defense. I'd rather go that way rather than Mike Conley.
No doubt. Says it's a very strange draft this year. No doubt about it. It's been crazy. Student of the game 225 who also said who said he's loving the coverage, so we appreciate that. He says if Garza goes undrafted, it would be a huge surprise. I had him pegged as a first rounder. What do you think of that, Mike?
No, I wouldn't have taken him in the first round, but definite second rounder. I mean, why wouldn't you take a flyer on a guy who played that well in college? I just don't get it. He does a lot of things well. He's a modern NBA big man. I don't know why he's not going. And there's still some draft left, so it's sure. He could still go somewhere. I would love to see him drafted. He played too well to not get drafted.
For sure. David Johnson is going to Louisville. They take two guards, none of them Sharif Cooper.
Wow. So David Johnson went up
David Johnson
over Sharif Cooper.
This is nuts.
Did he I don't understand. I'm not sure he gets drafted tonight. I'm not. This is crazy.
How does he drop all the way? What are we at? 47 now? It's about to be 48.
It's my 51st overall player.
Have we got any information? Woj has not put out anything. Shams has not put out anything. Like, everybody, if you check Woj's feed, everybody's asking about Sharif Cooper.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'm really curious. So the Raptors get Delano Banton, who's a playmaker, and they get David Johnson, who is another playmaker. So they take two playmaking point guards and again, Delano Banton's 6'9". He's not really a point guard. He's more of a point forward, but
point forward, right?
Like David Johnson, great passer, good rebounder for his size, solid defender. He's an okay shot maker. He's a decent shooter on the outside. Not sure his shot creation is translating. He doesn't penetrate well. So I think he's a backup point guard in the NBA, David Johnson. So he'll be fine. Reminds me a lot of Austin Rivers with his size and his skill set. So that's really what they're getting out of David Johnson. But I'm surprised the Raptors went with the way that they did. They went two playmaking players, a point forward and a guard, and passed on Sharif Cooper.
I don't get it.
I am beside myself right now. I really don't. I don't understand. You got BJ Boston out there. Like, I think BJ Boston is that kid.
I know that's leads into this comic. Luka Garza, Sharif Cooper, BJ Boston should have been drafted already. All three of them.
Yeah, those are. So what do I got now? BJ Boston I had as the number 15 player on my board.
Wow.
Sharif Cooper I had at 22.
Wow.
And Luka Garza I have at 39.
Dang, you had Sharif Cooper at 22. Wow.
I have Sharif Cooper at 22.
At 15, man. Like, whoever gets BJ Boston, like, is there some maturity issues with BJ Boston?
No, he had a bad season at Kentucky. So
okay.
BJ Boston is and I'm sure you'll understand this reference. BJ Boston is the Skal Labissiere of this draft, where he underperformed in college so much, so it is plummeting his draft stock.
But he's a young guy, though.
But the upside is crazy for me.
Yeah,
He's got a lot of talent,
man. Like, Okay.
What's that?
Just got the word. Hawks took Sharif Cooper, 48.
Good.
Wow.
Good. That's a
So
good
that
fit
pick is
too.
about to get announced. So
Yeah,
they end up getting. So they got Sharif Cooper, and they got Jalen Johnson in the first round.
They got
Very nicely done.
And late.
Like steal, man. This is the steal of the draft. This is the steal of the draft.
Wow.
What is
Without a doubt.
like? Why? Again, like I said, the only thing that I can imagine on why people were sour on Sharif Cooper is the shooting, because he didn't shoot well last year at Auburn. But that's it.
He's quick. He's shifty. He's a great playmaker. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why it took this long.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Absolute steal.
The Atlanta Hawks are a playoff team. They just got better.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
What got better?
They got smarter and they got better. So,
yeah, listen, he scored or assisted. He scored or assisted on 47% of Auburn's points last season.
That's amazing.
That's crazy.
Insane how much he's such a great passer, a great playmaker. He's really quick. I mean, he averaged 8 assists a game last year. Solid defender, one of the leading scorers in the country. The guy averaged 20 points a game
and 8 assists.
Yeah, 20 points a game and 8 assists. I mean, he had a very
outside jump shot. That is old school basketball right there.
Right.
So for you to look at a kid and devalue him because he can't shoot the outside shot. If he was averaging 7 or 8 points a game, I can understand.
I mean, he averaged 20 points a game and shot like 22% from 3.
Right, 20 points a game, and you get it the hard way. Listen, that's a basketball player, man.
Yeah, I love this. The way to go for the Hawks. This is really, really good. Like I said, Rondo comparisons for Cooper, and that's honestly if the shooting doesn't translate.
Right.
So if the shooting never comes around, he's Rondo.
Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if they put Cooper and Trae Young in the same backcourt during certain games. You'll see that probably happen. Like if he ends up getting himself into the rotation, I can see Sharif Cooper being a playmaker for Trae Young off the ball. That would give people fits.
100%. Only problem is that's two small guards. So defensively.
Well, you wouldn't play it. You wouldn't play him like the entire game.
Well, of course, but I'm saying when they're on the floor together.
You could play that for like a 3 to 5 minute spurt to really change things up.
Well, listen, I'll say this: he's 6'1", so he's a little undersized, but he's a great defender for his size.
Right.
Okay. He's a big steal man. He's got great anticipation for passing lanes, good lateral quickness. He keeps his man in front of him. He is not a liability on the defensive end. It's just the size, so if you think the size is that bothersome, then yeah. But if you just believe in pure defensive ability, Sharif Cooper has that too.
That's the thing about the NBA nowadays is that size for your guards really is not a thing anymore. Like Spider Mitchell is 6'1". Like Fred VanVleet is barely 6 feet tall. Like, these guys are like, if you can play, you can play. If you can be able to play smart basketball and take smart shots and knock down your shots in this day and age of interchangeable parts and open floor type of FIBA style game, like, does it really matter?
Absolutely.
I mean, Isaiah Thomas at 5'9" was an MVP candidate. I mean,
if you can play, you can play. Like that's all it is.
No, y'all right.
That's why I love football, because the thing is, football doesn't really discriminate in regards to size a lot, because if that was the case, Aaron Donald would have never got drafted.
No, he's not. I mean, height is not crazy.
An undersized tackle. Like, think about it.
But he's a freak.
He's just a beast, right? So it's like, you look at the tape and the height doesn't impress you, but everything else does. Same thing with Sharif Cooper. The shooting doesn't impress you, but everything else does. He can defend. He can pass. Right. He can score without, the ability to shoot the three or shoot. That's,
like you said, that's tough.
Yeah, that's old school basketball. Like, your eyes tell you that this kid's just a bucket. So, sometimes, like I say, sometimes these GMs and these scouts, they're too smart for their own good.
That's it.
And they end up like talking themselves out of a good pick all because of certain metrics don't match up. You know what I mean? It's just like it's ridiculous. You got to use your eyes. You got to know a winner when you see him. And Sharif Cooper is definitely a winner.
No doubt. I do think he fits well in Atlanta, especially, you look at you're talking about a guy in Nate McMillan who is one of the best defensive coaches in all of basketball. So, he can help him become that much better of a defensive player. Definitely. Do you have anything, Mike, on the Nets pick?
Marcus Zagorowski, he's a solid guard out of Creighton. Listen, I was never a huge fan of his. He's the number 67 player on my board.
So undrafted.
So he's a little bit of a reach for me. Not really athletic enough in my mind. I just, I don't see much of his game translating. But again, if he can figure out a way to pass and, if he could shoot a little bit, then I guess he has somewhere to go in this league, I suppose. So,
Of course,
the Nets must view some developmental aspect in him.
Oh, sure.
He had a long college career. So I think, they're buying into experience and, that's the kind of player that he is.
That's it. Let's see. Philadelphia now has the 50th pick. I believe this is their pick.
Yes, I believe this stays with them. Brooklyn keeps 49, right? They haven't moved that yet. I don't think.
They have not. No.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, there's still plenty of good players on the board. I'm surprised that somebody like BJ Boston and Aaron Henry and, some of these wing guys haven't gone off the board yet. Austin Reeves, Aaron Wiggins, some of these guys are still out there. Joel Ayayi is another one that I'm surprised is still around.
That kid.
What do you think? I know he's a Duke guy. What do you think about Matthew Hurt?
Yeah, listen, I had him going late first round in the mock draft that we did yesterday. I had him going 30. So yeah. I like Matt Hurt, man. I think he can be able to stretch it. He can shoot the lights out. He's a prototypical NBA 4 to me that can be able to stretch it out. So yeah, he definitely has a future in the NBA. Whether he gets drafted or not, I think he gets picked up regardless.
Agreed. I liked him a lot last year at Duke because he was definitely their best player for sure.
Yeah.
Philadelphia pick is in. Let's see who they go with. They're obviously big. I doubt they go with Charles Bassey's still on the board as well from Western Kentucky.
Yes.
Certainly an option there. Let's see who Philadelphia takes. Announcing trades. Obviously, happens a lot in the second round.
Oh, good pick.
They got a Serbian guy. All right.
Yeah, it's solid. Hey, listen, he's from Serbia and he played basketball overseas last year, but the year prior he played at Gonzaga. So he's familiar with U.S. style of basketball and the international game. That's one of the things I really like about him is that he's gotten a taste of both sides. Here, he's a very polished post player. So he does a lot of really interesting moves. He can stretch the floor very well. A very polished offensive player, and he's succeeded at all levels that he's played at. He averaged about 24 points a game overseas last year. And when he was at Gonzaga, he averaged about 17, 18 points a game when he was playing college basketball. Great rebounder, especially on the offensive end. He fights for offensive boards. The only thing about him, and this is something they're going to need to work with him on, is the effort isn't 100% there. There are some times where he falls asleep. He loses focus. There are times in games where he disappears. But the talent is all there. Filip Petrusev is one of the better international players in the draft. This is a good pick by Philly.
Memphis is now on the clock. This is from the trade the other day involving obviously Steven Adams, Jonas Valanciunas, and Eric Bledsoe.
So this is New Orleans, right?
So this is New Orleans' pick. I just saw a tweet right here. I hope you don't care if I spoiled this. Brandon Boston is going to the New Orleans Pelicans.
Very good.
With the 51st pick.
Very good. I love that. Very, very good. So Brandon Boston is going to the Pelicans.
I like that pick for the Pelicans.
That is my 15th overall player, boys.
Wow. Dang, you like Brandon Boston.
I am a big Brandon Boston fan. You know who he reminds me of?
Who's that?
Brandon Ingram. And he is going to the Pelicans.
Same team.
Yep. So I'm a big fan of his. I think he's going to be a really solid NBA player if somebody can tap into that potential. So I'll wait for Mark Tatum to announce the pick officially.
There you go. I can see it a little bit. They're showing his tape. I see the shiftiness. He's long.
Yeah. Listen, he had a bad season at Kentucky last year. That's it. He was a really highly ranked high school recruit. He can shoot the ball well. He's a great shot creator off the bounce. And again, you can see the shades of Brandon Ingram with the length and the ability with the step back and the long arm motion in the shot. He is a gifted offensive player. He isn't much of a defender. He's got a really thin frame. But again, as a wing player, you're looking for him to score, and that is exactly what he's going to be doing. He's a raw player. Got to give him a little bit of time. But the upside, I think, is ridiculous for Brandon Boston. It is about, and again, look, I had him as my 15th overall player, but that was kind of like my hot take of my board. I expected him to go mid-late second, but it is about time he came off the board. I think somebody's going to be really happy with him if they can develop him.
Sierra Canyon kid too.
Yep. Boy, that high school knows how to develop basketball talent. Goodness.
They certainly do.
That is a factory of talent.
It's not even a high school. It's just a basketball factory.
Them and Chino Hills.
Chino Hills and Oak Hill Academy.
Mm-hmm. What's the other one? The one that whatchamacallit went to? Ben Simmons. Something.
Montford.
Yeah.
Luka Garza is going
there
to
you
Detroit.
Go.
Wow.
Hey.
I like this one.
So there you go. Luka Garza and Brandon Boston go back to back.
Okay,
so
big into this.
The three guys that slipped the furthest that we had no idea why, all three are off the board in Sharif Cooper, Brandon Boston, and Luka Garza.
In the last 5 picks. Very good.
Patience.
Yep, you got to be patient with these things sometimes. This is the draft, man. Anything happens with this.
That's right.
Yep.
Listen, he's a great floor spacer. You can easily see it right here. He's a great floor spacer. He can shoot incredibly well from all over the floor. Good post scorer. Creates his own shot very well. He's actually pretty good off the dribble. Big, tough kid. Works hard. It pays off for him. Listen, he's a modern NBA center. And he was the best player in college basketball this year. Not a great athlete. He'll never be a great athlete. And he isn't a great defender. But as a stretch 5 who can pass and score a little bit, this is a really good player. He reminds me a lot of Frank the Tank Kaminsky with the season he had and the kind of production I see him having at the NBA level. This is
getting Brandon Boston.
What's that?
Clippers are trading for Brandon Boston.
Oh.
Clippers are making moves tonight.
They are. They're being aggressive in the draft. Because listen, they know just in case if Kawhi bounces, he's a different guy. They got some young dudes to develop.
That's right.
So yeah, I didn't see the Clippers. Listen, it's kind of weird seeing the Clippers being this aggressive considering all the first round picks they traded for Paul George.
Yeah.
And so this is very interesting. I believe the Sixers are now on the clock with the 53rd pick. So we got 8 picks left in the draft. Wow. So look at the list here.
So this is Philly. So the best player I have left available is Aaron Henry, the 2 guard out of Michigan State. And then it's Joel Ayayi out of Gonzaga.
So you're thinking shooting guard. Do you think they maybe go Knicks?
Dacian Nix is a point guard that can play make and can't shoot. So I don't think Philadelphia goes here.
Kind of a lesser version of what they already have.
Right, exactly. So don't get me wrong, he's a good player, just not a great fit in Philly.
Right.
If they want to really get fancy, there's a guy named Sandro Mamukelashvili who is a center from Seton Hall that has a lot of Jokic, a lot of Dario Saric, a very interesting player to watch. So they want to get fancy, they can do that.
That could work. Maybe go after a big man. Kevin C says
on the board.
Kevin C says, as a Knick fan, I'm sick. He has the vomiting emoji.
I don't know why though. The Knicks did not do terrible tonight.
They have a bad draft. No,
they really didn't. Listen, Quentin Grimes can score. Miles McBride is a solid point guard, and you're taking a chance on Rokas Jokibitis. And listen, if he pans out, then okay, you're working. Then you got something here.
Charles Bassey from Western Kentucky is going to Philadelphia.
Very good.
I had him in my mock draft. I had him early in the first round. I had him late in the first round, but he still goes to Philly because my thinking, Bryson, was you need an insurance policy for Joel Embiid. You need another young guy that can be able to rim protect, that can be able to fill that void just in case he is missing some games. You can be able to still have a big body in there to be able to do kind of the same things defensively, not offensively, but defensively.
Because they had a veteran last year, Dwight Howard, filling that role, and he was good. He fit that role well.
Yeah,
but
I can see Dwight going back to the Lakers though. Honestly, I can see that happening.
Y'all get everybody. I swear. You'll really think you're getting everybody.
I've heard like intel that he wants to go back to LA. That's what I'm saying. Like this is not just
I guess Laker fan talk.
Yeah. This is like intel stuff. But
who else do you want? Kelly Oubre? Of course, you don't have the money to get Kelly Oubre.
No, I don't want him. He can't shoot.
No, gosh, yeah, you're not telling me. Goodness, I don't know where he goes. He's asking for like Schroeder money, which is
him, Schroeder, and Rashawn Holmes. They're all in the same crazy pot. So we'll see how that works.
Yeah. So let me tell you really quick, just for Sixer fans out there, what exactly they're getting out of Charles Bassey. So he's a 6'10" center, great size, big time. Big time athleticism, huge energy guy, gives 100% on every play. He's one of the best shot blockers in the entire draft, averaged 3 blocks a game at Western Kentucky. He's not a flashy offensive player, but he also isn't a liability on that end either. He can step out and hit an occasional 3 if you really need him to. Don't rely on it, but he can step out and hit the occasional one. Can get a little sporadic in transition, but the ball can also get stuck in his hands sometimes. He's not a great passer. I give him Gorgie Jang comparisons, a traditional backup NBA center. So I think they'll be happy with him. As a defender, he'll be in the NBA for a while.
I ain't even going to try and say his name, but your guy you just talked about is going to Indiana. Sandro,
Sandro, my boy Sandro. Hey, Sandro Mamukelashvili. Let's go, baby.
Say that 3 times fast.
Mamukelashvili.
Mamukelashvili. I'm not even gonna.
So
I'm
hey,
gonna
listen,
so bad.
Sandro is my number 41 overall player. Dario Saric was my comparison for him. Listen, great passer of the basketball. This guy just knows how to move the ball. And one of my favorite parts about him is that he's a big, and he's like big. He's 6'11", 240. Wow. He's a big guy, but he has guard skills. This guy can really move the basketball. Okay. He puts the ball on the deck. He can attack the basket. He shoots the ball pretty well. He's not a great athlete vertically or laterally, but and I think he'll struggle defensively in the pick and roll because of that athleticism. But he reminds me a lot of Dario Saric, and there is some Jokic to his game. He's a flashy passer. He's a fun player to watch. If you watch his tape right here, this is a fun player to watch.
For sure. Well, listen, you called it. He's actually now going to Milwaukee. That's who the pick is going to.
Okay, nice.
Because I believe earlier in the second round, the Bucks had the 31st pick, and that went to Indiana, so they basically swapped picks.
33rd was the Magic.
That's
That-
31st. 31st.
31st, yes. Yes. Okay, there you go. 31st.
There you go. Okay, so
So the Bucks are getting Sandro. How about the defending champs
wow.
are getting Sandro? How about that?
He's
Love
what's
me some
funny.
Sandro Mamukalashvili. Woohoo!
We got man
Hell
the
yeah.
names. You got Antetokounmpo. You got all these
Mamukalashvili, baby.
Mamuka Lashka. Yeah, that's a lot tougher than Antetokounmpo. That is tough. But
Just
no,
call,
I mean
just call him Mamuk, man.
Mamu. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. We got to get him a name because for years it was Greek Freak until we finally said, man, screw it. We got to learn this guy's name at some point. Greek Freak was just an excuse. It wasn't a real nickname. It was just an excuse.
And 95% of the population still can't spin Antetokounmpo.
Nope. At 95, that might be being. I don't know about 95. Let's see. OKC's
City.
55th pick.
So they got Josh Giddey.
Who are they taking at double?
Trey Man.
Are they going another guard? Are they going Andrew? Are they going Aaron Wiggins?
Aaron Wiggins would not be a bad pick
I
here.
think that would work.
Joel Ayayi, Aaron Henry. If they want to go wing, those are the guys I'd talk about. Austin Reeves wouldn't be a bad pick. Somebody like Sam Hauser out of Virginia also wouldn't be a bad player either. So
Here it is. Aaron Wiggins.
Aaron Wiggins, there you go.
That guard out of Maryland. Okay.
My guy.
Dumb question. Any relation to Andrew?
No.
Okay.
No, but listen, he's a good player with a lot of talent, and he does a lot of things right. Like I said, a true master of none. He doesn't have a single skill that stands out. He isn't an elite scorer. He isn't an elite defender. He's not an elite playmaker. He doesn't have crazy athleticism, but he does a lot of those things really, really well. So
could be he's going to be a very good rotational piece on any team.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good rotation guy. You know what I mean? Like you need guys like that to be able to fill out your team, to be able to play a intricate part in that team's growth and development. So definitely going to be a good rotational piece.
Listen, shoots the ball well. He can make shots off the bounce.
Yeah.
You know, he's a solid rebounder for his size, a pretty good ball handler, doesn't turn the ball over very much. So it is a good player. As a wing player, 6'6", I mean, it's a nice late second round pick. I had Aaron Wiggins as my, 52nd overall player. Like I said, Alec Burks was my comparison for him. So just a solid NBA level player.
Let's take Alec Burks. Absolutely. Seems like a little bit more athletic Alec Burks as well.
Right.
Oh, maybe a little. He's not a crazy athlete.
Right. But I'm just saying, yeah.
He's not crazy fast. He doesn't jump crazy high, but you know, he's okay. He's got some spring. So we got 5 picks left. We got Charlotte, Detroit, the Knicks, Brooklyn, and Indiana. Is what we got left. Come on, Cavs. Get in there late. Give me one more.
The last 5
picks.
picks.
The Cavs trade for Sandro. I wanted Sandro. Damn.
It's not too late, man.
I wanted to buy a Mamukalashvili jersey.
I was going to say like the Roethlisberger or something like that, or Antetokounmpo or something like that. Just wraps around the shoulders.
For the Hornets right now, I am
the last 5 picks, though. Wow.
I am looking at a wing guy. I'm looking at Sam Hauser. I am looking at Austin Reeves, Aaron Henry. One of those guys should go here to Charlotte.
The reason the Cavs are not in the bottom 5 they're in the bottom 5 at a lot of things, but the reason they're not trading to the bottom 5 is they're a poorly run organization. LeBron kind of covered that up for a while there.
Yes.
Listen,
yeah,
they're
not getting in here.
I thought we would have had an announcement that whatchamacallit got traded tonight, man.
Ben Simmons?
Colin Sexton.
Yeah.
Sexton, yeah. Yeah, well.
Maybe they're keeping him.
Maybe they want one more shot. I don't know. I mean, they're a young team, and obviously, Evan Mobley. They want to try the fit with him and Sexton? I don't know, or do they like Garland better? We'll see. Maybe they move him. Maybe they move him in free agency. once that begins. When does free agency start, by the way? Is that next week?
Next week.
Next week. Wow. So it looks like the more I read, it doesn't look like Bradley Beal is going to be traded anywhere.
No, he doesn't want to leave.
I don't get it. I don't know why.
Listen, I think he just likes Washington.
I guess so.
He's probably one of those guys that just wants to see it through. You know what I mean? He wants to see the team be able to rebuild around him and see how they can be able to put a team together. I think that intrigues him much less than much more than him going to a championship contender or creating a big three or a big four or whatever it is. Like I see that side of it. Like when you're the guy that they say that, hey, we are going to cater and build our team around your skill set, it's very appealing.
It's tough to turn down.
Yeah, it's very appealing. So, I think in the grand scheme of things, I think that's what appealed to Giannis as well. It's why he stayed in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
The fact that he loves Milwaukee, yes, but the fact that they can be able to build a team around his skill set really,
I feel like
is good.
I think that factored, but I think the difference though in Beal and Giannis, I think one thing is, Giannis was a kid who grew up in Greece, had to share basketball shoes with his brothers, so he was obviously very he was grateful to be in America playing with the Bucks, and then too they were a championship contender, trying to build a team. So obviously he did love Milwaukee, and so that obviously played into it. But I think. I don't know. I think it's a little bit different than Bradley Beal, but listen, man, I'm not one to say, go away from what makes you happy. If Washington makes them happy, then, man, good on you. God bless you. So, see, the pick is in for the Washington for the Charlotte Hornets.
I think we missed one. I think there's Scotty Lewis out of Florida.
Scotty Lewis out of Florida.
Okay.
Scotty Lewis goes 56.
But they're also on the clock again because they have the Nets pick.
This is going to the Pistons, I believe.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
It's going to the Pistons. So let's see. This late. Aaron Henry?
I would love, again, Michigan guy. I would love it. I would love to see that.
That would pan out. I mean, Tom Izzo, that's those kids are usually pretty well coached, they're ready to come into the league and produce. Who else you got here? You got Jericho Sims. That could work.
Yeah, if they wanted to go big, they could go Jericho Sims. They could go Raekwon Gray.
Yes, out of Florida State.
You want to go international. You want to see a guy that can really stroke it. You want to see a guy like Vrens Blygenberg out of Belgium.
You go deep on this stuff. You do your research, man.
Mike is Fran for Schiller. That's who he is.
Balsa Kropravica. I actually don't know who that is. That's a pick.
Wow, that's a first for this show. That is a first for this show.
I did not watch any tape on him.
Let's see, what's the kid's name? That the Hornets took, or it's actually the Pistons pick. The Hornets are picking for him.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the Knicks got the 58th pick from Philadelphia.
Yeah, none of these Knicks picks that you're seeing right now are their own.
Right. Yeah, they're showing on the bottom of the screen here.
Right.
Barry, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm definitely I'm looking at some prospects that I'm trying to see who they can possibly go after right now. I'm not really sure in regards to
This.
Maybe a team goes Trendon Watford. Like I said, man, I like Trendon Watford. I think some team can be able to take a chance on that kid.
Possibly.
So
No,
the Knicks here, I would love to see them take somebody like Aaron Henry, or
I think Aaron Henry's a good fit.
I really do too.
Because in Aaron Henry, I'd like to see Aaron Henry and Matthew Hurt go into these next three picks for sure. Just waiting on the pick to be
Joel
announced.
Ayayi would be a great fit here too.
Yes.
Any of those 3-and-D sort of wings would be a great value here.
Just waiting for the pick to be announced. We're in our final three. We have been doing this for almost 4 hours and 45 minutes. That is dedication. There you go. Respect to both of y'all for sticking this thing out.
Absolutely.
You don't got to thank me. This is Christmas for me. I'm loving every second of this thing.
We got to do this. We got to do this thing yearly for sure.
Absolutely.
I'm with it. What's up with RJ Nembhard, Mike?
I never viewed him as a drafted sort of player. He just doesn't have a well and rounded enough skill set.
Not a great athlete. Not a great athlete. But he
gets stuck in the ground a little bit.
But he is an intelligent player. That's what I can tell you that.
Yeah, no, I think he knows what he's doing, but I think, you know, in the NBA you need to have sort of prime athleticism, and if you don't have prime athleticism, you need to have a skill.
Yeah.
And RJ Nembhard doesn't really have any of those things. So, you know, he's a pure developmental prospect. And, you know, I mean, as a UDFA, I'm sure he's a good candidate, but not somebody to spend a draft pick on.
Right. Definitely a summer league invite.
See if they'll announce the pick pretty soon. Now you said this pick does not belong to the Knicks.
It does.
So
far, from what I know, this does belong to the Knicks.
58 is the Knicks pick. Okay.
58th is the next pick. Yeah, like you said, most of these draft picks are all like going to OKC pretty much.
Yeah.
They made a bazillion trades and ended up with 2 guards.
Unbelievable.
Not named Sharif Cooper. Wow.
We got the Knicks, the Nets, and the Pacers, and I believe they are all staying with their respective teams unless there's a last-minute trade.
Take Matt Hurt.
The Knicks pick. Let's see what this is.
With the 58th pick in the 2021 NBA draft, the New York Knicks select
Jericho Sims.
Wow, they took a big boy.
Okay.
I like that. He fits them very well.
Jericho Sims. I like it.
Jericho Sims. He is the 62nd player on my board. Gives me a lot of Jordan Bell.
Okay.
Jordan
Bell was a high-energy player with us.
A big, strong athlete, this kid. Big hops, defends like a pogo stick. Yeah, you could see it right there. I mean, he just
hits his head on the rim.
He hits his head on the rim. This guy's got crazy hops. Solid defender, physical finisher at the rim, absorbs contact pretty well. Decent rebounder. Not much of a shooter. I think he's, you know, pretty limited offensively, but as a defensive prospect, I think it's pretty promising.
For sure.
Can be to guard out in the perimeter too, which is really important for a big man.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Well, just as a Warriors fan, I know the reason that Kevon Looney has stayed in the rotation. He can't shoot, but you're looking at a guy who's 6'9" and is one of the better perimeter big men coming off the bench in basketball. But if your comparison for Sims is Jordan Bell, then you're talking about it, like you said, a strong guy, pretty good screen setter.
High
energy. Again, they did show the tape from some high school dunk contest where he's hit his head in the rim. It's crazy. So Texas had a lot of really good dudes in this draft.
Yeah, they had a strong group of bigs this year. Jericho Sims, Kai Jones, Greg Brown. They had some nice players this year. But Jericho Sims, I like him a lot as a pick and roll kind of player. He can set hard screens, and that athleticism is going to play in the NBA right away. So
that works. Pick is in for the Brooklyn Nets. See who they go with this late in the game. Have they taken a point guard yet? Because I feel like Dacian Nix would be. Actually, yeah, I think they did.
Kessler Edwards. They got Marcus Zagorowski. And then they did take 2 guys in the first round. They got Cam Thomas and Day'Ron Sharpe.
Cam Thomas, that's what I was thinking of.
So Marcus Zagorowski is their only point guard that they've taken.
With the 59th pick in the 2021 NBA draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Raekwon Gray.
Raekwon Gray.
Really big boy. So they
Florida
took another
State.
physical guy.
All right.
Okay.
So we are down to the last pick, fellas.
The last pick of the draft. Is there a nickname for pick number 60? I know in the NFL it's Mr. Irrelevant.
Do they
This is
have-
super irrelevant.
Is
No,
there
I
a-
wouldn't say so.
I was going to say.
Yeah, Raekwon Gray reminds me a lot of Xavier Tillman, who came out of last year's draft. Really physical, tenacious rebounder.
undersized.
A little, he's a little undersized. But one of the things that's really impressive about him, though, is that he played point guard in high school, so he's actually a really good ball handler.
Guard skills.
He's got some guard skills. Really explosive. Attacks the basket really, really hard. Again, the only thing with him really is that he's not a great shooter. He's got to improve at that point. And he isn't really an incredible finisher when standing underneath the rim. You'd think for a guy with his size, he'd finish through contact a little bit better.
Right.
But he may be limited to a defensive role in the NBA. But even then, 59th pick, and you find a role player that can do that, I think he should be pretty okay. So
This Pacers pick is going to the Bucks. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is going to the Bucks. All right, so my Cavs only get one pick.
All right, so we know it's not going to be Aaron Henry because Woj just tweeted that Aaron Henry has agreed to a two-way deal with the 76ers.
Nice.
Okay. All right, so it is not going to be Aaron Henry.
Yes.
Well, that stinks. He's a good player. I'm surprised he didn't get drafted. He's a good player. Aaron Henry reminded me a lot of Josh Richardson, that two-way sort of player. He really good player. So we still have Indiana, and this is going to Milwaukee for the last pick in the draft. I really wonder who this is gonna be.
They've went big in this draft.
So the Pacers went Isaiah Todd. They have Isaiah Jackson. They have and they went with Chris Duarte. So this is just adding to this isn't the Pacers, but the Bucks got Sandro. So who are they going to add to this group?
Interesting to see. So Marcus Tatum pretty soon will be making his way to the stage to announce the final pick in the 2021 NBA draft.
I'm going to take a guess. I'm going to say it's Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves. This two guard.
Austin Reeves is this year Grayson Allen.
And Grayson Allen's a good shooter, and he's been pretty valuable to the Grizzlies.
Everybody hates him. He is going to.
I don't like him at all. So
he's a hated. Well, no, I mean Austin Reeves. He's a hateable player. He really is.
Was that? I didn't watch Oklahoma too much. Is he tripped, guys?
No, I wouldn't. I don't think so. I don't think he's dirty. I think he's a pest.
So Patrick Beverly without shoving dudes in the back down 27. But we'll leave that. We'll leave that aside for the time being.
There's still a lot of talented guys, man. I just, it always surprises me every year when you see certain guys on the board that you just don't understand why they're there. Like you see somebody, and I'm sure he's a great kid, but somebody like Balsa Koprivica, who I never even heard of as a draft prospect.
I don't know.
But Aaron Henry can't get drafted.
No, he's already signed his two-way deal with Philadelphia. October 19th, opening night. Here it is. Yorgos Kalitia. Can you say it?
No, I have no idea who it is.
It's a kid, a forward from Greece.
So let me see. We
Yorgos
have
Kalitsakis. By the way, Joel Ayayi has agreed to a two-way contract with the Lakers.
Nice.
That's not a bad pickup.
Georgios Kalitsakis. There you go. It's another one of those guys that I don't know.
These Greek names, man, they're tough.
Yeah, I got nothing on him, guys. I'm sorry.
Dwayne Washington has agreed to a two-way deal with the
Listen,
Pacers out of Ohio State.
As much insight as you gave us tonight, you can be able to get a pass with this one, man. It's all right.
100%.
There's two guys.
100%.
There's two guys that got drafted.
He's done his
I
homework.
haven't watched a single second of tape. Balsa Koprivica and Georgios Kalaitzakis. That's the only. Those
There
are
you
the
go.
only guys.
Close enough. Close enough. So there's still, like you said, a lot of talented guys that are still out there for to be undrafted free agents. So we'll see what these teams do. But wow, 2021 NBA draft is over. It is concluded. We have been on here, fellas, for nearly 5 hours. It is almost 1 a.m. Eastern time. So it's about time for all of us to get our butts in the bed.
Give yourselves a round of applause, fellas. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all stuck it out. Everybody was engaged and very, very in tune with what was going on, man. So shouts to y'all, man. Definitely shouts to y'all. Appreciate
both of y'all coming on the Carving It Up 2021 NBA Draft Reaction Show. Again, if y'all have anything left to say, I'm totally open before we get off here.
I want to know what your guys' favorite pick was. Like, what was the best pick in your mind? And let's try to stay away from, I loved Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I think Day'Ron Sharpe to the Nets. I think that was one of my favorites because, like I said, I was very high on the kid, and the fact that he ended up being a first round talent. Shouts to him for that, man. Like, shouts to the Nets and Sean Marks for really seeing the talent there. He's a good player. He's going to be a good player. He's going to be an important player for them. So, I'm
hearing that too.
You hear that?
Yeah, that's the system telling us to go to bed.
This is unbelievable.
Do you hear that too, Barry?
Yes, I hear it. All right.
There it goes. All right.
I had to take him off. I can't wait to go back and look for that part.
Oh,
look at this.
And he came back, and it's still there. Just kick him out.
Muted.
Very muted.
Barry, it's been real. Appreciate you. And all right, Barry. Good night. Get out of here, man. You're muted. I don't know what the heck's going on. Okay.
Oh,
sorry, man. I could see Barry in the bottom here, man. I feel bad for taking him off here.
I know.
He's been a good soldier. He's been a good soldier.
I know. He deserves a goodbye, but we just. I don't know. That's an unfortunate turn of events right there.
That was something. Barry, I know you can hear us. You'll have to go like the last 2 minutes of this broadcast and hear what the flip was going on right there. But no, I'll answer your question. I think Zaire Williams, going to Memphis, I think it's an excellent pick for the Grizzlies. Obviously Jalen Suggs to Orlando was without a question the shock of the draft. I still can't get that sound on my head. I'll still get that sound on my head.
Oh,
nightmares about this, man. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. All right, Mike, greatly appreciate you coming on, man. Nearly 5 hours of coverage. We're gonna bring it back next year, obviously, because nobody does your homework like you. Your tab.
I will say, I think Jay Billis and Fran Fischilla probably got me a little bit beat because they knew who those two kids were. So I'm beating myself up a little bit. I didn't know.
Hey, it's greater motivation to go 60 for 60 next year.
Oh my God,
sure.
Dude! I did pretty well tonight.
Yes,
I will say I did pretty well. I had most of my guys that I studied get drafted. There were only a few on here that I'm surprised. Again, Aaron Henry, Joel Ayayi, Dacian Nix, Austin Reeves, Matt Hurt didn't get drafted, Sam Hauser, Vrenz Bleijenberg, McKinley Wright. I mean, just a couple of guys.
Some good ones.
A couple of guys.
There's some good ones. They're going to be undrafted free agents and definitely going to be good pickups. So, once again, Mike, appreciate you coming on. Maybe we can have you on, sometime next week, possibly. I'm not even sure if I'm doing any shows next week. Probably will because it's NBA free agency. We'll see. But appreciate you coming on, man.
Of course.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is the broadcast. That is the Carving It Up 2021 NBA Draft Reaction Show. Again, big thanks to Mike Guido and Barry Grant Jr., both good friends of mine, for doing this. It's time for all of us to go to bed. And so hope everybody has a great week and a great evening. I'm going to be on Carving It Up Live tomorrow, as always, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific time. I guess it's actually today, East Coast time, on Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitter. So have a great night. Get some sleep. God bless you all. Peace out.